video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane with a very special show for you here today, as long overdue. Would like to make this more of a centerpiece here of this channel as we can, and that's a charity stream here, a charity in the name of St. Jude's Medical Research Facility. So all of the proceeds today from the live stream show is we're going to be watching a little Mariners baseball. We're going to be talking a little bit of Seahawks. We're going to be covering everything in between. Hopefully, maybe even having a couple guests on at some point today. So a lot lined up. I'm really happy we're able to get this one off. And so any contributions today will be going to St. Jude's. They are a great charity, one of the better, if not one of the best out there. And the dollars that go to St. Jude's really go to St. Jude's, not going to some vice executive or something like that. So, and it is for the children, medical research, cancer research. We would certainly love to get on top of that, as nothing more brutal in this world, perhaps, than a child that's had cancer. So thank you guys for watching today and participating and being part of the channel. It'll be a lot of fun. Just a little bit of a laid back show today, as we are, pretty much almost through the end of this sort of off season period. Training camp is in full bloom now, so we've got plenty to talk about with that, but nothing real news story wise. It would seem that on the surface of it, reports are out there that the Devin Witherspoon negotiations are going to be very close to getting done very soon. And so when that occurs, we will, of course, be going live here on this channel. And back maybe even today while we are live on the channel, that news might just happen to break. So if that happens to happen or go down, we will we'll break all that down, and really looking to hopefully forward to that news, because, getting into training camp and having an opportunity at that point to, have these guys locked down. You've got Devin, you got JSN. There is no wonder about next season as you think about, going to next year and what you're walking into. 1 second here. As you are thinking about that, there is the wonder there with what you're going to have to kind of cross as far as the bridge goes to, waiting for see if the game started. They're a little bit delayed, I guess, on getting started here. Okay. You look at the pending free agents and the guys that are looking at, being on their way out the door, and, you don't want to be in a predicament every year where you're facing the reality of 5 guys leaving, and you're kind of stuck because contractually you have to get these extensions done over here. The money's got to be allocated elsewhere. Instead, you'd like to get out ahead of things, especially for those players that you really do consider to be foundational pieces. And it doesn't get more foundational than JSN or Devin Witherspoon, in my opinion. And so I am really happy to hear that this is going to be the news coming down. I think we're probably also going to get Leonard Williams. And this would, at that point, I think, to my mind, as I'm trying to kind of think about it, I believe that would then eliminate all of the rest of the real major free agents that you would worry about. I can't remember or not if Tayakata has another year of club control after that. So that might be the one that is in question. But at that point, you'll have everybody locked in. You'll still have Ernest Jones under another year of contract. Extension will probably be done next year with him. You've got still Drake Thomas under another year. Tyrese Knight, all 3 of your linebackers. Your interior defensive tackles will be fine at that point, especially with Leonard Williams being spearheaded. And I would guess Byron Murphy will probably be done next year as soon as absolutely as possible. And so this would really kind of set the table up for John contractually not to have to really worry about any of that stuff. And just to kind of bring this fully around, that's, of course, eminently important when you talk about having all the cap space that they're sitting on, and then having all of the draft picks that they're sitting on. What pretends me being able to make a move? What are the factors at play that allow me to feel free and loose to know that I can throw these draft picks to the wind, and I don't have to worry about utilizing those for replacements to players that we're going to sign somewhere else? And that is where John sets the stage for that. Take care of one, then you can get to the other. Don't get to the other before the one ain't done. take care of that. Get those in-house contracts locked in the way you want them locked in, so you don't run into a predicament. And I don't even think like this offseason was necessarily a predicament. Like they wanted with Kenneth Walker, they wanted with Woolen, they wanted with Kobe Bryant an opportunity to see these guys through their final year. The hay had not been in the barn as far as their performance goes, and they weren't sure about the cost that it was going to have to ring them up to have to keep them for some of the question marks that existed there. Not that they're not good players or deserving of the contracts, but there's a difference between deserving of contracts in the NFL and do we want to pay this particular deal for this type of performance here exactly. And that's the more, I think, pertinent question to the general one. Hope everyone's having a good day today. If you can, as you're walking in the door, hit that like button. I would really, really appreciate it. We will be covering this Mariner game here at some point. They're going to start here. Okay, so we're already mid first and it's not showing up. Okay, why is it saying I'm viewing but I'm not viewing? Okay, sorry guys, 1 second. I gotta figure out what's going on here. Okay, kitty, come on. I know. All right, let's see if that's okay. Doesn't just automatically click in. You're on the deal and doesn't flip on. MLB's got the worst app imaginable. It's so garbage. We're gonna try this thing. We're gonna give it a shot here. Let's go over here and see if we can do a little share. This will work. I can show the game somehow or another here. All right, well, that ain't look good. That ain't look good. Yeah, we can do a little bit of this. Same bad. I know where will put me right over here. Over this stupid thing. Right? Ain't nobody trying to see that. It's gonna be a long, chill, Lionel Richie, easy like Sunday morning type stream today. Strap on in on that, folks. Okay, we got that good. All right. Right over the top. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing any shenanigans. I don't know who you guys do. Yak, how you doing, man? It's good to see you, Mick. What's up? Al Brown, how long are you thinking this stream will be today? I think this stream's going to be probably pretty long. We're going to do the Mariner game and do some discussion after the Mariners and try to see if I can finagle a little bit of maybe Bryce or Dan on into the stream, Mookie a little bit if they're available to pop on in. So we'll be rolling today. Got the bottom of the first here and a double by the Rangers. Anybody kind of following the Mariners this year and or not following the Mariners? It's been a little bit of a frustrating ride for a team that you really hope was going to take kind of the final step this year and really, take the bull by the horns in what is really a wide open AL. Anybody's game right now. And yet they just kind of are muddling through here a little bit, struggling to find that momentum. Koken, how you doing? Oh, we'll be light here early on. It'll grow here with time here, Brian. It's always the early streams on a Sunday, man, especially summer. People are out there doing their thing. Brian, the way the Mariners are playing, I'm probably not going to devote a lot of attention to the game. I don't blame them. This is definitely does not have people up in the morning to watch them based on the performance that they've seen this year. And that's the tough part about baseball is that there's so many games that when you have such a tumultuous ride of up and down, it is one where you just feel like, well, that's where you're perpetually at. That's what you perpetually are. There may be a little bit of that in football, but there's always that, hey, if we go on a 5-game run, we're in the playoffs. And that is really still kind of true to the equivalency of baseball. It just doesn't feel that way because of so many of the games that they play. But it's been a tough watch this year. There's not a lot the Mariners have to hang their hat on. Previous years, you could say, okay, the pitching staff's phenomenal and the fielding is top notch. This thing, it's just injuries on top. It's been a little bit rough in that way. Mariners line up his cheeks. I am Bird. I had to donate to the best Seahawks dude out there. Keep coming from the Rams fan. Keep the great work up, man. Oh, well, man, I really do a thank you for that. I don't know if today with doing the charity stream, the stuff will show up as it normally does on the donations, but we'll try to keep track as we can as to I was trying to see how maybe I could list the deal or show you guys kind of the tracking thing with it because I'm using the deal here. So we were already at 80 of 1,000 raised, which was what we were hoping we could do today is get $1,000 in the pipe. So thank you guys to all those who have donated. If you did donate and you're looking for me to read your message, by the way, I'll be reading messages all day. So if I happen to not, this will be a day if you don't see your message read for the dono. I'll be trying to cover everybody in the stream because we are going to try to go. We're going to try to go long today and just have some fun. Been a cool chill off season here. And man, is that just not the Mariners season right there? Jeez. Logan makes a good pitch to the outside part of the plate. The batter just throws his bat out at the ball. I don't even know if it was a strike there, and completely fooled on the pitch and just knocks it out into left field for a base hit. It's been kind of like one of those years too with Mariners where it's like the luck is not with us, and then he leaves the next pitch super high, gets drilled out into center field for a sac fly, which will bring home the Rangers' first run of the game. 1-0. Kind of lucky on that one that he didn't get Logan. Logan plays high in the zone. That's the problem with him a little bit is if his stuff's dominating, he can live up in the top of the zone. But when it's not, he just doesn't have the ball placement up at the top of that zone to where he can really, pinpoint it. It's kind of like it's just going to generally be up there somewhere and it's going to be coming in hot. And then those hitters can get up there and go. I am Birdman. Thank you again, you Ram fans. I know that, and this extends to a smaller degree to some 49er fans, but to a major degree to Ram fans. This has been, a heated rivalry between these two teams, and it's such a weird place to be in, where there is always the draw, I think, from both sides of the camps here to kind of be at each other's throats, and I think that there's some fun in that too. So I don't want to take the teeth out of the rivalry or the trash talk or anything else with it, but I think it can be that and the level of respect you guys tend to bring coming in my chat, the way you go about your business. And I'm not just talking about the donations here to a Seahawks stream as far as Ram fans, but just coming in here as far as the discussion goes on top of it. It's always really impressed me about going to the round table is that going there, I thought that was going to open the door for trolls nonstop, and it has been completely the opposite. And Rams fans have been a bit of the centerpiece of that coming into this channel. And you guys deserve a lot of lauding for that, because there are so many NFL fans out there that are a certain type that act a certain way, especially when it comes to the online, spectrum of things. But really appreciate the donation and giving to charity as you are today, man. It's very, very kind of you. And again, as a Ram fan, to do it for a Hawk channel, I completely understand how that's not an easy, natural thing to do. But really looking forward to the roundtable this year, the discussion we're going to be able to have on that, as much as we can hopefully keep the discussion in the place of the place where it's its best. I think is we love having the debate back and forth, but just having let's get in the depths of what's going on in this league, going on in this division, going on with these teams. But thank you, man. I really appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. 24-hour stream incoming. I don't know if we're going to go 24, but we will go probably pretty long today. The Jacoby contract holdout is over. 1 million grandmothers in Arizona all sighed at once, Mick. That's the noise they all made collectively in unison. Thank you, Iron Bird. Appreciate that, man. I got to do more of these long overdue. I've been 6 years into this channel, never haven't done one of these things. And that's kind of that in itself is a little bit of a sin on my part. So I want to get this corrected, get these to be a little bit more, especially in the off season, a little bit more of a common part of the channel. You got to give back, folks. You really do. The Arizona Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett agreed to a reworked 1-year, $15.5 million guaranteed contract with contract extension worth up to $21 million with incentives. Okay, yeah. So they buried, and this may not be a good thing for them, because depending on oh my gosh, little trickler up the middle there, fielded and thrown out as Nimmo, and that'll be 2 outs now with runner on second. Texans up 1-0. So it does go to show you that Brissett had no real leverage here. You weren't getting a multi-year deal. They adjusted a little bit of your current contract, and most of that adjustment is billed within incentives. You got a couple extra million, and then they threw some incentives to you. And the incentives are, I don't like incentives on a quarterback. Mentioned this the other day that, Geno Smith, I'd rather be flying an X-Wing, had 70% completion percentage or something incentive for like a million, million and a half. I forget what it was. And I think that there were times that year that he decided not to throw it out of bounds and live to see another day and took a sack instead because I don't want my completion percentage to go down. I that would be the one I wouldn't put in there, I guess, is what I would say if but I wouldn't put any of those in for a quarterback, period, because you have a guy that literally has control at the line of scrimmage over the play call itself. And they're thinking about 4,000 yards passing, 4,000 yards passing. You come to the line of scrimmage, you should audible into a run. It's a pass play called, 4,000 yards passing, 4,000 yards passing, $2 million. 4,000. What's the bigger pull at that point? Do you want to put your quarterback in that predicament of having to decide on those two things? Beautiful slider there by Gilbert. Swung that thing right across him. Makes it they haven't come out with the official details, but yeah, Brissett. Yeah. And that's what it's what you expected. Just another proving ground point of leverage wins the day. And leverage is the thing that will drive these negotiations. Brissett has no leverage. And this actually can work out the best for him rather than trying to push for some multi-year deal, because still now, if he goes out there and balls out, but the Cardinals are bad, the team out there loses their quarterback, swing and a miss, another beautiful pick, just right there at the bottom of the kneecaps on the outside part of the plate by Gilbert. 2-2 is the count here. Just you see him sometimes play at the bottom of the zone. You just would love to see him. I know Gilbert's a high zone guy, but get more of him down in the zone. I think he'd be just more consistent. But you can still have a trade open up if some team loses a quarterback. Texans come out and CJ Stroud gets injured. Oh no, you don't. No, you don't. Don't be playing this stuff. Autoplay off. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, cuties. It's really going to make me hit auto. Oh, crap. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't do that anymore. But you never know. That might be better for Brissett, right? Play 2 seasons in Cardinals, go nowhere, or get a chance to go to a team that could really be doing something. William Asapaco. How you doing, man? Good morning. Yeah, there's a box that's tracking on the stream itself. It'd be good to put it on the screen if I could, but I have to be doing my broadcasting software. And I ran into a thing with my broadcasting software about 7 months ago where it just started annoying the hell out of me. And I was like, I'm done troubleshooting it. I'm just going to roll through StreamYard. I'm already paying a subscription for it. Why not? Rather be like, save the money and pay off a bunch of cap space or roll it over next year. That's what I'd be doing if I was the Cardinals. Yeah, I don't think they're winning more than 6 games either, Mike. I probably like 5 feels about right to me. If not, they kind of leaned into the tank here. I mean, they've done some things that have been kind of counter to it, but this has been more about leaning into the tank than anything else this offseason. And good on them for doing it. Smart move. Jack says, speaking of the Rams, you know why Puka Nacua is not a 99 overall? It's because he ate it. He was 97 last year. 7, 8, 9. I was gonna say it's because he's chipped a tooth, but your joke's better, Jack. Yours is an improvement on mine. It's a 12-hour stream. I don't know. We'll see how long we can go today. We're gonna give it a run here. Nice content. Thank you, Keimer. Appreciate it. Thanks for hopping on in today. Appreciate all your guys' support for the cause. BB says, I could see a Geno-like career arc for Brissett. He's only 1 year older when Geno showed up at 32. Yeah, I could see a little similar thing to that as well. I mean, the thing with him is you go through his career and probably a guy that had his best stop when he first walked in the door with, I think, what was it? Not the the Patriots, or he got to the Patriot. That was his best place. Every other place that he had kind of been at, there wasn't really a great supporting cast around him, or he was just really young. And now he's been around and had a chance to kind of go through a lot of that learning process of the position that you have to take your time to acclimate over time. Like it's not just I just worked hard 1 year and I figured all the neck up stuff. It's like you're in 6, 7 years of studying and grinding and being a somewhat de facto starter during that time period. 2-1 pitch to a Rosarina, foul back. Then you start to pick up on new stuff, and maybe he can. That's the whole thing I've been thinking about with him with this contract fee. Is that he's so caught up on getting his money right now. It's like you got your great opportunity here to really like go out, build upon what you did last year. And if one of those teams out there that would love to get a quarterback in the draft, but then finds himself not getting it, who may be actually pretty decent, middle of the road, give you an opportunity somewhere where you can have that one last kind of hurrah chance. 3-2 count here in the top of the second to Rosarina, nobody out. Josh Naylor on deck. Any word on Spoon's contract? I heard they had it done by tomorrow, or for contractual policy, have to have it done by tomorrow. I've heard there's some scuttlebutt about the got to get it done by tomorrow for the contractual thing to Layla. So I, to be honest with you, that was a new thing that I just kind of heard about yesterday. I'm not too sure about the veracity of that. There is a lot of reports right now that the deal would seem to be done. Foul back again here, staying alive, 98 mile an hour fastball. Smack backwards there. Good job staying alive by Randy. The reports, I would say that the smoke to this fire are billowing fairly heartily to Lalip. The proof of that would be that you have multiple people that are in the know that are already soft reporting it, like Schefter. Now another foul back pitch there. This time a slider. Rosarina here staying alive. And then the secondary part of this would be that Witherspoon's actually practicing, that he's not over there on the side with some injury, or he's, holding in, or just something to where, like, not even like it's a hold in, but just that, you're going, okay, look, we're getting through these still. I don't want to hurt myself on the negotiations. The fact he's out there going 100 miles an hour, and Randy grounds out here to the shortstop, deep in the hole there. Nice job of firing back across there to get Randy. I think that that's another indicator to Layla that we're talking about the final details here. We're not talking about an impasse, or somebody's got to, come to the well here and get this water drunk. So I think both sides have found their common ground. Deal's probably going to get done. This was also further, obviously, confounded by what was going on with the Gonzalez contract negotiations and the same agent with New England. It made things a little bit harder to pin this one down as fast, but it does sound like it's getting done. Oh, much love out to you too, young Bido. Made a video. Appreciate you, man. You're very kind. Very kind. Mixes, I honestly don't hate Geno's weapons next year. The Jets haven't won too many games, but I think he's got weapons to work out there. Got a base hit out into left field by Josh Naylor, going the other way there. 1 man on, 1 man out, top of the second. Mariners down 1-0 here to Texas. Yeah, I was going through it as well. I was, I wasn't minding it. I kind of looked at, what New York had, and to your point on this, it's kind of like funny, Mick, you kind of read my mind a little bit, because I'm going to go over on to probably Jets channel and talk to him, my guy over there at the round table, and he does he's running the Jets channel, and shoot, I was texting with him the other day. Trying to get things cemented with a content creator for the Behind Enemy Lines during the year. And I was talking to him. I just kind of said up in the head. I said, but Geno, don't like sell the farm on Geno quite yet. Don't get to the point here where you're just absolutely sure that like nothing's going to be able to happen this year with the Jets and Geno. You got a coach there that's going to be very desperate to get this thing going. Geno gets to come to this offense. Armand Mebu, fantastic rookie year right tackle, lockdown. Joe Tipman, right guard. He should be a center, but okay, right guard. Josh Myers, functional there as a center, more functional. Dylan Parham, left guard. Olu Fashanu, former high-end first-round pick from a couple of years ago. So Membu and Fashanu are his bookend tackles. He's got Kenyon Sadiq, the Oregon tight end, is the H-back. And then they've got Mason Taylor, the kid they took out of LSU, also I think in the second round last year. So he's more of an inline guy. Sadiq's the H-back guy. Then you've got the receiving core of Garrett Wilson, Adonai Mitchell, Omar Cooper Jr. is your slot. I mean, all three of those guys fit to a fundamental role where you can really easily see it, where Garrett's probably the Z or the X, Adonai is the other Z or the X. They can both do both those. And then Cooper becomes your slot. So, I mean, there's a little bit there. Breece Hall, Braylon Allen in the backfield. I mean, you could make a functional argument that offensively speaking, he's got as much talent there as, he's had to work with in quite a bit of time. So we got the end of the inning there, struck out swinging there by Cal. Cal continues to have issues with putting the ball in play even after coming back off his injury. My goodness, does he strike out a lot. It's okay when he's dropping 60 bombs. It's a little bit tougher to validate when it's got a 163. But for me, go Hawks, go Mariners, go Kraken, go Sounders. Banker Alvarez, another classy Rams fan. My biggest wish, Spoon's contract beats Gonzalez' reported contract. I bet you do. I bet you're open 35. I bet you're open 36. Likewise, I want that Puka contract to go about 42 and a half, Banker. 42 and a half ish. Let's let the you got to get the Kobe Turner deal done, right? You're bringing back Darnold. You're taking away some of his snaps this year. Got to get the Kobe Turner deal done. Let's just call that a big old fat 24. Let's go 24, Banker. And then got to get one more done. You don't want to face 2 points of free agency next year. You only got one franchise tag. Guess we got to get Young done. Young, we're going to have to make Young a flat 30. I'm going to need all three of these contracts. I'm going to need void years. I'm going to need you to stack Eagle-like void years. I'm going to need you to take the Eagle principle of void years and amp it to Spinal Tap 11. Be careful. Be careful, man, throwing rocks in a glass house of contracts. You got your own bridges to cross. So we're going back to the we're going to the mid second here. Mariners didn't get anything done that inning despite Josh Naylor's base hit. Al, what is your favorite team, Brando, that you love to watch get destroyed? Non NFC West opponents. Oh, good question. No, that's a great question. Destroyed is a good term too. Not just lose, but destroyed. I have an answer. I'm just considering whether or not I want to go with this answer fully. I think I would go with probably surprisingly, actually, the Green Bay Packers. Because the Green Bay Packers, when they're good, their fans can definitely be kind of like low key, a little obnoxious, just a bit. Like they don't get the reputation of like Cowboy Steeler fans, some of these other groups out there, but they can get they get a little lippy. You know what I mean? They definitely get a little like, a little too close with singing Go Pack Go. You know what I mean? I don't need it right in my ear. How about you step back 5 feet? That might be the one I go with. Yeah, Banker, I heard it's the opposite. I think Spoon's contract is going to get done before Gonzalez, but they're both going to be done in short succession. Broncos was what I was thinking about. Broncos, Patriots were two of the ones I was thinking out. Thinking, man, you've been on for a half hour, but only 1 minute. You might have to hit the refresh button, Brian, on the stream to see where the donations are at. I'm guessing it's probably doesn't don't show you like the running. That's where I would like to get a widget. I should have probably gotten installed. I'll try to do that in the next one if I can figure out a widget. I didn't. I did a little research and couldn't find anything that was you had to do it. Go download this service. So we got one out here for Logan Gilbert here in the middle of the second, going through the bottom of the order here. Must be nice having your 7-hole hitter hitting 314. There we go, man. Well, Logan's got the low stuff working today. When he gets it, when he's getting it located, he's staying nice out of that zone. Is there a training camp today? I think there is. Julep, who are you betting has more yards, Emmanuel Wilson or George Holani? I'm betting Wilson has a breakout. I think Wilson will have more yards. Hololani's really going to be fitted, I think, mainly to the role of third down back. We know he knows the protections. He run blocks well. He can catch well out of the backfield. I mean, John Schneider, I think, specifically pointed it out, his performance in the Super Bowl in that role. And I think that they understanding that they have to kind of manage a little bit of this running back room right now to lay up because you have two guys coming back off of major injury in the stable of backs you have. You're going to have to kind of be careful with guys and, here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going to do. I think more of Jadair Price can be an early down back. I think Wilson fits into the role of right out the gate until Sharps gets back of just at least a short yardage back, just bare minimum right out the gate. But he's going to get carries within that. And then he's going to serve as the secondary role, probably main secondary role to Jadarian out the gate, especially in consideration that we still have Kenny McIntosh as expected starting out training camp on the PUP. I mean, it's been a year since he had his injury. That just kind of speaks to still probably got a little bit of a road ahead there. 2-2 count here to Lopez, who's fighting strong here, found back pitches. Banker, Brando, I was watching the Ram stream reveal. I would have laughed so hard if AD walked out in New Jersey and said 2 words, I'm back. I back. I never understood how NBA players felt in 1995. That's awesome. That's hilarious. Do you like the unis, Banker? It seems only a matter of time at this point. Glad you can catch a charity stream too, Eric Catalyst. Good to have you in the house, man. Goka, there's nothing like a high quality Seahawks content without the annoying YouTube ads every 30 seconds. You to go, bro. You guys show me the love on the donos, and I try to do that as the trade off with it. As you guys, when we do these normal streams and all that, the sports show, not trying to dial it up and try to be careful on that. I run at the front and the back, But yeah, I try to be a little careful there. So you can go overload. YouTube will let you go overload quickly on that, Koken. Pumpkin says, what's up to everybody? 2-2 pitch here, payoff, low. Lopez lays off, 3-2. Jalea Puka has nasty contested catches, but is that indicative of an inability to get open at times, or is his catch point ability 100% additive? I think the last part of what you said is the key to consider here with him. Is there a fair phrase to say a guy like Puka Nacua is not going to necessarily, I think you would put it like this. Puka Nacua is not going to generate the kind of separation of a typical high-end number one wide receiver in this sport. I take the top 5 guys and, he's not going to necessarily create that. I'd say that they're of those guys in that group, if we're going top 5, 6, 7, whatever. And 2 outs here, able to get Lopez was Logan. So working through the last guy here in the hopefully last guy of the inning. Starts him out the strike for a slider. So, Drake London's not that guy either necessarily. And so you do need to have route running. You do need to create separation. That's not that isn't an important point. And there are moments that Puka definitely does create separation. Just like I said, comparatively speaking to a guy like maybe Jamar Chase or Jackson Smith and Jigba. But to your point on that, he brings the super skill of contested catchability. I mean, he probably supersedes Drake London in contested catches, and Drake London's probably the king in that right now. Grounder here to second. That'll be the last out of the inning. Logan works through fast here nicely through the bottom of the second, and we'll go to the top of the third. Mariners down 1-0 here with Texas. So he's got the best at this attribute, and you combine the contested catch with just one of the best sets of hands you're going to find in the sport. And so there is the detriments there that exist within the game. I hate this thing. I turned you off. Stop your autoplay. Stop your autoplay. And so those two things really offset that stuff there to Layup, and it even gets into further nuance in the conference championship game. He really unveiled, and I've seen him use this a bunch too as well, the chicken wing move. And that is where he's running up the field. You're going, oh, I can run step for step with this guy. He's not that quick. He's not that fast. And he's right there and you're step for step with him. And he's got his arm right here and he can just kind of bring the arm out like this and then make his cut. So he creates the space and then makes the cut off the creation of the space. Chicken winging. It's legal, not illegal. It's not on his bar. It's perfectly, you got to extend out your hand to kind of get caught for that stuff. You're not going to get caught for nudging him off with your elbow. But he's a master at that stuff too. And so there's a lot of that he actually does bring to his game more than simply, he's good hands, but the contested catch stuff is through the roof, and I think he's probably the best in this sport right now. He made some catches last year that were just absolutely ridiculous. When the ball is in the air, the ball is his. But there is a general inability to create separation. This is why people say that you should play a ton of man coverage on him, like the Falcons did in that game, where they were able to get a little bit more of the clamps on him. And that's the other part of this too, of course, is that having a guy in McVay, you do have a guy that can do a very good job of scheming guys open. So you got his ability to contested catch, his great hands, chicken winging, and then you've got a guy in his head coach that can also scheme stuff up to give him opportunities to get those catches and the catch after the run in addition. It's a good receiver. I wouldn't want to be in biting distance of him, but he's a damn good receiver. Jack says, how much money do you think Donald wants? His current contract is $30 million, but the Rams only have $18 million in space. No chance he suits up for the minimum. Could be a curveball for the other Rams wanting money. I mean, it's a story not really being talked a lot about, and I don't understand why. And maybe as much it's something that I can figure out with Jake next time we do the roundtable to really try to parse through this, because all of these things don't seem to add up. It does seem like the indications here are that Donald's not coming back cheap. He's not going to do like what we're hearing from like LeBron, where I'm going to take the vet minimum on a 1-year deal. The ultimate in like, I'm here for a championship. And it always it doesn't chap my eye. We got a 1-2 count here to Crawford here, hitting 220 in the top of the third. It just always chaps my eye with these guys that made all this money and then they're going to come back I'm coming back for the chip, coming back for the ring, coming back to win, but also pay me $30 million. They sometimes want to have it both ways to athletes, where they want to have all of the lauding and all of the praise for doing this ultimate thing, where you're coming back to for the winning, for the champ, for the competition, but then you also need to be paid through the roof. And it would seem like there's a bit of this where he's not wanting to come back, like I said, on that vet minimum. And come back around to your point on this, they only have $18 million as it currently stands, and then they have 4 contracts that are not just would kind of like nice to be getting it done if we could kind of deals, but like, we got to get these deals done. I mean, if you don't do this deal here with Puka this year, and he's through 4 years, as far as I understand it, you're to a franchise tag next year, unless I'm mistaken. So these guys have all earned the. How can you look at Young right now if you're the Rams? How can you look him in the eye here and 2 outs on a quick out there? How can you look at any of these 3 guys? Outside of Puka, I'm talking Young and Kobe Turner and Steve Avila, and say, you haven't earned your extension. You haven't outperformed your rookie deal. There's no Ram fan that can say that. It just simply comes down to, we don't have the money to pay you right now. You've earned it, but we don't have the money to pay you. How does that tend to go in the NFL when you come to players and that's what they know is the reason why you aren't paying them? You dress it up and you're like, well, I mean, there's a lot to prove. Still some stuff that we're a little unsure about that we just need you to confirm for us, right? Like that's you can't nobody can do that with any of these guys. And so yeah. Sorry, give me one sec, guys. Sorry about that. Some noise going on. Trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm not sure how this is going to really play out with all of this. Two outs to the Mariners here in a 1-2 count, and the offensive woes for this team just continue. They've got one hit here for what's going to be maybe potentially 3 innings. Come on, Cole. Cole gets low on this one, scoops it out into left field into the gap, and it's going to be off the mid of Carter. Young on his horse for third base, and he will get in standing up. Kid's a good young player, man. Just took that pitch low, slightly away, dug it out. Thing just kept carrying there on the center fielder. He was kind of lackadaisical in getting to that ball just a little bit, was Carter. I think he was kind of worried about the fence. But he kind of held up a little bit on his pathway to get out there to get to that ball, and it allowed for it to drop in. So Mariners got a little bit because I'm going here in the top third inning, man on third, 2 outs, down 1-0. So I don't know how the Rams do this, man, Jack, and maybe they're going to be so brilliant and that maybe they're going to be so amazing at getting the buy-in. I mean, this would be the ultimate representation of buy-in. If you can get through not one, not two, not three, but 4 contracts that are due and tell those players instead to pound sand on their rookie contracts, many of those players by which you are not making big time money. Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Puka, Avila, none of these guys are first round picks. They're not sitting on an $8 million base with a $3 million signing boney. It's not the way it's going. So you kind of go, how do they manage through all of this? And maybe it is just burying the void money up the wazoo. You know, you take Donald's contract, you base minimum it, you take the rest of it and you void it out into 2020, 6, 27, or spread it off a couple of years. But I can't think that the answer is we tell them to pound sand. We tell them no. It just, in the NFL, that doesn't tend to stand, at least not with a 4-stack. Julio, swing, little looper dropping in. Oh, did he catch that? Oh my gosh, he almost got it. Looks like it dropped in just barely there. Julio with a little drooping ball out into left field off the end of his bat. Ball just dying on the vine a little bit there. And the left fielder playing a little bit deep had to come in. And man, it looked like he caught that ball. I didn't see the bounce. I need the replay on this one. Oh, yeah, it definitely bounced. He was smooth with it, though. He was smooth with it. Some Mariners tied up here. 1-1. Let's go, Mariners. We'll see how it goes with that, though, Jack. It's a question in my mind. I think about it. When do you see teams able to just tell these players, you got to wait? In the NFL, where contracts aren't guaranteed, where you can't just be cut tomorrow. So I'm going to miss here by Can't Zone. Dogzilla, which running back was with the ones yesterday? Dogs training camp? I'm not too sure. I had a stream I was working on yesterday. We did a call-in show for about 3 hours. So I was not looking at the necessarily the ones to ones. They rotate that stuff through though anyway, so there's usually not a lot to lead in here. Can zone on an 0-2 pitch just digs it out. Man, the play discipline from this team is just not there sometimes. And by sometimes I mean all the time. Modern game, pitchers are hard to hit. Some of this just where the game's at, but Mariners are kind of like a bright representation of that in this day and age in baseball, where it's just you cannot find any kind of control of the zone. But Jadarian's worked a bit with it in there, I know, throughout some of this already, and he's looked good with catching the ball in the backfield. But I didn't see you on that one yesterday. I'm sorry, man. Meg says, hey, Brandon, when roster cuts happen, eventually, is there any positions you could see us try to add to? It's going to be pretty tough, I would say. I might even point out like a position like a safety, but then a guy that we forget about that you got to remember that would be like a reason that you don't have to make that move is a guy like Rodney Thomas. It's not unless really there's an injury. You have stacked the roster up so cleanly at this point, so deeply that it really there isn't a place where there's going to be to me a guy that you could say, hey, we can go get this guy. And like Connor Williams a couple of years ago, where it wasn't a roster cut thing, but center could be better. You could improve it. It was not a good stage or good place. And so, you went out and added him, and, it was up and down with him, and he basically retired mid-year. So, but the concept was, true to that. I don't think that's in place this year as much. I don't think there's going to be anybody that's going to be cut away. There always is a chance that they have somebody they love, Mick, who they really valued through the draft process, went to this team, and they've always kind of had fond eyes for. Absent that, though, I don't think that this team's just too deep, too stacked, too set to have the opportunity to be able to do that. It'll be more of like the guys that we're cutting or getting signed to other teams will be kind of how it kind of goes. It'll go the opposite direction. I actually like the Rams design. My favorite is their helmets. The New Jerseys look like piss, though. I'm not sure about the color, man. Some of these new colors, it's just all about muting things a little bit. Like we're losing our ability to have anything like bright, and I don't know. I'm kind of like give me the greatest show on turf Rams combo. Like to me, that was the best one. That would be their classics they should go with. Charlie, to the live stream salute. Thank you. Salute to you too, man. Thank you, everybody, for watching today. And for any of those folks, I don't have the ability today as much to see the donations coming exactly who's given or where on these ones. But anybody that has contributed today to the live stream, thank you for doing so to the charity. All proceeds today go to St. Jude's Medical Research Hospital. They do great work in looking at it and trying to find some of these cures here for children, especially children cancers and whatnot like that. Let's see where we're at right now. Ooh, let's go, folks. You guys are too kind here. Too kind. We have raised, let's get an applause button for this one, $630 for St. Jude's today. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Very, very kind of it. All of you out there have donated today. Again, doesn't show me when you do these kind of streams through the StreamYard exactly who has donated where on that. But thank you for donating to the St. Jude's today on this. That is our goal was 1,000. We're not even an hour into the stream. We're already almost to our goal. Let's go. Let's go. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for doing that. Really want to do more of these kind of things in the future too. It's hard to do it in season, but off season, I should have gotten to more of these kind of streams, and we're long overdue. But thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Very kind. One count, bottom of the third here. Logan Gilbert on the hill. See if we can keep some momentum. He's staying down in the zone. I'll tell you this. Logan's starting to kind of lock in the last couple innings, and the ball placement's been in a good spot. I think you're in troubled territory when everything's just living high zone. like not peppering it in, but he's actually living up at the top of that zone with that fastball and a lot of the plate at that. Here you're seeing him a lot more down by the kneecaps, a little bit more halfing up the plate, finding that outer half a little bit more. I think that's going to probably help him out a bit today. Is that style of receiver being Puka Nacua more or less tenable over a long career? No, it's not. And Tulela, Puka's acknowledged this. Puka Nacua is then the rare player swing and a miss. Beautiful curveball. That's what I'm talking about. Swings it across the plate, ends up low and away. There's nothing that guy can do with that pitch. Nice job there by Logan. Sorry about the ESPN thing here with this. Stupid. I might have to just go to the MLB site or something here. But Puka's been the rare player that's come out and said that I'm not going to play past 30 years old. And remember with him, he had, when you go back to Tulela, this ball's hit first pitch swinging out to left field, right at Randy O'Reilly's arena. Out number 2. Let's go. Love it. First pitch swinging, first pitch out for that batter. 2 down. So my answer to that would be no on that basis. No on the basis that the guys told you that he's not going to play past 30. And then no on the basis of just, I don't have a medical report. I haven't seen his MRI. But I know that at UW, there was a lot of injuries he was fighting through and having a hard time with it. And that was a little bit of, I think, the reason he did drop in the draft. So, you combine that all together and his play style the way it is and throwing your body around like he does. And I mean, you love a guy like this because he's all in, right? He's not saving himself for tomorrow. He's not trying to protect himself. Another first pitch swinging pop up here to Josh Naylor, who's over it. Oh, second baseman is going to come over and, give way to him. And that's out. So I would say that it's one where you love watching that style of play, but it is one where there's a price to be paid for it. It's the baseball player that's throwing himself around in the outfield and throwing himself into walls, and the basketball player tossing himself into the crowd to save the loose ball and doing that 15 times over. And it's like, you're going to eventually run it like Ken Griffey Jr. ran into this. Ken Griffey Jr., it's one of the underrated parts of Ken Griffey's game. Everybody talks about the swing and the majestic home runs and, and that's worthy of talking about and praise, but it's also that the man went like a demon in the outfield. He did not care about the fence. Like he would break his hand on fences. He would throw his body into the fence full steam. Like we watched last inning, a play where a center fielder kind of slows up because he's worried about the fence. And because of that, he drops the ball. Griffey would go out there, catch the ball, snap his hand in half, run into the wall, crash into it, and still hold on to it. And his toughness doesn't get, I think, as much of the praises it probably should have because of that. But Puka's kind of that same way. And it's fun to watch, but there's definitely hard to have a long career in that manner, Thank you again, you guys, for $600 in donations out there. You guys are unbelievable. Thank you so much. Jack says, I think Puka will leave the team if the team tries to penny pinch. He plays on the franchise tag or holds out and leaves. I think he's the one guy that can talk into waiting because of the offseason he's had. He gave fuel to their fire. They wanted to not pay him anyway. And then he handed them a matchstick and a gasoline. And he said, all right, there you go. And so he's made his bed with this. He can't come back to them and force the hand. Now, next year, my guess is that point, they're hoping they go win the championship this year with Puka. This is the stuff the Rams won't talk about at parties or to the media. But I would bet dollar to donuts that this is what's going on behind the scenes. We're not intending to pay Puka. We want to get that fourth, that cherished little cherried up fourth year of his rookie contract cheap. He's going to go ball out. He balls out. We franchise. We flip him for a first and a second or a third. Pick back up an extra first round pick in this draft class. Go probably sign somebody else in for agency at that point, saving the money you do. That's on a lot cheaper deal at like 17, 18 million per or whatever. 2-1 count here to Randy Rosarina in the top of the fourth. Mariners, Texas, Rangers tied 1-1. That's what I think that their intention is here, Jack. The other three, I don't know how they're going to play that, but that one I can see how this is the road that they're taking for sure. Ooh, low strike there. Randy's gonna, I think, challenge that maybe. Did he challenge that? It did look like it might have been out of zone. Looked like a good challenge. Yeah. Good challenge, Randy. I love the challenge system in baseball. That's just awesome. Al Brown. Brando, were you able to get yourself some Super Bowl winning merch? I got 2 posters and the official Seattle Times newspaper of us winning for my Hawks memorabilia. I have admittedly not been great on gathering up my merch. I've been getting distracted on some other projects and things like that offline, but you do. You do remind me as I've got to get some stuff, especially for the backdrop, put together here. That's off the end of the bat out to right field, and that will be foul. So I'm gonna try to see what I can find on that. I do need to track down some stuff. I think especially I could upend some of the baseball card stuff on the side there and a little bit. So I'm running out of backspace a little bit. I'm gonna have to tighten everything in together a bit. But I do need to get some more stuff, man. I've been a little bit late on it. Banker says, as much as I love the Rams, they do have a history of doing players dirty who are looking to get paid or got paid, if you ask me, i.e., Gurley, Cup, Ernest Jones, to name a few. Yeah, you bring up a good point. I think that I've always said, and I can't be a hypocrite here, where there's got to be a little bit of a cold-blooded nature to an organization that wants to create a sustained winner. And, you have a team like in the Niners that's completely nostalgic and, we love our guys and love them too much. A bouncing ball to third base, easily up with it and thrown almost out. Horrible throw. Berger on first base had to fall off the bag, grab the ball, and then belly crawl his way back to the bag to touch the bag, get Randy out before he could get there. And so I do think that this has to be in place, Banker. I think that you have to have those times where you're just looking at these decisions and you're just cold-blooded, calculated, this is what it is kind of situation there. And, with the Ernest one, I still don't quite get that one. There's the, he came to camp out of shape. There is we're worried about his knee, which maybe have been valid at the time, I guess. And, we'll see with the knee if that ends up being something that cuts Ernest's career short and that there was, if it does do that at that point, there's some validity behind some of the worries there with that. Base hit up the middle for Naylor here, his second base hit of the day with 1 man out. The other two, I think you had the redundancy of Puka, where you just had 2 slots, and you need to get more of a X, a Z, a slot. We need more of a differentiation between our receivers rather than getting kind of stuck with 2 guys of redundancy. Gurley was the knee that, and this is why I relate a little bit to Ernest. With Gurley, and this is think of the math that the Rams kind of do within this, Banker. And I'm not trying to excuse them. There is a little bit of that at play. I think to your point, I think that there is a bit of that at play. But I think that they also do a little bit of their, Les Schneid does a little bit of this advanced math where he says, I'm going to go for player A who in college is got these issues coming out with injuries that are going to scare a lot of other teams away. And I'm going to understand that we're bringing on this guy with this injury and that this is not a guy that I'm getting for a 10-year career. Base hit out into right field, poked out into right by Cal. Mariners got something cooking here with man in first and second and 1 man out. And I think that he says, okay, I'm walking into this knowing that I'm just having this guy on this rookie contract and then I got to move on. I can't get sentimental. I just got to recognize like the risk of this will get too great into the second contract. If the knee was already dicey on the rookie deal when I'm paying him cheap, it gets overload time when we start to turn all around to the money's getting real and I'm paying him huge dollars. So I don't disagree with what you're saying by any means. I do think there's that element though of cold-bloodedness that Schneid's kind of operating off of a little bit there that has to be operated off of by every organization in some part, or you get led down the line of glomming onto the old all the time, reveling in the old and not trying to just keep it renewed. And it's got to be renewed in the NFL. That's a good point. And I'll tell you to your point, having these other 3 guys, I kind of sit there and shake my head because like I'm saying this at the same point in time, my team signed Charles Cross to a contract extension at the end of the year last year. My team got a deal done with Jackson Smith and Jigba. My team's going to get a deal done with Devin Witherspoon. We didn't push these guys to the 4th year of their contract. We got it done after year 3. John Schneider's got a great track record of paying guys after they outperform their rookie contract in year 3 of the deal. I mean, it's over and over and over and over again. So, my team is doing a little bit on the other end of the scale here, in regards to that. And if they can pull it off, it'll be brilliant. I mean, in my opinion, Banker. If you can find a way to be able to add Donald, not put any of those contract extensions on right now, so you can maximize this year's cap in full, it'd be an amazing coup d'etat if they can do it. I just question whether or not they're going to be able to do it. All right, we got a 1-2 count here to Luke Rayleigh. 0 for 1 in this game. Naylor, he can be sneaky out there in the base paths. Banger says, won't be surprised if they don't extend the majority of those names you mentioned, Brando. It may be possible they pull this off. And it will be very unique a situation, Baker, that does not occur in the NFL very often. Swing and a miss. Another one of those just lack of control in the zone. He's swinging at a pitch 5-6 inches above the top of the zone, and the strike zone is Rayleigh. And it's the thing that when you watch this Mariner team for years now has been the common factor, lineup after lineup, that just permeates through is guys' inability to recognize what is a strike and what is a ball. There's nasty stuff, and then there's swinging at nasty stuff that's far out of the zone, and they just don't have enough control at times within that zone to consistently generate runs. We'll see if they can pull it off, though, man. Like I said, I would tip a cap to them if they can do it. I think most organizations, you have 1 contract, you get nervous. You got 2, you get real nervous. You get 3, you're like, we're in trouble territory. You're at 4, you're in panic mode. But they've got a plan. They got some kind of plan. Crawford up the dish here, 1-0 count. There we go. Crawford taking 2 pitches. That's the way to do it. And take your 2 pitches. Make him throw you a strike. Jackson, I've heard this is going to be Boss's last year with the Niners too. Look at his contract as the reason why. Might just. Oh, challenge that. Challenge that, man. This umpire's not doing him any favors in this inning. It might have barely touched the zone. I don't know. 2-1 pitch here to Crawford. Whirling his little bat. Again, off the plate. Good eye. 3-1. See if he can draw a walk here and load the bases up. Good guys, speaking of 49ers, I know our rivals, but it's sad to hear what happened to Kyle. It is. Yeah. I was messing with Jesse a little bit earlier before I went live today. He was running his show. Oh, then he swings out of the zone on ball 4. Another pitch 4 inches off the plate you're swinging at there. Yeah, tough with Kyle, and scary situation as to, wondering just how serious it is. 49er content creators are trying to figure it out, and there's, rumors and all that type of stuff. And again, swing and miss on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball 3 inches at the top of the zone. Mariner batters just cannot figure out where the strike zone is at. But you're hearing about potentially some serious stuff. My mind went to when I heard the story of it. If you guys all seen the show Showtime that came out on HBO a couple of years ago, and remember the new coach comes in there and instilling his new offense, his Mike D'Antonio type offense with the Lakers at that time to create Showtime, and then he's riding his bike and he gets hit by a car. And remember, he suffered a really serious head injuries within that too as well, and he was out that whole year. He was not able to, he was not able to coach. I think eventually he came back and was able to coach in future years, but hopefully that's not going to be the case here with Kyle. Scary situation. Yeah, Puka said he's going to retire by 30. Favorite charity, win-win. Let's go, Riverside. Thank you, man. Appreciate all of your contributions to the charity stream. It's good on you. Doing a good thing today. Oops, I meant Nick Bosa. Oh, I thought you were like, oh, our guy Shanahan maybe, or I was trying to go Lynch maybe is what you were meaning there. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. I mean, the Niners, some of it's going to, I think, depend upon where his health is at and how he's playing. And, the Niners are in a weird situation too, because they're sitting on $79 million of cap space for some reason. But Bosa's, I think it's a little open ended. I think it's trending that direction, Jack. But I think it's also like if he comes out and puts out a 14 sack season and he's able to play 15 games and be good as a run defender, I think that they'll perfectly be happy with keep holding on to him and making it work at that point, especially if they're rolling over a bunch of money. Spud says, "Hell yeah, Brando, you're a good man. Help the babies. Hey man, save the babies. Save them babies." Thank you, Spud. It's all you guys. You guys are donating. I'm just yakking. I'm just a yakking. Brian said, baby, yeah, you're amazing. 120 way already, and we're only an hour in. We already know we're kicking ass. Let's go. Oh my gosh, it was a 660. I just checked 2 minutes ago. Let's go. Woo, 900. We are 100 away from our goal, and we just crossed the first only hour into the stream here. You guys are the best. I say it all the time, but this is just another proving ground for my community, and my people are the best. Pound per pound, note for note, I'll go bar for bar with any other content creators community. Yeah, you guys are just outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you so much for giving back in that way. This is just unbelievable. Rams owner 78, is he? I didn't realize he was that old. Probably just going to give it to his kid. I didn't realize that. Or Titan, what happened to Kyle? I heard what happened to Romo. Just car accident, broken nose, 3 broken ribs, broken hand. Sounds like a pretty severe concussion. To the substation, Juju Kyle. It was that or Captain Jack, or I shouldn't make those jokes. I don't know if there was anything. I take that back. That was mean, especially for a charity stream. It might have been the substation, man. The powers of the substation are still trying to be understood, Herbicide. Much like the dark arts, we don't know. It's in the shadows a little bit. We can only guess. Bottom of the 4th inning here for Logan Gilbert. 1-0 count here. 2-0 and outside. Just hoping the owner's son isn't a psychopath. He will most likely be running the team for the next few decades. It's a good question to ask as far as like I think you touch on the thing that I get asked a lot about. How's these guys going to be? What kind of owners are they going to be? And I always come back and say, I don't know. I come back and I say, you really don't know until you know, until you've seen it play out. You have the theory and you can make the guess, but especially in this case, when you're talking about somebody that's coming from, an outside in on this as far as their background goes, does have success for sure. But you just hope that that's not going to be the case, and that these people that tend to get to the level of success they get to, it's not by being failures or failures at raising kids or whatnot with that. But you'll never know until you actually see it play out and how they go about their business. The good news is, whoever takes over here has a mighty standard that is very easy to adhere to, and understanding that it has brought about the greatest of successes multiple times over. Why deviate? Why break the clock when it's ticking along and the hands are moving with military-like precision? Brian, the TheSeahawksNest, Brandon, were you paying attention to some of the caustic comments on Jesse's channel today? My God, these people have no soul, I swear. Well, I think that some of it is the inherent part that exists in there, Brian, of, they're looking at the team you're seeing a team that's not to its once former glory. And then you see it losing its spirit slowly, not like it's collapsing, not like a building, but there's this just slow kind of losing of life seemingly. And you're trying to kind of grapple on to the things of positive that you can and hope, but somewhere deep inherently in your heart, ugh. And I think this Kyle news coming out at the time that's coming down, is like, I think that was a little bit over the top of it. I probably shouldn't. I joked with Jesse going in the stream, folks, and I did the emoji of if you look at the man drinking out of an alcohol glass. So I went into Jesse's. He didn't get too mad at me. That was probably a little mean on my part. A little spicy. I woke up and chose war today. Logan Gilbert still down on the ground here. Little, little rolling ball that went off of his foot. He tried to pick it up and underhand over to Josh Naylor, but could not get it in time there before the runner was able to get to the bag. Hopefully he's okay. They're going to take a look at him. But yeah, I think they're kind of going through it over there, Brian. A little bit, because that doesn't help the vibes out when a situation like that goes down with your head coach. Yeah, prayers for Kyle. I joke, but it's just jokes. Hopefully he's okay and able to get back to the sideline this year. Car crashes are freaky, freaky things. News from Cardinals camp: Walter Nolan, Jeremiah Love, Michael Wilson look unstoppable, especially Love. In 7-on-7 in shells. It's kind of always what you hear with this camp stuff for the most part. It atypically is from everybody's camp. This guy's amazing. This guy looks great. This guy's the best. It's not really football though in shells, and a lot of times they're installing stuff at this early of camp. They're just getting the plays installed themselves to make sure people understand the details about what they're supposed to be doing. We shall see. That blows me away that they look at Kyle that way. He's obviously successful, good at his job. Yeah, I think a lot of them do like Kyle. They just worry that there is something inherently there, no matter how good a coach he is, that holds him back from ultimately being a great coach, or a coach that can get you to the promised land. And I don't know. I don't agree necessarily with that sentiment. I think Kyle's very capable of doing so. And if he ends up leaving the Snyder job eventually and moves on somewhere else, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he goes to another stop and does win the Super Bowl at what will be then his second stop. It certainly has happened before. But I think that you get a coach for that long a period of time. You've come close. This team seems to be kind of losing some of the steam there to a degree. And there's just a natural draw from, I think, a cycle standpoint to kind of, maybe we got to look elsewhere. But I don't think they should. Kyle could do it with the Cards, for crying out loud. He could. Baker, if the Rams do win Super Bowl Brando, I smell a repeat of 2022 happening to us in 2027. I think that there'll definitely be a little turnaround. I'm getting the same feeling of that there will be a bit of a turnaround, and they've shown that willingness to do it before. I think that, especially with a little bit of the uncertainty of exactly knowing where the end point is on Stafford, I think some of that's going to determine their approach. Beautiful slider there by Logan. Draws this count to 3-2. Runner on first, one man down. Tie game here between the Mariners and Texas. But I do think that they're kind of setting the stage to have that very thing kind of put into play a little bit. Not a hard, like, we're just going to tear everything down, but like you're going to be willing to kind of go, okay, this guy here, okay, that guy goes that way. Let's accumulate some, so especially remembering, Banker, that next year's draft class is going to be so good. Going to get for you guys here at some point my updated horizontal board you guys can check out. And Logan loses the batter here, so runner on first and second here. Jack, the new owner should build a substation in LA. That'd be a fantastic purchase. Bubba, Brando, imagine Puka on the Ravens. Almost a rich man's Bolden move for them. Yeah, I could see him working there relatively good. I was trying to think about it because when I think about Lamar, I don't think about, one of the nice things with Puka is that if you're going to be the contested catch guy, I need the quarterback that's really good at putting the ball in the real precise spot to go get the contested catch. It can't be up over here. It can't be back over here. You got to put it into kind of the position where it's going to be a hard ass catch. I'm going to take a hit. I'm going to roll around on the ground, but you got to put the ball kind of in this spot for me to get that catch and make it. When I think about and base hit out into right field here, this is going to bring home one. And runner goes over to third base on the throw to home. 2-1 Rangers. Man, this series has been tough for the Mariners. But I think about Lamar, and it's like the big tight ends with Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews is more kind of have these big guys where if he's a little errant on the throw, they can still go get it. But in general terms, I can see the fit there. Jack says Kyle should just become the Seahawks OC. Can't score McDonald. You can't beat him. Join him, right? I mean, I wouldn't turn him down in that role, but he'd have suitors lining up for days to become a new head coach if he loses his job there. String's definitely not allowed at camp practice. Yeah, they're kind of cutting back on some of that, huh? The boys sent me from the syndicate a little bit of the note there, and I was like, oh, Hard Knocks is kind of locking stuff down. Brian, the Hawks Nest, I agree. It just seems to be one thing after another for the 49ers, but punching Kyle while he's down is a whole nother level of asshole. Yeah, it is kind of mean a little bit there at that point and going after him, especially because nobody knows what's going on to the details or what happened or any of that. I mean, that's the other part of it. And so people I've made some jokes about it, probably in bad taste, bad form, but they're just in that spot where I think people sometimes just get to that place where you had your opportunity and then San Francisco, for good or bad, have a standard in place. And that standard is Bill Walsh. And Bill Walsh, his shadow, I think, still does loom over the top of that organization. And as it does so, it sort of colors their thinking. And it gives them, I think, a level of impatience at times with people that fall short of that standard. And it shouldn't. You do not want to end up in the place from the Niners standpoint of, in my opinion, of finding yourself in retrospect of running him out of town. But there's I don't think it's an overall. I don't think it's like the majority of the fans, but there's a contingent, right, Brian? There's definitely the contingent you felt in that chat today. I've seen it before. Yeah, Kyle's an absolute stud as an OC, man. No doubt about it, Misfit. One count here, 2-1. Logan comes set. Little nubber here will go foul. I think you remind me of that young. Please do hit that like button and subscribe, you guys, if you can. I would really appreciate it. Really, 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 really would appreciate it as well. Now it's a good time. I want to thank, if I may, the sponsor of the show, and that's going to be Prize. Gotta get this right here. Sponsor of the show is Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. This is the best one running the game. I'm telling you, so many options, so many picks. We got the Mariners today. Take the overs or unders in this one. Take advantage. If they're not hitting, the least you could do is make some money in the back of the Mariners not hitting, because it's coming, right? And it's not coming. That's what I should say. Watching this team bouncing ball here, second base, maybe that'll be an error, but you can take advantage of this today. And when you do a $5 lineup down and use my code, or you can click down the description section below, which will also take you directly and just include that code right out the gate. But when you use the code HMA, put a $5 lineup down, they will match you for a $50 lineup. Not just that, they've got even a special right now for a $151 lineup going, I believe, right now. So take advantage of that today. There's seasonal picks. There is daily picks. There's daily fantasy. There's weekly fantasy. You get into in football. If you're having some issues in your fantasy league and you're trying to get your strat right, you can kind of play around in there in that manner and then still make yourself some money at the same time. For my seasonal picks, of course, I'm looking at JSN going over the 1,300 receiving yard mark. I think he's going to get there myself. I also believe that Jacoby Myers with the Jacksonville Jaguars will go for 749. I think that's kind of an easy pick on that one, as I see him getting right up around 1,000 yards receiving this year, as he quickly kind of ascended in that lineup as becoming kind of a de facto #1 option for that team at that time, which when he came over in a trade from the Raiders. So take advantage of those picks today. Terms and conditions do apply when it comes to Prize Picks. Please do see their site for details. Yeah, I know there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you use it on a casino's network in the state, you can use the app in full. $5 lineup, get money back in your account, go out there, make some money today. Big shout out and a thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this upcoming season and this last off season. So 2-1 count here. We had an error as a second baseman tried to flip his glove over there to, I think it was Crawford, and went over the top of his head. So 3-1, 2 men on, bottom of the fourth here. Spud Brando, what are your thoughts on the Oots versus Russell competition? Corbin and Nemhauser both think Fleury will like Russell more. I think you're keeping both. The the thing is, I think that both of them do such two different things that's the important part. On the surface of it, I think people look at Russell and they say, well, he's a pop up into short center field, and Julio will be under it for out number two. And then I think that there's kind of a shorthand to say, well, Russell kind of looks like Kyle Juszczyk. So then Fleury came from the Niners who used Kyle Juszczyk, so he's going to want to use Russell. And I get the logic is there. I get it to a degree. I would say that I don't think Russell is quite the athlete that Juszczyk was for the position. I don't think he's anywhere near the blocker that Juszczyk was for the position. And I think that's kind of an important part to my point back to they both do two different things. Russell is a special teams maven. Oots is a pure old school blocking fullback. And so you kept both of them onto the roster last year coming out of training camp. My prediction is you're going to keep them both on the roster coming out of training camp. The numbers game could squeeze this a little bit, but I just don't think that the team's going to bail on Oots unless they worry about that neck just not holding up long term. But you need a blocking fullback. He's going to want to use 21 personnel. And when you've put Russell into the blocking fullback role in the past to serve as that lead guy, that's not been the big strength of his game. He's more of a move, I can go run some routes here and there a little bit. I can give you a little bit of maybe some pass catching out of the backfield a little bit. And boy, Logan's, since he's kind of had that slide with his leg this inning, he's really struggling to find his placement here. 1-2 count, 2 men out. So I think it'll be both. They both end up on the roster. Misfit NFL Films had a large notice about any recordings by attendees yesterday. Yes, I did see that as well. All right, we got a bouncing ball here to third, up with it, and a throw. Great play there. Out number 3. Nicely done. Nicely done. Let's see if I can. Bear with me 1 second here, folks. Okay. Oh, man. See if I can get that going. I want to get you guys that draft board today. We gone through almost about 60, 65. All right. Yeah, but Misfit, I saw that they're posting now you couldn't, which kind of makes my instincts of not going there feel a little bit better, because I used to love to be able to, after practice, go up on the berm and just do a quick breakdown with the background of it of what happened that day in practice. So kind of sucks that they're kind of locking it down that way, but it's Hard Knocks that's present. So hopefully we just get great Hard Knocks footage because of it. Noobs, it's hard for me to feel bad to Kyle after the Xmas gift contract on DK Metcalf. That's true, especially seeing Fred Warner headhutting that neck. That was one of the crazier dirty hits you'll ever see. Like, let me go after your surgically repaired neck from the back while you're on the ground. War Chief, aloha B. Aloha, everybody. Go Seahawks. Let's go Mariners. Let's go. Come on, Ems. Logan gets through the 4th, but not unscathed. 3-1. Rangers. Good guy. It'd be funny if Kyle joins the Seahawks if he gets let go by San Francisco, but I don't think that'll happen. Oh, and he's going to be, folks. I mean, he'll be hired in a heartbeat as a head coach somewhere else. instantaneously. He's going to get a $100 million contract somewhere like that. I also don't want the Kyle choking the Super Bowl meme. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones where I don't know if it's completely fair. What's Logan's contract going to look like? 10 years, 200 million, or 8 years, 200 million? Heard he's going to get 200 million for sure. Like Logan Gilbert? Unless I'm thinking of a different Logan that you're mentioning. That's why I wanted to look this up to verify. I was like, I didn't think he's at that spot. Yeah, Logan's not going to get to that spot of it on. He's more been kind of settled into a more of a middle road starter in what he's done overall. So he's probably looking at more of like a 4 or 5 year extension worth 100. You got to probably chop 100 million and chop half the contract off on that, I would think. Unless I'm thinking of a different Logan there, young. But he initially on the scene looked like he was going to be a guy that, but yeah, he's up at 338. He's a quality. I give him more credit than probably what I did on that there. He's 338 one, two. He's got some good stuff as far as the advanced numbers go, but probably more of the 100, 4-year 100 or something like that feels probably about right. Oh man, it's not letting me do it. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just have to do this a different way. Bear with me one sec, folks. And thank you to everybody again. Whoever has donated today on the channel to the charity stream in the manner you have, really, really much appreciated today. I can't read the donations as normal to the charity streams like that in the manner I kind of normally can for you guys. So if you do have a question or comment with your dono that you put in, do put it in the chat. I'll be on here. We'll be on here most of the day, I'm sure, just kind of tooling around here. So really thank you guys so much for doing that. You are a very kind community, the best community in my opinion out here in YouTube. Another representation of this today as we crossed $1,000 here before we even gotten to an hour into the show. And that's amazing support on your guys' part, and you're second to none. I hope you guys all do know that, but much, much appreciated. If I can get this draft freaking board going here, I might just have to take pictures of it. All right, where are we at here? Can I deal with this? Can you read that? Maybe I can read this one. Let me get some more coffee. Be right back. What's up, War Chief? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I can get it to show. All right, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. $144. You guys will be able to read this okay. Boom, boom, boom. Meant to get this guy for you guys before the stream, but just didn't get a chance. All right. Boom, 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 boom. No, you don't. No, you don't, Mr. Automatica. Not today. Okay. We got it. We got it. All right, let's see if I can. Let's see if we share this. Boom, boom. There, that works. All right, we'll come back to that in a bit. Are you allowed to paddleboard or kayak? Yeah. On Lake Washington or other tide? Oh, yeah. We're not oppressive out here in Seattle. We believe in freedoms. Mr. Isaac, yo. What up, Brenda? What's up, Mr. Isaac? I hope you're enjoying the summer. I'll miss these days once November rolls around, but at least we'll have football back. That's the trade-off, man. And it is the part that is totally understandable about the Pacific Northwest is that when you hit summer, you got to get your time in, get while the getting's going, because it's going to be gone fast. And hopefully you guys are having a beautiful summer up there. There is no better place in the summertime as well. If you've ever been in Seattle, and to try to put this perspective, it's why it's called the Emerald City, is that everything just seems to just kind of glimmer almost under the sun. Funny thing, I'm already thinking about all the romantic scripts on how SBS could end. I don't know if it could beat last year, man, but I'd love to see it try. Yes, Logan Gilbert. Yeah, he might get pushed up that high. A young Bido, the thing that's really overhanging right now, these kind of contracts, is that the owners are digging in for a battle. And I think we got to pop out here in the top of the fifth, the first batter. Out number one, Mariners down 3-1. And that they're very much, I think, putting in perspective here, as they should, that we've got to get a salary cap in place. And the Players Association baseball is the strongest of any of the sports. They are as hard line dug in against having no salary cap put in place. And so it's going to end up leading to a lockout. But then with that, there's been this anticipation of that occurring for the last 2 years. And that baked within is that you're not going to see a lot of owners super hot to try to be putting these kind of contracts out there, unless it's some guy like a Scooble, right? Or it's just like he's too good not to. But if it's a guy that's more in that sort of upper part of the middle road, then challenge that 1-1 count. Then that guy might have a harder time getting as much money at this time, because I think we are anticipating at this point the lockout's coming in, and it's coming fast. As well, I don't think it's the Mariners are going to be willing to pay that with all the young pitching they've got coming up. Noob, it's crazy as it sounds, the 49ers should move on from Kyle. If a head coach doesn't win a Super Bowl in the first 5 years, it rarely happens. It's a good point. I mean, how many times do we have a guy that's in year 9 where he breaks through? Belichick wasn't in year 9 when he broke through. Coach Carroll wasn't in year 9. Andy Reid wasn't in year 9. And Andy Reid, to your point, Noob, I mean, kind of applying your same math, because I don't like the math on the surface of it, but I can't also deny that it is it is kind of a truth. I mean, take Andy Reid, right? To your point. He's in that place past 5 years in the Eagles. I think 4 straight conference championship appearances, but he just seems like he can never get it done in this spot. Maybe it's Kismet, maybe it's Uranus retrograding out into Mercury. Whatever the reason may be, it just isn't happening at this spot. And maybe you're kind of articulating here a little bit of what's in the 49ers hearts at times from some of the fan base and their outlook of Kyle is that. Because then you see Andy Reid still a capable coach, still a very smart offensive mind, and still and able to take a team to the Super Bowl. It just was a little bit of like maybe needed a different destination. 3-2 count here to Cole Young. One man down here in the top of the fifth inning here for the Mariners. So I can get that, man. As I go through the names in my mind of Super Bowl winners and those guys that came in, they all did it pretty early, pretty fast if they were going to do it. The getting was going to get done. So, yeah, it's a good point there, man. Fouled off. Still 3-2. Lynch should be the one, not Kyle. That's probably more to me of the likelihood more than Kyle. Charlie, Kyle should be a trade for picks when the Niners pull the plug. Well, they could get something for him. I'll say that. Might be the rare coach you could get a couple first-round picks for. You send him to a place like Buffalo, they're not giving you 2 1s. And I know Buffalo just hired a coach. That was just like a theoretical. Brian Myers, let's go. Go, Brandon. Go, Hawks. Go, Brian. Let's get to see in the house, man. Oh, good piece of hit in there. Slap the other way into the corner. Can he get to it? Oh, good play by the left fielder. Got up on his horse right from the jump and able to track that down the corner. Ball just kind of held up in the air, too. You're hitting that off the bat from a lefty out to left field there, and it's just going to kind of trail away a little bit and sometimes hang up. It won't have that same kind of slicing line drive kind of feel to it. Great play. Man, the Mariners just the ball just sometimes ain't bouncing your way. It's good to see you there, Brian. We're having a good day, man. We crossed our 1,000 peak on. We crossed our 1,000 already here. Got to get an update going. We're doing well. Appreciate everybody checking out the stream today, and super big thanks to everyone who has contributed to charity today. You are just unbelievable, y'all. All you do. Let's go 937. Love it. Love it. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. The Hawks Nest, if you were Kyle Shanahan and the Niners told you they were going in a different direction, where would you want to coach next, and head coach or OC? Ooh, great question. Fantastic question. Want commitment to winning. Obviously, I have a little bit of my pick of the litter because I don't have to go to the Dregs. I don't have to go to the Raiders. I don't have to go to the Browns. I don't have to go to these like lesser organizations for my hope here. I want an organization that's going to spend money and be committed. So that's another part of it too, is that I want to make sure I got all the resources that I need. That eliminates, I think, a fair number of other teams as far as possibility goes. I probably want to be warm weather with my offense. I don't want to probably go inclement conditions. So I know I said Buffalo, but that was, again, proverbial. I don't think that'd be the lead kind of one. I guess the one that stands out to me that to me make a lot of sense off the top of my head, of course, and not, I'd have to kind of want to go team by team by this a little bit to see if I can find one that's, more of this is the one that really stands out to me. But the one that I kind of keeps running over in my mind over and over again as I think about this is Tampa Bay. He gets to go there, and that's with them theoretically at that point keeping Baker along. But he gets Baker, he gets a really good offensive line right out of the jump. He's got a receiving core that's been nicely built, a defense that's coming along. That coach there, if he doesn't get the job done this year, is probably not likely to be there, for a long period of time. I could see that. I see going back to Atlanta, his OC days there, and that being a spot. There's a couple other places that certainly make a lot of sense. And I don't know if there's one that's clear cut to your question's point. I'd rather that this one's undeniably the best. Like this would be his best spot. This would be just a home run place, where there's a quarterback that's a great quarterback that's just sitting waiting for the, I don't think he's going to Cincinnati, just so he can instruct Burrow. I don't buy that. I don't see a fit with a Lamar Jackson if it didn't work with them with their new head coach. So I think I'll go probably Tampa Bay. Good question. I think if there's another, I feel like maybe I'm missing somebody, but that feels like a good answer. All right. We're 63 short. We'll make it up. Oh, we're doing great, man. I'm glad we're just hitting our mark. I think that's awesome. Award TV, you're awesome for doing this. I wish I could donate more today. St. Jude's was one of the organizations that helped my brother when he was in a body cast at age 6. Now he's a pro MMA fighter. Let's go, man. And it's one of the reasons I want to choose them. This is not a charity that I choose willy-nilly or just kind of grab one off the top of my head. This is one that has a great representation, a great reputation for putting their money actually to work and really for the benefit of what charities should. So many of these charities out there are almost like cash schemes or sort of like just methods of creating a corporation where people are getting big fat paychecks. This is about actually doing good and helping out children, which are the most important in our society. So I may not have had a kid, but I can still recognize that aspect of things. So great organization. Thank you to all of y'all who've donated. Whatever you can donate is tremendous. And if you can't, don't worry about it as well. We'll be doing more of these in the future. So hopefully more of a standard that we can kind of set here on the channel as we go forward. Thank you, War Chief. Chargers are a potential team that could make some sense there. I guess you could see a little bit of that. I mean, and that's probably the one team I was like not thinking of that I could see. I just wonder about Harbaugh being even on a hot seat there or them being unhappy with Harbaugh. His processes seem to be confirmed in that this guy wins wherever he goes. He's had him in the playoffs the first 2 years of being there. There was probably a good amount of work that needed to be done from the prior coaches walking in. It was not probably a quick fix situation. And so him taking a little bit of time there to get it right, you can't really knock him when you lose your 2 tackles for the year very early on in the season. I think every team's just about across the sport's going to struggle. He still had them in the playoffs last year. But definitely if Harbaugh's moving on or retiring or something like that, then that would be probably the one that made the most sense just on general terms, in general terms. He could take over for Andy Reid. There you go. That could make some sense. Certainly, he ain't turning down. He ain't gonna be turning down no opportunity to work from Mahomes, especially Mahomes is healthy. Mariners here with quickly 2 men out in the top of the 5th inning. Julio up at the plate with an 0-1 count. Another struggle today to just carve out any kind of runs or any kind of action offensively. Just another meat grinder of a day here up at the plate. They got in the bat and the ball a little bit better, 4 strikeouts, but not by much. Got a Hawks presser at 3:15. All right, maybe we'll live stream that if we can. I don't have kids. I don't mind chipping in. Thank you, Herbicide. Ornacity, do you think anything pivotal happens if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl this season? If so, what? Well, I think that when you have Stafford there, and I know the indication has been he's going to play multiple years, it is a year by year thing, and with a guy that is this age. And if they fall even farther short next year, you don't even get to the conference championship from their perspective and his perspective, especially if that is a body that's beaten down and hurting. Does he feel as motivated to come back another year? And if he's not coming back another year, of course, that instructs their strategy and approach off season wise in full. And you're going in I think a very strong different direction at that point. This gets further muddled by those contracts that we've talked about. The Avila, the Young, the Kobe Turner deal, the Puka Nakua deal. If you're already walking in the next offseason and you're looking at the reality of Stafford saying, okay, look, I'm ready to just call it a day. The body's now starting to show signs of breaking down. Julio doing a good job here of drawing a 3-2 count. If that's the case, and then you have these other 3-4 contracts that you haven't done already on there, and you're going, well, why sign the guys right now that I don't want to spend this much for Avila. I don't want to spend this much for Young. We'll keep Turner. We'll keep Puka. We'll keep a couple of the guys. Then we move a couple of the others. We're going to go a little bit transitionary this offseason with Stafford's retirement. But then just as on the other side, of course, is if maybe they fall short, Stafford still feels great, has another MVP-like year, still says, hey, I think I can still give this another go. Just let's course correct this upcoming offseason. There's not like and just a meek little pop up there by Julio will finish the inning. It's not like there's necessarily they're at the fork of the road here or Nasty. It's a little bit of a soft fork in the respect of these contracts have not been done, and they're going to kind of hang over the top of this organization because those are guys that are varying levels of foundational pieces, in my opinion, and what they've provided, at least in the past. Maybe not what they're going to provide in the future, but in the past, what they have been. So void your money. You can always extend this. If you fall just barely short and you want to get those contracts done, and then you just want to, you can always void your out and extend this a little bit more if you want to. But there is also that, like I'm talking about, that other side of this to where it could be something close to the worst case scenario or what would, and not one that's like, there's no way that could happen of, okay, Stafford runs into a major injury. The back acts up again. His year's cut short. They fall short because of it. What does that then mean for them in the long term? And that's the point where it could go a variety of ways at that point. It's a really good question. Wish I had more of a certainty of answer for you on it. Yeah, Mariners are they're struggle to watch sometimes, and you've been kind of waiting for them to get hot this year. Usually about this time of year, they find kind of a 1-month stretch where they just kind of really turn it on. But it remains a maddening team with just how much inconsistency there is in them, and that you would expect them to be coming into more of their athletic kind of prime and as a team prime, and just not quite hitting there. Even with some of the young guys they've been able to bring up like Emerson and Young, able to, help out and add. Charlie Brando, what do you like best about going to training camp? You have a story to tell about past training camp you care to share? Well, it's not really like sexy, but it's just the ability to just kind of just sit there on the berm and just geek out watching football. And you're trying to assess a lot of what's happening on the field in front of you. And you have a very close view of it. I mean, those guys are right there in front of you, and you can tell very easily what's kind of what's going on for the most part. So it's a cool environment, and they make it a very welcoming one. They've got, the popsicles they're handing out, and got this shirt for free last year at the one that I went to. I can't say there was a specific experience. It's just taking it all in. You're watching practice. The Eagles are there. We had the Blue Angels last year flying overhead, and you got the lake out there. I mean, it's a hell of a scenic pictures. You're just kind of sitting back, sitting in the sun, soaking it up. You know what I mean? I'm gonna figure out that auto thing for this year. We're gonna have to figure that out. HG, I can see McVay retire when Matthew does. You never know, man. He flirted with it a couple of years ago, reportedly got his love for the sport back in that point in time. But man, it's going to be a bit of a reset if once Matthew does go. And he loses a lot of his easy button pushes he can make at times with Matthew that can solve a lot of problems. And as well, the kind of the final cherry on top being that we know with McVay's probably got some pretty significant offers on the table to potentially do the broadcasting stuff when he does want to retire. It's not like one of those coaches where it's like you're retiring, you're heading off to some remote area never to be seen again. Like, well, you got a $75 million deal on the table to go be Fox play-by-play guy or whatever, or color analyst. Jack, who's going to be the star player wanting out during training camp? Last year was Parsons. Seems like there's always a surprise. Who would you guess for this year? Well, you need the contractual impasse occurring. And a lot of teams have done a pretty good job about cementing down contractual problematic situations, or that they, even if there is a little bit of like Puka deal there with the Rams, that they've kind of come to a common ground standing on it. You really only have, you don't really have any of it. I mean, the Micah thing was he had gone through 4 years. So the JSN, the Gonzalez deal, it's not really good comparisons. Those guys are through 3 years of their contract. The team can be in every bit of their power and every bit of their want to just simply go, hey, we're great. Glad you wanted your contract. We're not paying you that. We got an extra year of club control. So Parsons was unique in that way of that once you got through the 4th year, now he's got leverage back. Now we can push the envelope and press the issue a little bit. There's really not a guy like that. The teams, like I've said, that might have been in that position, like let's say a Miami Dolphins with a Devon Achane or a New York Jets with a Breece Hall, they got those extensions on point. They got them done in the books, all pushed through. So my opinion is this year there will not be a training camp trade. There is certainly a possibility of a trade with a guy like a TJ Watt, but that'd be as much for that isn't much for like he wants a new contract as much as we're trying to alleviate some space off the books, and we've got a little bit of a glut of edges here that we can do this because of. But I don't think it'll be because of somebody's wanting to get paid and they're forcing their way out of town. With that said, it's very surprising how quiet these Rams guys that are due for extensions have been. I mean, they've been very, very quiet. Went out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Mariners down 3-1, 1-2 count here to Langford. Gilbert, 77 pitches into this game. You feel bad for him because he's actually pitched a pretty good game here. The run support just ain't happening. Brian Hawks announced spoon deal. 24 hours later, New England gives Gonzo a bigger deal. I could see it. Packers, that's a merit. Our offensive line is definitely going to have their work cut out for him, Herbert said. You still got Puna, you still got Young on that line. It's not going to be an easy day at the office, and running the ball is going to become fundamental in playing the Rams here into the future. Seatown, Mariners need some offense. They should hire Kubiak. Other Titan, I think Vrabel is following in the path of younger Andy Reid, losing confidence, championships with Titans and Super Bowl with Pats. Reid lost many conference championships and Super Bowls with Philly before he won with KC. True enough. It's a tough sport, and you're finding your way as a coach, as a player, and learning every step of the way and taking your lumps. So I think too with Vrabel last year, you sort of became victim to your own success in that, like, you surprised everybody, and that everybody should be just simply blown away by the job you did for where you took this organization for where they had been under OJ Mayo, and how far they looked versus how quickly you got that thing spun. But because you lose in the way you do and in the Super Bowl in the manner you do, it doesn't get looked at. And the Rossini stuff hasn't helped, but it just doesn't get looked at with the appreciation it probably should. But Vrabel's a good coach. Pop out here. Out number 3, quick inning for Gilbert. Worked well here. See if the Mariners can get him some run support. Patrick, Rams don't have much of a future. Just look at their roster and future picks. It's all or nothing the next 2 years. It's true enough, man, especially if they don't get a couple of these contracts done with some of the few younger players they have on the roster that are in that, foundational place. They've kind of loaded this up for Barron right now. Seatown, do please make sure to hit that like button. Thank you for that reminder. Aaron Donald's not officially announced he's coming back, but he's all but back. It's like it's kind of it's just an open secret right now in the NFL. He's going to be back. I think it's just a matter of getting out they got to get the contract details, when he's coming back, how much of the season he's playing. You're getting some fine-tuned details hammered out, but knew we could have just drafted TJ Watt. Wouldn't have had to trade. I know. That would have been nice. Fortunate part there was you're a 4-3, put your hand in the dirt type of defense with the edges, and he was a stand-up outside linebacker. But he's been a good player. He's been real good. I got a commercial break here. Let's pop over and show you guys a little bit of, we'll go through some of the other alt content type stuff here today, a little bit adding in stuff. Oh, holy moly, why is that so big? What in the hell? What in the hell? Maybe I got to do it like this. O1 counts Dominic Canzone, takes a fastball right down the middle. Ooh, there we go. Base out and hitting the right field. Hits it hard. First baseman can't come up with it. Ball will trickle out in the right field there nicely. I figure out how to get this stupid thing to show up. There we go. Boom. That works. Nicely done. Oh, not quite. Ooh, base hit up the middle by Randy Rosarina. Mariners got something working here. 2 men on, nobody out. What happened with this thing, man? I'll just show it another time. Rangers are going to make a pitching trade change here. The Mariners are threatening kind of the biggest threat they've got. But Brando, sell the fans on Hyvee. I'm really hoping he pops in a rotational role. Love his diversity. Well, he's a guy that I thought was a draftable player in 2 years ago. I think I had a 4th or 5th round grade. I can't remember which one it was, but I was right in that territory. Day 3 guy, but I liked him a lot. Playing against SEC competition, he was really good at taking on blocks and using his hands. A lot of these players are long and they can be strong. They can be quick. They can snatch edges, but the second that you get them into a hand fight and they're completely null and void as far as football players go, they just don't have a plan. They don't know what to do. They're just stuck. He's a guy that works off contact, and he's got a little bit of the dip, a little bit of the bend. I wouldn't say those are key centric points to his game, but he can work off contact and get to the depth, get to the bend, round that corner. And then he's also got the forefront of being a bigger power edge. So it fits perfectly to the defense and how he's built. He's going to be very hard for any tackle to block out there because he's got that extra size and length to him. And as I said before, he knows how to use it. So a really good edge setter on top of that as far as against the run and how that goes. If you want to just fit him into a role of being a fifth edge who's got to be just your early down run defending edge who's there to do that and save your other guys up so that they can run full tilt as pass rushers, he's the guy that can set up to do that. The unfortunate part with him just becomes you have a little bit of same there with him and Mike Morris. So if Mike goes out there and has the offseason of his life and he goes out there and really is able to realize his potential as well. Both of them have some potential. If he's able to realize it, then it's going to make it hard for him to make the roster. But I will say, first pitch swinging, oh my goodness. Naylor hits a line drive right to second base. That's what I said, man. Like the luck of the Irish is not with the Mariners right now. Like they hit good, hard hit balls, and it's just right at guys. I mean, he stings that right at the second baseman. Bat gets the barrel of the bat right on the ball, just dead right at him. What are you going to do? I will say Ivy does use his hands better than Morris. Morris is a little bigger edge, probably has a little more of that rooting down ability to him too as well. But Ivy's a little bit more of the full complement of, he's worked his game out a little bit more tools in his bag. First pitch swinging strike for Cal Raleigh. But he's got a real potential to make this team, and he's got a real potential to have some impact. Guys like in the past in the NFL have developed before, and sometimes they just need a little bit of time. It's hard to rush the passer in the NFL. Sometimes you need that little bit of extra time to really work at your craft. Cal quickly into a 1-2 count. Does Boopaw beat out O'Connell? I'm not sure that he does. But some of that is just that I think O'Connell's really developed himself as a player. It's kind of a question because Chris Paul does have things that needs to be worked upon. He does have things that are, have to be kind of hashed out a little bit in his game, I would say. And we haven't gotten any kind of, we haven't gotten anything as far as like the indicator that that's occurred, and we're not until we actually see it on practice. Is he taking on blocks? Is he running himself out of plays? Are the instincts improved a little bit pre-snap awareness wise for where the play going, whether it's run or pass? Just some very slight things. Nothing was like a big monstrous issue in his game, but just that there was some of these things that you saw from him on tape. That's why he dropped in the draft, and partly why the Rams went the direction that they went to as well. Come on. 2027. Boom. Al Raleigh with a swing and a miss. 2 men out. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So I'm not sure on that, man. Chris has got probably a little more natural talent than O'Connell. He's a little faster, a little quicker, a little closer to what we call twitch to him than maybe what O'Connell's got. But O'Connell's a real well-rounded player, and anytime you put him on the field, O'Connell has done perfectly fine, as a backup kind of linebacker. He's a good special teamer. Mariners are really in a position here where they've got to make some headway. They're down 3-1. Top of the 6th inning, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Like Wilson's going to pinch hit here for Raley, who's had a just awful day with 2 strikeouts and 3 runners left on base. Lefty on righty matchup here. Right down the middle takes a strike. Kind of the dono. Let's get our update here, folks. We got about an hour and we got 2 hours in the books. Let's do a check on our update here for you guys. So kind of y'all, as we have crossed the $1,000 mark. So we have already hit our stream goal of $1,000 here for charity. Big shout out to everyone who donated to the channel here today. We'll be going pretty long today, so we'll be going still much further, but we already crossed the threshold, which was great to see. Thank you guys for donating this channel. Thank you to giving back here to the charities and to giving back to children, helping out the kids out there. We all got to give back here as much as we possibly can. Society's always better for it when we do. And really appreciate your guys's kindness. It is always here every time I go live, charity stream or not. It is every time. Really, really appreciate you guys. We got no 2 count here to Wilson. Not looking pretty. 2 men down. Got to fight here. Got to fight. Get the bat on the ball. Protect the zone. Protect the zone. Outside. We made it. We got 1,000. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Billy.
Oh, Billy.
Oh, Billy. Swing and a miss. 11 runners left on base by the Mariners. And another strikeout. I'd rather see Hubbard make the team than Ivy. He's in the mix too, man. I mean, the good thing about this is that I think in the past, this 5th edge on this roster has kind of been one that the competition has not as been as thick. It's been kind of like, well, one guy's kind of there. Here you got 3 power edges that are going to be fighting out. Hubbard, Ivy, and Mike Morris. Don't sell on Sheriff as well. I think Sheriff is potentially the best of all of them as far as pass rushers go. But you got a hardy competition there and only one edge spot to be had. I think I got people just want a guy named Pooh Paul on the roster. Who doesn't? Do we get a badge now? You get a badge from God. I wonder if anyone's hit a ball and it's landed in Lumen Field. I doubt it. That would take a hell of a poke. Alice says, do we plan on eating lamb on one of the 2 times we play the Rams in the regular season? I would if I liked lamb. I think we'll have a few people out there that'll be cooking it up, I'm sure. We always have a couple of superstitious folks in the chat that are doing something like that. Whether here's the problem with the Rams and their 2 Super Bowls, 99 and 2021. Titans' best wide receiver, Yancey Thigpen, and best defensive back, Marcus Robinson, broke their legs in AFC Championship versus Jacksonville. Was Yancey Thigpen really the best? Hold on here. Oh, maybe you're right. That was before Derek Mason took off. I was going to say, well, what about Derek Mason? But he hadn't kind of become a thing yet. It's brutal nature of those games, man, is it's not always, it's maybe between the 2 best teams, but sometimes that war of attrition that brings you there can, see you in a position that doesn't allow you to be at your best when you're playing the biggest game. Certainly hit us, man. Other Titan, we ran into this with the Patriots Super Bowl. Our whole Legion of Boom was beat up and knocked down. Spud Brando, could you see Knight trades since we're pretty deep at linebacker and he could get us a decent mid-round pick? Possibly. Especially if he's looking for an opportunity to really be able to start. I mean, he could find himself again behind the depth chart without any real opportunities, and not really to his fault, just because you're stacked up as much on the depth chart. Went out here for Texas here. Gilbert's still working, only at 81 pitches here. Yeah, good to hear Sam and Schneid are working together well. Kind of what we expected, but good to hear nonetheless. We're just over a little over 1,000 herbicide so far. If you hit the refresh on your stream, it'll show you the current deal. Yeah, cheers to the donators. You guys are the best. You guys are absolutely the best. Off the end of the bat, I really do feel bad for Logan. He's pitched a really good game today. Man, his ball placement has been on point. Absolutely on point. If I can get this thing to show up. Oh, dang it. Okay. Let's do it this way. 0-2 pitch here. One man down. Strike his ass out. Strike him out. It just says 1K out of 1K even after I refresh. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, man. So we're 1,023 out of 1,000 raised so far. See if I can. See if I can try to maybe up the dono amount. We'll show it at that point if I up the thing. I thought I was being aggressive with 1,000. You guys took that right over there. Oh, here we go. I think I can kind of see it on this. Oh, there we go. So I am. Thank you for the $5 donation today. True Dat Blue with a $5 drop. Anonymous dropped a $20 donation. Jay Bruh dropped a $20 donation today. William Asapaka with a $5. Vivo Martzol with $20 donation. Me with a $500 donation. Me coming in. You are the best. Dropping that big old donation on me as he has so many times before. Sorry, I'm late. I just figured out how I could finally see this stupid thing. As they didn't show you an easy way to do it with YouTube. I was like, how can I see this stuff? But me with a $500 donation, Anonymous 5, Herbicide with a $50 donation, Anonymous with another $200 donation, and a $20 donation, War Chief with a $5, Brian Myers with a $20 donation, HHG with a 12, Anonymous with a 75, another 10 from Anonymous. You guys are just awesome. Appreciate all of those donations. Me, sorry, a little late to acknowledge on that one, but thank you, man, for all of your support here. And much appreciated. You guys are just awesome. So awesome. I'll try to keep giving you guys some updates too on where we're at on the donations, but we have crossed the 1,000-yard mark. Football mind. We have crossed the $1,000 mark here already here, just a short 2 hours into the stream. So just tremendous. You guys are just tremendous. Patrick says the Seahawks had over 2K on the ground last year, and I see vastly improving this year with Horton back. Yeah. Horton, too, maybe one of the better run blockers on this team from the receiver position. But second year of his system, albeit a new offensive coordinator. It's the second year of, you got Ben. You know, I'm not having to teach the fundamentals at the start of things. I'm not having to teach it from the ground up like I was last year at the start. As the first year offensive line coach, I get to build on some details of what I started to train and teach last year. I get to go to more advanced stuff. You got the basics down, that type of stuff, on top of the continuity, on top of the chemistry that's been built. So yeah, you do lose Kenneth Walker, which everyone's gotten so caught up on nationally, but there's so many of these other parts that make the running game work that have really come forward and will really help out the running game in a major way. 3-2 pitch here for Logan. One man down, bottom of the sixth. Mariners down 3-1. Strike. Got him. 96 at the knees, inside corner. Beautiful pitch. Beautiful pitch. Don't be eating Jimothy. Yeah, Horton might. I think he was referencing Perfumery a little bit of his ability as a run blocker. He was outstanding last year as a run blocker. Like I believe one of the more higher graded run blockers by PFF, albeit sample size. Yeah, me with a $500 drop. Thank you for that, me. Absolutely unbelievable. Me has just been amazing too throughout the time as far as the number of donations and all that he's dropped in the past. Much, much, much appreciated. Kept the lights on last year at times for us. Yeah, you got to be careful with the lamb. You got to do a lot of cutting around. Got to be a lot of careful cutting. Martin, Brando, which 2025 Seahawks player would you be worried about suffering the biggest regression in 2026? I'm worried about Eamon Ward taking a step backwards this season. That's a good question. I think for me, it's the worry would be Demarcus Lawrence on this, and I don't know if it's a step backwards as much of that. Demarcus throughout the time of his careers had his share of injuries, and he's a very old edge, and those combinations of factors are not great when it comes to trying to predict a guy going through a full another season and being as productive as he was last year. And so I wonder if a little bit of father time starts to show up a little bit this year for Demarcus in that way. You know, a little bit slightly less effective, a little bit, you know, the injury and the nagging stuff coming up a little bit more. So I think for me, Evan Warrior is going to be got to take a step forward. I know that there's the surgery stuff, but it's arthroscopic. It should be he bounces back from it pretty quick. Um, but I think he's a guy that's going to only grow more into that role. Understanding what he did last year, Martin, was his first time in that role. He didn't do that in college. College, he was a pure safety. So in the first time of stepping in and taking this on, he was pretty good at it. I don't think he'll go backwards on that. But I would probably go to Marcus and Logan after getting ahead of the count loses him here. Might be just about time to call it down, Logan. They're trying to get him through the sixth inning, but he's probably just about running into it here. No new injury that Eamon Wari has, Willer Titan. He got arthroscopic cleanup surgery, and players when they have multiple rolled ankles, or I'm sure he's probably had it before in the past. And Dan heard me; he's going to come out and make a pitching change. When you've had that in the past, you can get scar tissue buildup. You can get flakes of bone that can break off of the main bone, and then they can become kind of lodged, and they can cause some discomfort. And they got to go in there and sometimes get those little pieces of bone taken out of there. So it's one of those two things, but it's very minor surgery. There's no long-term effects. It's just like they've said, it's as much to make sure long-term you're fine and good. Patrick says, I don't think people realize how good Horton is. We didn't get to see him a lot last year, but he smoked some good defensive backs. He's legit, man. He's a legit talent. My only question with him has been really just, is he going to get the opportunity with how deep the receiving core is? But he is legit. Perfumery says, rack of lamb, so good. Sear with S&P, rub with Dijon, Pat with Panko. That is Evo, rosemary, and minced garlic. Man, you're making me hungry. I like lamb. That just sounds good. The game screen's not updating? That's my bad. Ooh, Mariners. What the hell is just going on here? Am I behind on this stream? Oh, I'm behind on my stream there. Well, that would explain it. Mariners just took the lead on a home run. God. I thought my stream was going normal and it wasn't. I guess I was way behind for some reason on the stream. Wow. Good for the Mariners. My bad, people. There's some resiliency from the team. That's good to see. Have a good night, Brian. Appreciate you, man. Charlie, Brando, do you have Venmo? Less cut going to YouTube? Yes, I do. I believe it is in the description section of the video, but I'm at Brandon-Kane-66 is where you can find me. But I do think there's also in the Charlie, in the description link of the video, I think that there's the Venmo listed as well there. I think. Maybe not. But Brandon-Kane-66 would be the one. And thank you for letting me know about refreshing the stream. I have to remember to do that this year. Gonna have to get that fixed. Yeah, I got it in there. So it's down there in the description section. We got a 1-2 count here for the Mariners, now up 5-3 on the home run by Randy Arozarena and Dominic Canzone. Able to take a lead here. Boy, do they need this game too. Jack, only guy I can see regressing is JSN, not as a player, but just his numbers. He's going to see all the double teams and sheet. He'll have more catches. It opens up the run more, though. Yeah, I could see that too. I mean, even he goes down to, that's where I think he goes over the 1,300 yards, but probably still finds himself 400 or 500 yards short of the 500 yards short of where he was at last year. Yeah, I had no idea. Sorry about the update on that. What it is, I remember with this, I got to figure out how to do the update on these pages. One of my projects. Scoreboard was just being a little weird. It's not updating at times unless you hit the constant refresh for some reason. So just got to troubleshoot it. I think I got to turn off the don't go inactive when I don't click off the tab power saver thing or something, I'm sure. So I'm going to miss here. Mariners will go out, but not before getting the lead. 5-3 here. The clip factory, DD. Since we got the defense, it almost doesn't matter what our offense does. They'll score somehow, but I think they're going to pick up relatively close to where they left off. Yeah, you got the number one scoring defense. It does mean that oftentimes you're not going to need a top 5 scoring offense. You were able to bring that to play last year, which was very handy. It's nice to have. But to your point, the onus is not upon the offense to have to carry some major load to where they got to put up 30 points a game to win. Quite the opposite. And what's cool about this is not only is it that there's not the big requirement, I think it's that this offense showed you last year that they understand how to fit within the role of the team of what they have to provide. You know, staying committed to running the ball, being good at running the ball, keeping the chains moving, keeping the consistent drives in play. Sam Darnold over the course of the year himself learning from the position how to limit, reduce, clean up some of the turnover issues that were a bit problematic early on in the season. And so all of that stuff, I think, lends itself well to the offense being efficient, effective, and still reasonably productive. Clip factory, where it's not like you're looking at the 20th rated offense in the sport. You're still talking about a top 10 to a potential top 5 offense. Just the cool part about it is that that's kind of what also does make Super Bowl teams. It's pretty rare that you can run a team anymore of just one side of the ball, even if it's a dominant side of the ball, just fully carrying this kind of whole load, almost like the Ravens had done, for instance, when they won back in the day, where it was sort of Jamal Lewis in the running game, and then Trent Dilfer just don't mess it up, and the defense will make everything else happen. And I don't think you can quite do that to the degree anymore that you maybe once could in that way. But it's a good team, man. Really well put together. Warrior Titan, did you guys think Imanwari would be available in the second round? I had him going 18th through 28 somewhere, actually going to Buffalo. They could have used his size and speed versus KC, Cincy, and Buffalo. I was a little unsure going into that draft of where he was going to kind of fit to. The problem with Eamon Mori on the tape was that the safety film was good. The safety film was not great. The testing numbers were great. The athleticism scores were through the roof. The size, the length, fantastic. But the issue became that like the tape wasn't glittering, it wasn't sparkling, it was solid. It was second round tape basically. And a lot of the projection that you were hoping to do from like the Seahawks perspective on this was not only was it second round projected tape on what you'd seen, but it was also we're moving him to essentially a whole new position. So even more question marks at play at that point. And even harder at that point to pinpoint the projection of where he should go in the draft. Which team is going to have that vision for him? Which team is going to look at him as simply just a safety prospect and not a Kyle Hamilton type slot safety? Because not every defense is going to have him fit into that role. So it was a little tougher of a prospect to quite align on that, and which is why he dropped in the draft in the manner that he did. I think a lot of NFL teams felt similarly. All right, so we got the Mariners now in a weird place to try to hold on to a lead here with 1-0 count. Gabe Spire out here in relief in the bottom of the seventh inning. Come on, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. Patrick, I was checking on preseason games yesterday. Why is there only one game listed for week 1? I believe it's the Hall of Fame game. So it's the first game of the year and it's on its own little separate window for whatever reason. But there are others coming. Or is that UZ Barner's a Kittle type, turning into a Kittle type? That'd be cool. I'd love to see that. And I'm with you, Clip Factory. I think the offense got a chance to be very dynamic this year. It's a lot of talent on that team. Continuity factor, second year of the outside zone, second year of Sam working with the receivers, second year of actually having a full offseason to work with guys like Shaheed throughout that to get back that timing a little bit better. I think it should be even minorly improved. 1-2, 2-2 count here for Gabe. Don't walk the first batter of the inning, man. That is not the way. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch. One man down here. It's hard to imagine even Maury getting better. Bro is goated out of the box. And I think he's going to be better. And I do think he was even out the box. As I've said, I think Kyle Hamilton was not Kyle Hamilton in year 1. He was really good, but not quite the guy he became in year 2 and 3. And coaches will always tell you, Coach Carroll, of course, said this for years. The biggest leap that players make is in year 1 to 2. That's where you see the jump. And so we're in training camp last year, Clip Factory, and I'm sitting there watching and my jaw's on the ground a little bit. I'm watching the daily reports. I'm watching the film coming out of training camp. And the guy's making a play every day. He's getting interceptions every day. And tough interceptions. I mean, there was one play last year where he's running up the field like an outside cornerback and then jumping the ball and jumping in front of the receiver to go take it away. And, you saw a guy that was having a level of talent for a rookie and making plays as rookie guys just didn't make. And I don't know that we even fully got to see what I saw in training camp fully come to life last year in the regular season. And that's where it gets scary as far as the type of play. And that's why a lot of people strike out. 2 strikeouts here to start out the inning. That's where it gets really freaky as far as the possibility for this defense, because now we're talking about a guy that maybe could develop into a defensive player of the year kind of guy. Like, we're not just talking about a guy of, can he be Kyle Hamilton? Can he be an improved version of Kyle Hamilton? And that's where his trend line is right now. Martin Brando, nobody in the media is talking about how good our special teams were last year, and then we got everyone in the group back. It seems like an oversight. It is an oversight. But it's also, I think, an oversight, Martin, that you see from NFL teams. Well, look at the Rams. Rams have done nothing to correct that. That was a glaring hole in their part throughout last year. They've done nothing to correct it. Why? Why would you ignore it? And it comes down to that cliches are cliches for a reason. And this thing where some teams and some fans and some analysts just can't look at special teams and take it seriously. It's the third useless rung of football. And we saw last year why that's such a small-minded thinking, shallow thinking, and that's an advantage you're leaving untended if you're going to think that way. And I think there's a lot of teams that don't, put it at the forefront and trying to truly make that a great part of their team and understanding the impact that can then have. I think too, it's a little bit of the bouncing ball here, tough play, picked up by Cole Young on the run, throws it over the first, and it's out. We're going to the top of the 8th inning. Mariners up 5-3. It's just a dead zone place, though, for some of these teams. Don't know why. It does not make any sense to me whatsoever as to, the thinking here. But it's pervasive. You see it quite a bit. And I think that I lost my train of thought there for a second there, Martin. I think it's also the there's a little bit of this, the people still haven't caught up to this new rule change. The 35-yard line on kicks into the back of the end zone. The fact that the ball's got to be kicked inside the 20-yard line. So you can't just kind of like muff it up into there. Like it's kind of like they've really made these rules sticky to where it's like, no, kickoffs are going to be part of the game now. No, those are not automatic plays anymore. You got to have a strat. You got to have the players on the field that can make it work. And if you don't, it's going to look bad. So I think that this is getting ahead of the ball a little bit on that. I was watching an old game of the Patriots with Cam Newton. Remember why he was hating on the Hawks? Yeah, I do remember that. That was a crazy game. Yeah, that's crazy. I remember my hair standing up when I saw him trade up. I knew he got him. It's a cool moment, man. You knew you're getting a great fit for McDonald. Like he'll know what to do with this guy. You walked away from the tape going, he's a good player. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do with him. He's a good player. Just don't know exactly the fit. Safety, where is it? Mike looked at that and said, yes. Well, Josh Allen's window's closing. I think the Bills should have traded up to get either Reuben Bain or Ohio State safety the Cowboys got. I think I'm with you in the respect of my opinion is that there should have been more aggression from the Bills. To your point, you have this prime of Josh Allen that's going to start winding down. Are you maximizing it? Are you? Can you really look at yourself as Brandon Beane in the mirror and say, I've maximized this window. I've maximized this window in the same way other great general managers would. I've been step for step with what those general managers would have done to execute this here and now. Obviously not. No way. And that's a sin. And that's rectify it then. It's not to rub your face in it from a Bean perspective, but to say, okay, coming into this offseason, you don't then just go DJ Moore and we're done. That's not the approach that's going to get it done. You're hoping the old ways will eventually kind of work and you'll crack on through eventually somehow or another. And that's to me that's a blind optimism. That's just hope we kind of will kind of luck our way into getting there. Champions aren't, I've been saying this all season, they're not made by luck or by fluke or that, well, this just happened to be the year that just everything aligned up like the planets and the moons and the stars all together so that we get in. It doesn't go that way. You got to make it happen. And the modern NFL is as competitive as any time in NFL history. Everyone is spending money, not just 3 or 4 teams. Everybody is spending money. It's more the outliers of those that aren't spending money. The ways to find advantages and the ways to utilize those advantages are more minimized than ever before. And so taking aggression and being like, well, we don't operate with that kind of aggression. What was the stupid Billy Bean quote from a couple of years ago? When they were asking him like this very same thing about not trying to push hard and really just, we're going to just do this. Like we're not financially irresponsible like some of those other teams or something. I think it was something to that. The quote was something to that gist. And it's basically him covering his own butt up, and Cal hit right. Boy, that hitting a real soft spot there on the side of his right in the liver. You got it right in the liver there. That one's gonna sting. That one's definitely gonna be sore tomorrow. But I thought that they should have made much more of an aggressive move for a better receiver than DJ Moore. More beyond just the DJ trade and attacking beyond that too. It's unfortunate to see for Josh. It is. It's just this kind of a light, sort of very just almost Cincinnati Bengal-like kind of approach. Even the Bengals are being more aggressive than the Bills. I mean, that's the saddest part. Like they're outpacing you with what they're doing for Burrow than what you're doing for Josh. And it's the Cincinnati Bengals we're talking about here. This ball's stung, falling, dropping, landing. Runners on first and second here for the Mariners. Nobody on the top of the second. Brats, no Seattle dog. I'll take either. Chris Stapleton was at the Gorge. That would have been awesome, Pedro. Donnie, Hawks Nest, Brando, and all. Hope everyone is well. I'm listening to this afternoon's Mariners game. I just hope both RMs and the Rangers have fun. Well, hopefully so. We need this win, man. Seahawks Daddy, please don't get your Mariner loser juice on me. Double play here by Crawford. Raleigh over to third. Two men quickly out. Charlie non-dome stadium Buffalo for $2 billion is ridiculous. I don't get the no roof thing in Buffalo either. I don't know what their affinity for. It's a different kind of level of weather out there. New York's the same way with the windiness and all that, but they're committed to it on the East Coast. Not a hugest fans of domes, but there are certain cities where you're like, well, come on. Buffalo would probably be one of those ones. They do love it there. I think it's going to have like a partial covering or something, or they faced it away from the wind or the weather elements somehow. I don't get the science behind it. Ground out here to finish the inning by Emerson, and that will put the Mariners down after a nice little start. We'll go to the bottom of the eighth inning, and Mariners will maintain the lead at 8-3. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'll give you guys see if I can show this thing that I'm trying to show here. Mm-hmm. Let me show my deal active on this one. So this is our current outlook on the it might be hard to see a little bit on this. Let me. Yeah, it's not gonna let me I need to install my Excel on this thing. So I'm sorry we can't see it. Should be able to see it relatively quick, but we've got Dante Moore, the first round grade, Arch with the second. I've got 4 quarterbacks in the third round here with CJ Carr, Darian Mensah, Sam Levitt, Lenore Sellers in the third, Brennan Sorsby in the fourth, Mateer saying Mestamaker, Trinidad Chambliss in the 5th round of next year's draft. We've got a 1-0 count knocked out here, foul. That'll go in the stands 1-1 here. Bizzardo out on the hill for the Mariners with the 5-3 lead, trying to keep this thing. Ahmad Hardy's a first round rated running back, though admittedly speaking, this is absent knowing what's going on with the gunshot that he has in his leg here from this offseason. Jaden Baugh, Isaac Brown in the 2nd round, Mark Fletcher, Kewen Lacey in the 3rd, and then I've got Nate Frazier, Raleek Brown, Justice Haynes in the 4th. pop up here out to Josh Naylor. He'll corral it, and that will be out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. I've got as my only blue chip graded offensive player so far is Jeremiah Smith. I'm close on Dante Moore, so he might very well garner a blue chip grade very early on in the season if I see a few of the things I want to see confirmed with him and his game of improvement. Second round graded wide receivers. A lot of these guys, almost all these guys, could elevate themselves up into first round status. Certainly the case with Ryan Wingo, Ryan Coleman Williams, Nick Harbor, Deuce Robinson, KJ Duff. All those guys are part of the big receiver crew, just big old receivers. We'll see if they're going to be able to translate to the game. 6'6" receivers don't have a great track record. But Harbor, Deuce, I've got in the late second round. Wyatt Young, Cam Coleman in the third. KJ Duff, Charlie Becker in the fourth. And in the fifth, Charlie Barkate, Wyatt Young, and Mario Craver for the fifth round grades. Tight ends, just looked at 3 of those guys. Jamari Johnson out of Oregon. Might end up liking him more actually just in full as a player than what you got from Kenyon Sadiq last year. He's fun. Terrence Carter in the third, and then Trey Des Green in the fourth. Couple of offensive linemen. You can see that I've taken a look at 2 as well there. A few tackles I've already got first round grades for. Over to the, oh, it's not going to let me go into the defense. I got to figure out a way to show the defense up here. We got a 1-2 count here for Bizzardo with 1 man down. Hoping to get this over to our closer. Maybe defense will actually show up here. Yeah, defense basically shows up here. So for defense, I've got Will Eccles as my number 1 rated defensive tackle in next year's draft. I've got him with a first round grade. Ooh, that ball is hit and hammered out to left field, sent out almost ricocheting off the second deck. Rangers climb a little bit closer, 5-4. Will, good player. David Stone, first round potential in him. Currently have him as a third round graded player, but a guy that could definitely elevate himself up. Ahmad Moten Sr. in the 4th round. Amari Washington. Don't like the 2 defensive tackles out of Oregon particularly a lot. AJ Holmes in the 4th round as well. Ezra Christensen is a guy that I think out of Buffalo is to me a little bit of an overrated player in how he's being talked about. Just from my standpoint, and an outlook of him a little bit here. I've got 2 blue chip grades on 2 edges out of next year's class, Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart. Easy peasy grades to give out for those 2 guys to me. That just, it's right there on the tape. Clev Lubin might be my favorite. Just in general, like you have a soft spot for this guy. You like this guy. You have a fondness developing. He's that kind of dude. He reminds me a lot of Clay Matthews. In his game does Clev Lubin. There's a lot of real talented guys in the 3rd round. Not quite to me done enough to cement themselves as second round graded players. A lot of cases, this is why these guys have gone back to college this year, be it Mateo Ugalele or Damon Wilson, transferring and staying in another year of college, even though these guys were pretty productive players last year, recognizing probably what they had heard off of the draft consensus and their outlook of those guys, that you have more work to do. You're not quite there. 0-2 count here for Bizzardo. Come on. Swing and a miss. Beautiful sinker there. Swings right beneath it. 2 men down now. So all these guys got some varying levels of, Anthony Smith, big edge, be a fit to the Seattle Seahawks defense. He's a lot of fun. Princewell Umamelian, very similar to, I believe, his brother, and how he plays the position. They're very, very similar kind of players and how they go about their business. Watched a bit of Adam Trick last night. He's going to be a fun player, another guy that could really rise up with his transferring, especially to Texas Tech. Some of these guys are right now small school guys kind of moving and transferring over. Ugalele is a power edge as well. Just needs to develop a few more pass rush moves other than I'm just going to ragdoll the tackle constantly. John Henry Daly, another guy like Ezra Christensen to me that's just a little bit maybe overrated right now and how he's being kind of talked about and projected just a little bit. Kingston Villamu Asa, first round rated Mike inside linebacker, really good player, fun, athletic as hell. Ben Roberts, second round. Rasheem Biles, another kid out of there. Boy, those Pittsburgh teams out there, they're generating a lot of these real light, real fast, hyper athletic, explosive off ball linebackers. Guys that are going to run you like 215 soaking wet type dudes. Cornerbacks, boy, the class is already rounding out really well. Leonard Moore, blue chip grade, first round pick. Blue chip, great first round pick. Easy peasy there. Ellis Robinson, Kelly Jones. I got a second round grade on both these two guys. Got no 2 count here for Bizzardo, quickly jumping on top of Burger. Burger sounds good right now. Put him away, Bizzardo. Get it out here to Munoz. Swing and a miss. Well, you'll take that. 1 run in. Mariners maintain a 5-4 lead. Jamari Sharp, Xavier Brown, Bryce Pollock, all guys that I've got aligned into the 3rd round of this draft. Solid. Ashton Hampton, decent there. 4th round. Christian Gray in the 5th round there. Notre Dame running mate there, Leonard Moore. He's got some stuff to prove. We've got KJ Bolden. I've got a 1st round grade for him. Free safety. Earl Little Jr., another guy that very easily you can see on a lot of these guys, though I have a certain grade on him. There's a way you can very easily see these guys elevate themselves over time, where a good year could put a guy like Earl Little into 1st round status. Get a little more consistent as a tackler, a little more consistent in the run game. There's plenty of other things that you bring to the table that are already kind of cemented. Bray Hubbard is a guy that I think is going to elevate as much because he's going to be looked at as he's good safety, but then he can give you the Eamon Wari kind of stuff and getting into the slot and playing the slot and being a good tackler and operating like a linebacker, operating like a slot, operating like kind of a safety. You can kind of spin between those 3. Jackson Benny, also solid kid in the 2nd round. And that's the list as I've currently got it right now. So we're about 60 deep. I'm hoping by the end of August to be right around 100 by the time we get to the start of the college season. And the intention here is going to be to, hopefully be able to see these guys to where you've looked at them in advance, so you know who they are. That's for sure. But then also that you're able to note and pay attention to, in addition to that, what they need to improve. I can go to these guys and we can, talk about their scouting reports. And on all these, I've tried to kind of pull things out in the game of where I'm going, okay, here's a detriment to the game. Here's the good stuff I've talked about his game, but here's the detriments and here's the correctable things within those detriments. And if A, B, C, D, E gets cleaned up, this guy that's in a 2nd, 3rd round graded place can easily push himself then up into a 1st round graded status. So when you're not necessarily seeing my horizontal board bursting at the seams with 1st rounders, and I'm telling you that this is going to be an epic draft class, I would not typically be able to go in prior to the college season and find so many of these players that have already done so much to somewhat cement themselves as far as the floor status for where they should be going in next year's draft. That's the unusual part. And that's the part that really buoys up that thought that this next year's draft is going to be so much more improved. On top of the fact that, of course, you've got the quarterbacks coming with it, which is always one of the big metrics for whether a draft class is actually good or not. And next year's draft class is looking really good with these quarterbacks, because even those guys that I had in the 4th or 5th round, John Mateer comes out and overcomes the thumb injury from last year and does clean up his mechanics like we had heard. It seemed to be a bit of the case with him in the Manning camp. Well, if that's the case, then he can, kind of reinvent himself a little bit as a prospect and push himself and elevate himself into potentially even that late 1st round, even to a 2nd round kind of place. It's all just about the improvement and continuing to round out the things that are a little rough around the edges. Do I want a quarterback next year? Good question. Hit off the end of the bat. This ball's looping. Oh! Boy, they collided knees, and that looked horrible. Luckily, he's up with a little bit of a limp, but boy, oh boy. Cole Young off the end of the bat. That thing was just looping down into left field. And, looked like their knees just ricocheted like a bullet off of each other. Boy, that's the kind of shot that leads them again like an ACL tear. Oh, it's good. It got him in the stomach, it looks like, instead of the knee. So he got a little bit of padding in there. A little bit of padding helps. I'm in a place, Clip Factory, there's a couple of things, as always with this, where it's like 1, 2, 3 kind of make this a little bit of a possibility of a door that's opening up for Seattle. On the surface of this, I want Sam Darnold to be the quarterback now and in the long term. get him on a contract extension, not have to think about the position, be able to utilize all these other draft picks for other positions to further elongate out the Super Bowl window, to not have to go through the rough ropes and the ups and downs of a young quarterback learning the game and what is a very hard game to learn. But there is also the part of this as well with it that I'm also kind of militant about the fact that I don't want to spend $55, $60 million per year for a quarterback that's giving me top 10 play. I think top 10 play is great. Top 10 play can get you a Super Bowl and get you a Super Bowl championship. It can get you multiple Super Bowl championships. But I'm not going to pay top 4, top 5 money for top 10 quarterback play. What I'd really rather be doing is paying top 15 money for top 10 quarterback play. That's kind of what we have been doing. That's to me more of the, I want to be shooting for that. That's been more of the, hey, when we've won our last 2 Super Bowls, when we've gone to 3 Super Bowls over the past 12 years, how much have we been paying our quarterback on all 3 of those different Super Bowl journeys we took? Was the quarterback at any point in time during that making top 5 money? No. Was he making top 10 money? No. So why deviate, And not only why deviate, why not get a little bit militant saying we have a line in the sand of where we're going to be at, and we're not going past that line. You may be worth it to another team to go past that line, that they're willing to do that for you, but we're not going to be willing to do that. And it comes down to, this is a team built, its championships runs have been built upon building ultimately the strongest team. And conceptually, you're running counter to that when you're breaking the bank for a quarterback in that manner. Just on the essence of just purely just breaking the bank for the quarterback alone breaks that whole process. I think it can be overcome. You can break the process if the quarterback's just that damn good, if they are just that superhero type guy. But short of that, absent that, you're overpaying and you're going to cost yourself somewhere else on the roster, and your team won't be as strong and he won't be able to carry as much of the load, and you will fall short because of it. So if that's the case, and that's where it goes for me, Clip Factory, I come back around to the side of it saying, well, okay, fine. Have my line in the sand. And if I've got to go that line, then I might look to the draft. I've got 12 picks. I can target it. I'm maybe not going to get one of the prime quarterbacks like a Dante Moore or an Arch Manning, but can I find a guy that's going to be more than functional in an offense that's going to be 27th, 28th, 29th like they were last year in rushing attempts or in passing attempts? Asking a quarterback that throws that minimally, that less, can I find a guy to do that? Be a draft, be a trade? Yeah, I think I can. I think I can trust in this process. And I think that the thing with this is just so many other teams are in the opposite of the process where it is all about the quarterback, that this is why it's such a hard thing to kind of like be willing to take a stand on, I think, because so much of the group think out there, or the general consensus from NFL teams, is that, well, you just have to sign them. You just have to spend whatever you're on. You've got to just do it. You just have to do it. You don't think about it. You don't think. You just do. No, you think about it. You really do make the tactical right decision there. So I'm willing to do it. It's a very strong quarterback class. You may have a guy become available in a trade. You got all the ammunition in the world to do a trade if you had to do so. If Sam's willing to come around and make his peace with being well paid and making a lot of money, but just not destroying our cap situation to make that happen, then I'm fine with that too as well. But it is like, look, that's got to be in the back of our mind as we enter into those negotiations. It has to be. O2 count here for Dominic Canzone. Julio on first base after a walk. Mariners up 5-4 here in the top of the 9th inning. Dominic with a home run in his last at bat. Staying alive there with a defensive swing. I like Milroe, Clip, and I'm hopeful for him too. I think after this year, that's the point on this, is that you got the contract with Sam. You'll have the 2 years with Milroe, and then you'll be able to know where Milroe's at. Has he advanced? Has he gotten better? Has he shown that he's ready to ascend and become a starter at this point after 2 years? You needed to give him that time, and this is going to be poked out into the corner, and this is going to get down. Rattles around in the corner here. Julio kind of going about a half speed there. Come on, Julio, get home. And Julio will get back home there. 6-4 Mariners, Dominic Canzone. Good piece of hitting there. Just get the bat head out on the ball and Hook that thing on into the corner like he did. Good things happen when you get the barrel on the bat. Don't even have to have a really hard swing. It'll get the job done. Julio was nonchalant. I thought for a second there he's risk getting himself. He just knew he had the time, I guess. He had plenty of time to get it in. Six-4 Mariners. Randy Rosarina up at the plate now. Low. Ball one. I do like Milrow, but just as much of, if we kind of clip factor, I guess, just take it to where, like, I'm thinking about this on a worst case scenario, I guess. Like, best case scenario, great. Makes everything easy, you know. Sam takes lesser money, no problem, you know. Jalen slides into the backup role. You know, Sam takes too much money. Jalen ready. Jalen slides in. Jalen not ready. Sam demanding too much money. Draft, potential trade. I think you just look at all possibilities as you kind of cross that bridge down the line. The preference being is just keep running with Sam. Who are the best free agent pass rushers in 2027? That's a good question. All right, so Randy's got a 3-2 count here. Dominic Canzone on at second. Mariners trying to add tack on here against this Rangers team. Give Munoz a little more breathing room for the bottom of the ninth inning. Nice. Laced up out into center field. Dominic Canzone held up for just a second there. Make sure that thing was going to get down. He hit that thing on a line. Dominic had to wait for just a sec. I think if Dominic, even if he had ran fast there, might have had a hard time getting home on that one, because like if he just took for granted that it was going to drop, was going to have a hard time getting home on that. Rangers look like they're going to make a pitching change here potentially. Nope, they're just going to talk it over. So next year's free agent class of edges, Andrew Van Ginkel would be the guy to be featured at 32 years old. I will say, just looking on the surface of this Oiler Titan, it's a very old group. Van Ginkel, 32 years old at that point. Khalil Mack will be 36. I'm sure he's retiring after this year. Uchenna Nwosu, 30 and a half years of age. Eric Onstead probably retires after this year. He's at almost 34 years of age. Malcolm Kuhns, Clavion Chason, Doris Armstrong, David Almanetta, Kingsley Ingabari, Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, Thibodeau at this point is probably the belle of the ball, and that's not exactly lauding him for it. Jermaine Johnson. It's not looking good, man. It is looking like a pretty weak class right now as it stands. Double play ball there right off the top, and that will be that. So Mariners 6-4. Andre Munoz will come out to hopefully close this thing down and out. Clip factor, if he follows Lamar Jackson path, he'd be as fast with a stronger arm. That could be so devastating for a team to face. It could be. I mean, he is a little bit of a different player from Lamar. You know, I mean, Lamar is not the most natural of throwers, and I would say Jalen's not necessarily the most natural of throwers. It's a little more natural with Lamar. And Lamar's got a little bit more of the get up and go quickness that really gets him out of trouble, that Jalen doesn't quite have that. Jalen's got, of course, the speed, but the quickness is not quite the same there. There are a few quarterbacks in the sport that can use their legs in the way that Milrow can. So if he can clean up the throwing and stuff, it'd be, to your point, a hell of an advantage to apply, especially for a team that runs the ball as much as we do, and especially as much of the play action that you could use with a guy like that. to take advantage of that type of stuff. Okay, Cards, they're primed to take over the West. No, they're not. No. Five-win team. Charlie Brando wants third round quarterback pay with Super Bowl wins. That's right. I have become spoiled. We'll see, other Titan. I the one thing I'll hope with your projection on this is you come back and remember what I said about this, because like I have people yearly basis tell me the Cardinals are going to be good since I started this channel, and I keep coming back to being right on my predictions with it, and people kind of forget their predictions with it. But it's a team that's not maybe the worst, but they've leaned pretty heavily this year into the tank. Like they're trying to tank. They're trying to get the best quarterback they can next year. That was their approach this offseason, in my opinion, for the most part. We'll see, man. We'll see with it. But I can't quite get on board with as much of a team that struggled so much across the board to run the ball, pass protect, 28th against the 28th as a defense in points allowed. Not particularly good special teams. Quarterback position completely unsettled. I just don't quite, Marvin Harrison's a really good talent, Oiler Titan. What has Marvin Harrison Jr. earned to deserve to be kind of put up into this area of like, but if he's just out there, you're amazing. Will Johnson's a talent, but what has he done out there that's shown you that this guy's going to be just a great player if he's out there? Yeah, Will's taken high in the second round, but Oiler Titan, he dropped in the second round because of injury problems, right? Injury worries, and then spent a lot of his rookie year injured. So it's like those issues continue to come up, 1-2 count here for Munoz. First batter up, facing the 6, 7, 8 hitters in the lineup. That's kind of ideal. Get the little bit of the lower end of the lineup here on that side of it. Not too shabby. We'll see, though, man. We'll see. Charlie Unicorn, Brando, do you think Marvin Harrison gets moved before 2027 season? Yes. Strike three. Beautiful four-seam fastball there on the inside part of the plate at the knees by Munoz, and he gets a first batter strikeout just like you'd like to see it. I kind of do, yeah. I think that some other team out there will like Marvin and look at the situation and give the Cardinals enough to make it worth their while. And the situation just has never felt quite right there in Arizona from the jump. I do like Marvin's talent, and I've been a little bit surprised by his lack of ability to, tap into it in full. I don't think him and Kyler were a good fit at all, but it does start to feel a little bit like a change of scenery is really what Marvin most needs above all else. But he's going to get plenty of opportunities this year, and even last year did get 800 yards receiving in that season. So, he was relatively effective even for kind of what the reputation is out there as far as the outlook of him goes. You're bringing up names, Oiler Titan. There are guys, these are names, but like what, as you're bringing up Old Jolari, what has Old Jolari done in this league? Like he's been injured every year of his career. And then when he's been on the field, what is exactly he's done in the last 2 years to make you feel like even if he's on the field, this guy's going to get them up to 7 wins playing in the toughest division in football? I just can't see it myself. It's there's some talent there, but the collectiveness of what's going on with that team and how it all coalesces into one as you need, it's more of disparate parts than it is that it's all a collective great plan coming together kind of thing. Seahawks Daddy, the sharp guys are saying Cards of the Jets, the West. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair comparison. Jets are, again, another team that got some talent. I think that they can do some things this year to be all right. I'll tell you this, I think the Jets have a lot better chance of getting to 7 wins than I think that the Cardinals do. I'll say that, playing in that division. Martin Brando, I don't think he'll do it. I'm a fan of Sam Darnold, but if Sam wants $60 million APY to extend, I'll fly to Seattle and hold the door open for him as he leaves. I kind of would be in similar place, man. Strike out there for Munoz now. 2 men down, bottom of the ninth. Mariners almost on the edge of potentially here. Scrapping out a win here at the end here for what's been a tough series against Texas. Foul back, first pitch, 101 mile an hour fastball. Munoz ain't messing about. I'm in the same place, Martin. I've got a line. I'm willing to spend money on a quarterback. I'm willing to give you, I'll be willing to give you at that point. You match what you did last year. I'll go 45. I'll go 47.5. I'm not going 60. I ain't going 55. Foul back again here. 0-2 on the slider. Fashanu and Mabu are better tackles than the Cardinals have right now by a significant portion, I would say, Euler. Brees Hall is done more as far as who he is as a back, and what we know we're getting him as a back is he's a really good running back in this league. Love is proverbial, hopeful, but you don't know what you have in Love. We know what Bryce Hall is, and that's better at this point. Their tight end position collectively, they're 2 tight ends. Trey McBride's the better as far as the frontline guys, but as we know right now in the sport, a lot of this is about, and the Mariners get a swing and a miss there. Strike 3. Mariners are able to walk out of this with a win. Thank goodness for that. Good bit of resiliency here from the team in this game. Things were starting to get a little bit dark here in this series and looking like they're going backwards, especially going up against a team in the Rangers that was ahead of you now in the standings. But Mariners are able to get a dub back on this. Props to them on that side of it. Nice W there. Cool little game. So they go to 51-54, and hopefully this can be the beginning here for them of a nice little run. But Mason Taylor showed that he's a former second-round pick from last year. Showed more than flashes. Kenyon Sadiq is the 2 tight ends. Again, that's proverbial. Like I said, these are draft, but Taylor showed you some stuff last year. I think the receiving core right now is better than the Cardinal receiving core. If you ask me to pick between Garrett Wilson, Adonai Mitchell, and Amar Cooper Jr., or Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison, and I'll take the latter. So, I mean, offensively speaking, I think they're better. Defensively, we could go blow by blow through it, but I'm sure it's probably pretty similar defensively speaking. Remembering, again, this is the thing that a lot of pro Cardinal people keep talking about. It's like 28th last year in points allowed. This is not a Cardinal defense that was good last year or average, or they're a lot better than people get. No, it's not a good defense. So it was not a good defense. It was a bad defense. Bad defense. A bottom 4 defense in the sport last year. But I love you got confidence in him, man. We'll see if you're right. A lot of people were saying the same to me last year, or Titan. You know, a lot of people were going, and there's to me a lot more reason to have optimism last year for the Cardinals than there is this year. Like, got a new coach and some turnover there. Like, it's, no more Kyler, the hope of Kyler. I was on this boat last year too. And one of the few people on the boat last year saying the Cardinals are not making the playoffs. The Cardinals are going to, I think I had them at 6 wins was my projection last year, and nailed that one pretty good. Saw it pretty clearly last year. So am I seeing it unclear now when I was seeing it super clear last year? Maybe. We'll see. Every the Cardinals have a boatload of money. Yeah, but does everybody want to go play in Arizona for that ownership group? I mean, every year they come out with the worst grades when they do the behind-the-scene grades. They come out as some of the worst graded organizations in the sport across the line. People aren't lining up to go play for that. I agree. Cards are their own problem. I live in Arizona. I hear their radio all week long for therapy. Yeah, even the offense not being bad last year, I mean, to me, is a little bit of that is that you get the empty calorie yards, right? Where it's like, it's the stat pad for Days of the Lions, or it's Dak Prescott with the Cowboys and their defense is bad. It's like those guys go out there and they'll throw for a country mile worth of yardage,
but a lot of it's coming on the back of a trillion passing attempts and throwing the ball over the field constantly. And it's like, well, yeah, you get all that, but then you're getting all the turnovers with that. You're getting all the interceptions with that. Like with that offensive productivity, then you are getting, there's like a knife that's cutting both ways on it, and you're not doing too much to actually really run the ball in addition to that. Is that then, you know, indicative of something that's then going into the future that's going to, carry forward and be able to improve with time and be sustainable? Or was that just that, hey, you played from behind and you got to, throw the ball over the field and just kind of loose and free and easy? And this is the reason why I'm not as much sure about the Michael Wilson breakout. It's like, yeah, maybe, we'll see. Maybe we'll see. I think some of it's just, if I got a quarterback in passing attempts, let me see, where were the Cardinals at? Oh, first. So, yeah, you throw for 4,300 yards, but you had 649 passing attempts. Like it's going to kind of juice the books up a little bit offensively when you're throwing for that many more significant average attempts in passing than anybody else. But it doesn't then speak to effectiveness. In fact, I would offer that whatever team is number one in the NFL in passing attempts probably has a lot of upheaval on both sides of the ball, probably on all three phases of the football team, quite frankly. Did you say they were 51-54? Shaking my head at that record. They are 51-54. It's been a tough year for the Mariners, and some years, the magic just isn't there. And you pick it apart and you go, there's too much of this, there's too much of that, there's not enough of this happening. Guys aren't hitting enough, too many strikeouts, nobody's getting any walks, pitching's collapsed. It's been kind of a variety of different things this year that have kind of knocked them. And I think the good news is that you can still go on a run. There's two months of baseball left. The AL is wide open. But you do eventually got to go on the run. You eventually do got to find some fire. That's the key part of that. Honestly, if I was the commissioner for Dad, move the Cardinals to Salt Lake City. Martin says, outside of the division games, what do you think will be our biggest, toughest road of the regular season for the Mariners? Oh, I don't know if you're running into any real gauntlets. I think that you've got to be a little bit concerned at the early-ish part of the schedule there, where you're going to be facing into, a stack of, you got the Niners, then the short week of the Broncos. You're going to come around there to the Chargers as well. I think before that, before you run into those three sets, that's a little bit of a tough stretch there, with teams that are going to be real problems. I think that would be probably the one that I would point to that stood out to me on the schedule, outside of course our divisional games and the two Rams games at the end of the year. But, and I know I'm kind of including the Niners in there, but it's sort of the stacking of where the Niners stand, but it's then you're taking these two teams around, taking on one of your main rivals, and the short week around that as well. I think that's the part where that could get a little bit tough on the schedule. But I thought that the schedule, Martin, was pretty well balanced. And so you weren't really running into many of those kind of stretches that you would in certain years where you're like, ooh, this is going to be a tough run right here. I don't know if we're going to get this one done. Take a quick tracker here of the donations. Thank you again. All the live stream proceeds today from donations are going to be going to St. Jude's Medical Research Facility. I'm very proud to say that we hit our mark today. Got over $1,000 already here as far as hitting that mark. So big shout out to you guys. Thank you for all of your support of the channel and giving back in the way that you guys have today. It's much, much, much appreciated. Maybe San Antonio, there are Cardinals there. Yeah. Jerry would pop a aneurysm if they tried to do that. Bidwell just needs to sell to somebody else. Like, we just need to get a legitimate owner in Arizona, and they would be way better off. Charlie, Brando, is it time to make some front office changes with the Mariners? I have a hard time going there, Charlie. My reasoning would be, I don't know that there's times where you have baseball is different, I think, from other sports where success and failure can sometimes be more intrinsically towards things breaking differently from what intelligently it was telling you it was going to go. You know, a guy could be hitting this year, and then, I mean, like, look at Cal. You know, you have a guy in Cal hitting like he did last year, and look at how smart that deal was, where you reward him on this nice contract for the team in the long term, and then he goes out there and hits 60 home runs for you, and you go, hey, look at how smart that front office is. Julio, very similar kind of situation there. And the draft and development, the reinvention of the farm system from what, you know, DePoto and company kind of inherited walking the door. And that there's certain things that have not been done dumbly on their part that haven't worked out that, you know, probably should have worked out. I have a hard time kind of putting that at laying this at their feet in that way. I think as well, you can't overstate the fact that there's the impelling of ownership here, where you're not operating with the financial freedoms of other organizations, and people cannot like it. But I do believe that when you're in that way, it makes it hard to do business, especially when there's teams like the Dodgers going nuts, like they're going nuts, and how they're spending. So I would be very hesitant to do change in that way. I think I like the overall general manner by which this team is moving. And the fact that the lockout has been sitting there impending over the top of things for a while now can't be overlooked as well. That has caused a lot of teams to kind of have to hold serve and kind of, okay, how's this going to shake out? Are we going to be without baseball for a year? It's going to be longer than a year. I mean, this is going to be one hell of a fight coming up in that way. Chicago Bears will be good. I agree with the Titan. Mick, hey, Brandon, did you see that Hackett implied that James Conner is the leading candidate to lead the back this year? Makes it even more hilarious that they drafted a running back in the first round. Yeah, that would not be good if you've got your first round running back sitting on the bench or having his carries reduced down to like 10 touches a day or 10 touches a game or something. Because already they're going to be playing from behind a lot. So if he's sitting on the bench early on in the game, and then you get behind by 3 scores, and now you're not running the ball at all, one of the reasons why taking a running back that early for where you were at team-wise was not the right move. It's not the right time to do that, if there is ever really a right time to necessarily take a running back that high. Agreed. Bill Wall held that franchise down. He did. I mean, he's one of those few owners remaining anymore, be it the owners out there in Cincinnati. Buffalo owners are a little bit like this, even with the new ones that have come in, where it's just, you don't feel like the purse strings are free and full and loose and just cascading. Meanwhile, you have owners out there like Kroenke's or like, the Eagles owner, where, Lurie, they're going to do whatever it takes. They will not be held back by the profit margins. Bidwell is held back by the profit margins. And this sport is too tough to win. It is so hard. Parity is so close. To hold yourself back further in other ways almost makes it feel like an impossibility to reach the promised land in this day and age, in a way that it didn't necessarily in 1988 or 1998 or maybe even 2008. Seahawks Daddy, the franchise is cursed. Started when they named the team. Maybe so there. They do need to change. I think one thing that help them out of the gate is you got to change the Cardinal logo at this point. Like, that's an East Coast Cardinal. The Desert Cardinal doesn't have the gizzard. You need a gizzardless Cardinals, and then maybe that would be the harbinger. That'd be your sign in the stars to get you there. Get a little more coffee. One second. 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. Gizzardless Cardinals for the gutless Gizzardless Cardinals for the gutless birds. Mordecai says, what if Jeremiah Love gets 15 carries a game, but has a 75-yard run every 25 carries? That would give him a 5.5 yard per carry average. Yeah, I mean, well, if he's getting 15 carries a game, then that's acceptable at a tight end. He doesn't have to get 20 touches a game to validate the pick. But to my point on this, if he's in a place where you're more now around 10 touches a game and you get behind the game and it now turns into like 7 or 8 touches a game, that's to me where it does become a little bit of an issue there, where this big part of drafting a guy like this early is that you're going, okay, running backs are going to be at their best usually on the rookie contracts, and we're in a position to best maximize them here on this rookie contract. And some of that's out the door if you're not getting him out there actually available to get the touches. But I have a hard time seeing them not finding ways to at least try to manufacture the 15 per game. I think they'd be stupid not to. But with that said, back to the original poster on this too, earlier Titan, they do have a lot of backs there, and they have a lot of vet backs there. And if you have issues as potentially you run into level, how's your pass protection? How are you getting on some of the details on that stuff? How are you picking up the running game? We'll see with that. Jay says, imagine drafting a running back in the top 5, having to pay him top of the market as a rookie due to where you drafted him, and then not giving him the ball. We'll see if it goes down this way fully. That'll be a tough look for the Cardinals if this really plays out that way. But we'll see on that. Jack says, I was pretty conflicted when my Blue Jays moved on. The World Series was jumping for joy, but sad for my Seattle friends. That one hurt, man. That felt like the year. Like that was a year where things had come together. That was a year where you felt like things were breaking in your favor. And just so close right on the edge there, But even still, I don't know if we would have gotten through the Dodgers, even if we got there. I mean, they're such a monster, and they've been, it just kind of comes back to the Ohtani decision. It's like Ohtani wanted to come to Seattle. Seattle wanted to have him. The Mariners fans wanted to have him. Again, where it's like ownership's like, we're not even going to try to do that. We're not even going to think about it. It's like, all right. Seahawks, Daddy, I feel bad for St. Louis football fans. They're a top-notch sports city and deserve a team. Agreed, man. It sucks that it was taken in the way that it was from them, And these owners, they get really cold-blooded about their approach and really cold-blooded about how, how they go about their business and getting a new stadium done. And it sucks. It really does suck. Because they just end up just doing the fans dirty at the end of the day. Clip Factory, Connor is okay at his tender age of 63, but no way Love doesn't get more touches than him. I would agree with that. It's kind of hard to see. But you do have Benson there, a former, I believe, second-round pick for them as well. They did also sign Tyler Algiers. So it is kind of a full backfield. And if those guys have certain things they're doing better than him on some of the details of these plays, it may be easier for the coaching staff at that point versus if it's a light backfield and you have no one else to call upon, It's still early in camp. We'll see. And he's going to get his share of touches. So, Mick, I'm sure Hackett knows what's best for the Cardinals. He has such an amazing track record. Shots fired. Where's my shots fired? I know I got shots fired. Here, I'll use this one. That's a headshot right there. It's a shot. Thomas B., I was a Mariner fan and still cover the team, but I saw the Ken Griffey, Edgar Martinez years and went to the game, but I'm tired of ownership not spending money. I'm too, man. It's especially you feel it holding them back as much as it is, and especially as they seem to be so close where an extra little bit of injection of money could go a long way. I mean, the Mariner fans are as dedicated a group as anything else. In a lot of ways, at times I felt like the city, and strangely so, because it hasn't been with just a blooming of a ton of Mariner success. Strangely so, the city of Seattle has seemingly changed at times into a little bit more of a baseball town in the last 20 years at times. And it's because going to a Mariner game is such an event, and there's so many of them through the summer, and it's part of the enjoyment of just enjoying summer in Seattle. But that was a special time, man. We were sun-kissed then with the team that we had, and the Randy Johnson and the bullpen of fun personalities that would come out of there. your Norm Charltons to your Mike Jacksons, the offensive numbers they would put up. You're watching great all-time players, the position, and kind of where we find it now. It's just not kind of the same level of magic of what you're getting on the field. And it's a fan base that definitely is hungry for a championship, man. They are. I do think they're on the right path, but I do get the frustration as well. It's been a long, long, long run of mediocrity. Donnie says, I may be a Mariner fan, but I shall always be a Texas Ranger fan at heart. That's fair. Jack Otani wanted to come to Toronto too. It was the Mariners, Blue Jays, or Dodgers. Dodgers were too good of a decision because of the deferred money and already loaded roster. True enough. I guess my problem was that he might have chosen the Dodgers over, but remember the whole thing that played out with that is that Seattle just came out ahead of time on that and was like, we're not even going to try to make a run at him. We're just announcing this right now. We're not even going to try to make an offer. We're out of the hole. We're just out of the hole like thing. Like, really? You're not even going to give us lip service? You're not even going to go through the motions? Not even that? Come on, lie to us. You know what I mean? Lie to me. We made a run at him. We gave him a good offer. Thomas B, when Seattle left, I knew ownership would do nothing but by spending money last fall or making a major trade. It wasn't like Seattle didn't have a chance to get a major free agents. Well, that's true. And I think that they're one of the teams out there that has been preparing their books and preparing the landscape for what they're anticipating is going to be the lockout. And that if you have a team going in the lockout, ideally, you would love to go to the lockout with not a lot of money in the books because you're going to come out of that lockout and it very well be that the landscape is completely changed. And that, here's the cap. And now if you have too much money in your books, you got to pare some of your cap down because your money's too much in the books, that type of stuff. And that part's good if you're setting yourself up to be in that position as you enter into that period. But then it's also the downside of it if it means that's come at the cost of you maxing out the period just before the lockout. Well, that part kind of sucks too. And you do know they were encumbered. Some of this is that you go out, you make moves like they did for the Donovan guy, and he's injured. It's like you're thinking, we've been kind of piecemealing this through with Randy Arenas, and here's a little of this guy, here's a little of this guy, and we got the youngsters and Emerson and Young coming up. And I guess I can see the plan and what this was all coming together. It wasn't all just on the basis of young guys coming up. It wasn't all the basis of just this happening. It was like all of this should kind of just cook and bake at just the right temperature here. And I could see where the plan of that was to be. It's not to say I wouldn't have loved to see him make more aggressive moves. I just almost kind of made my peace with the hindrance of the financial stuff at this point. It still does get frustrating, especially though when you see too, the Dodgers spending so far and beyond what anybody else is coming to the table with. Zena, you okay? Okay, Zena? Oh, my poor cat. And I think it's starting to run down a little bit. You doing good? Okay, sweet. I'll open the door in a second. We're tight. If Love touches Carolina for an 80-plus yard run in Hall of Fame game on August 6th, will you guys have a little bit of a fear factor of his game-breaking potential? No. There's no modern running back that's come in and overcome bad offensive line, bad system, bad structure in place, not set up for success. You can be again, Oiler Tide, we've had some back and forth on this, and I think that you inherently find yourself landing in a place where you feel like, and I'm not trying to speak for you, just kind of gleaming off the discussions we've had from this. I kind of gleam from you that you have a feeling of that these running backs are these superheroes. Just a matter of how much you got superhero ability. Some guys got little, some got a lot. And then you're feeling that this guy with a lot of superhero ability can overcome and supersede this and supersede that, and then go out there and be that guy. Maybe in the 1980s, there was that style of running back that existed, but we're not in the era of the late 70s, and we're not in the era of the late 80s. We're in the era now of the analytic nerds have been proven correct. And the thing with this, Oiler Titan, is I'm surprised to see you make this argument so much because the analytic folks have been proven correct, substantially so. They went up against the old guard for years, telling them that no. It's running back talent that matters. System, offensive line, quarterback play, defense, Doesn't matter. I got Walter Payton. Well, the days of Walter Payton are no more. They're just no more. The game evolves and changes. And the way you look at stuff in the late 70s and 80s is not the way you look at it today. There are certain rules of thumbs that will carry forward and be true. And there's certain stuff that gets dispelled or changes or moves on, and the game operates in a different way. I've tried to make the case to you multiple times over. I'm sure that we're just probably adamantly on two different camps of this. The thing that I'll say to it is that I just, in trying to understand your side of the camp, that is, no, the superhero running back does exist. No, the guy throws on his cape and he's going to go out there on high and wreck the day. Well, what recent proof do we have of that? Who are the guys that we have that are doing that over the last 20 years in this sport? Because I can go to a lot more representations where I can take a Saquon Barkley, taken high in the draft, who's a good running back, effective, but goes from being a guy that tops out at 1,300 yards in New York on his rookie contract, where he's supposed to be most effective, to then getting up to 2,000 yards when he actually goes to having all of those parameters in place to allow for the very same success that I just talked about. That's the rule of thumb. That's the example that we get for 20 years over, time and time again. And so I get where you're at on this. I used to, in many ways, be in the same place that you would be at on this. But I just know now that these other parts really drive the success or drive the failure of it more than the running back talent. I appreciate where you operate from on it, though. Mick says, what do you think is wrong with Cal Raleigh, Brandon? His fall off is so crazy from a year ago. I mean, it is a bit of the maddening part I talk about with baseball, on having a plan and having a plan that's smart, and then it still ends up not working out, even though it wasn't dumbly put together. And with Cal, this is what can happen in baseball, is that year in and year out, the productivity of these guys, you can get in your head. You can get just where you lose your swing. You can have a little bit of an injury and it throws you off, and then you're getting back from the injury, and then your timing's still a little bit off, and then you're still kind of fighting through. I mean, and Cal in the best of times is going to have a lot of swing and misses, a lot of strikeouts. But I think that this year it's just been, for whatever reason, it's been exacerbated by those injuries and by being a little bit off his hitch. But it's not unique to Cal. It's something that you do see in baseball. Guys, in the prime of their career, everything's showing that they're going to chart to go through the roof. And there's a lot of these stories of, in baseball, whatever happened to this guy? Whatever happened to this guy that was having a run and then just it went in the can? I don't know if there's a really good explanation for it. I think Cal long-term will be fine. I don't think this year's a representation of what he's going to be as a player moving forward. There's always going to be a bit of the flaws of the too many strikeouts and probably a low average with that. But if you're getting the pop and 40, 45, 50 home runs with it, you can take that, especially with his defense behind the dish. But that's the tough part to me in baseball. It's not like a basketball, football thing where there's a little bit more of the, even in football, you'll get the fall off a cliff, but you usually then can explain that to, well, the guy's 31, 32. It's to be expected. It doesn't tend to happen when they're in the heart of the prime of their career. Baseball is very broken. Baseball is perfect in 1969. Perfect. It's definitely not the same kind of product to watch today. It just doesn't feel the same way. And analytics and how they've come in and changed that sport in the way that they've changed it is, I think, kind of met that out a bit. But yeah, it's a little bit of a more languid watch, I would say. Yeah, I don't think there'll be any baseball in 27 either, Daddy. This is going to be a fight, and it might be even longer than a year. I still have my My Oh My on my VHS. That was a classic, dude. Classic. Thomas Otani, new Dodgers will spend money no matter what, if it's a record amount. I get to keep young players, but if they want to see great ownership, look at the Seahawks. Agreed. I don't get the owners that buy teams in sports. There's so few teams out there. I don't know what your draw would be to buy a team and your butt broke. I want to buy this team so I can not spend money and piss fans off. For what? To be hated in Seattle? To be looked down at? What? Jack says Otani comes with Yamamoto too. Yeah, no idea what Seattle was thinking, saying they don't want him. You don't want the GOAT. He makes you more money too. Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. And he may not have chosen us, but throw your hat in the ring. I mean, the guy's there at the All-Star game, and you've got chants from Seattle fans of Otani begging him to come to Seattle. I mean, and you can see the smile on his face, and he had reverence for Ichiro, and there was a bit of the connection there. it was really disappointing and a bit of to me, a snapshot of what's wrong right now with this organization. Charlie Ucorn, M's would have won the World Series 94, but commissioner called season World Series. F that guy, Bud Sealing. Yeah, that was a tough one. Was it 94? I think it was 90. Wasn't it 97 on that one? I think, Charlie, you might be right. It was 94, 97, one of those two, but I think we might have had a chance that year. Didn't Griffey have a chance to break the home run record that year, like a legit shot? Thomas Otani was the reason I'm done with Dipoto and ownership. Paul Allen wouldn't have just thrown the towel in of a true great who wanted to come to Seattle, but I believe Major League Baseball needs a salary cap. It does. And the Players Association are being absolutely childish. They've been able to rule the roost and they've been able to go just unfettered for all these years. It's like, why do you guys play by a different set of rules than everybody else? And it's the competitive balance, and you can't see that this is hurting the competitive balance of the sport. You're kidding yourself, which they are. Seahawks Daily Baseball works best when only 4 teams make the playoffs. Lets teams know they have to prepare for the next year much soon. Makes the regular season matter more. I kind of like the expansion of the playoffs a bit, but I get where you're coming from the purity angle of it. Thomas B, did you see on Twitter that Seattle will not get close to the playoffs? And also they had the gall to say O-line, D-line don't have consistency. No, but it's been wild to watch the takes on the Seattle team throughout this offseason, Thomas. I mean, it has been very strange for a team that just won the Super Bowl the way that they're talked about. Mick says, yeah, we saw how long Saquon wasn't a factor in that Giants team that didn't have much talent on it. Love will be the same. Love will be in the same predicament. Exactly. And it's a place I didn't start out here. I was 10, 15 years ago with Oiler Titan on this one, where I operated from a standpoint of, no, running back, because I was still remembering the 80s and 90s and what a talent, what a guy like Barry Sanders could do behind a bad offensive line. That guy used to exist. That type of guy within the offenses and how offenses used to run used to exist. But the game has changed, and it's no longer those days anymore. They can find some effectiveness, but they're not going to be stars. They ain't popping off 75-yard runs where they're busting 11 tackles. Mom, go bring it in the Starbucks for me today. Thank you, Mom. Asked her to come on over here and watch over the cats a little bit and bring your boy a little bit of the bucks here, a little injection. Thomas says, I think Cal is too good to be this bad, so I suspect he has injuries or a timing problem, but Cal said that his timing was off. Yeah, I think it's sometimes the injuries can set you back, and then you're trying to rehab over the injury, and then you're not, the obliques, I think a lot of it's, you got to just let it calm down. But that's where baseball, you can see it. Great players can you look through their box scores of their careers, and you find this one, what happened that year? And it's like he played 130 games and 200 batting average, and and I think long term he'll be fine with it. But these years do happen in baseball, man. It is a tough sport. Thomas, I would have been okay if Otani didn't come to Seattle, but this isn't once but twice. He wanted to come to Seattle because of Ichiro. It's true. Could have done the bidding part when he was up for the bidding part of aspect to it. Another place where wouldn't have probably ever have left then at that point. It's a good point. Chase B, did you see the ugly Rams new uniforms? They ain't winning with that. No, I don't like it either. I don't like the color of yellow. I think the Rams should go back to the greatest show on turf uniforms. I think that was the best iteration of the Rams. Sometimes stuff's timeless. You know what I mean? Yeah, the yellow is not a good yellow. Flip Factory. It's the white's just so bone white. Like it's like white. It is a really white. I don't have as much problem with the white. It's that just the yellow's a little off to me. Jay Stam still gets no respect in media conversations, but they still pretend that Jalen Hurts is a top 3 quarterback. It's true. Seahawks Daddy, who smashed the dono goal. Oh man, we did awesome. I couldn't be happier. We had a $500 donation in here from me earlier today, which was just fantastic. $1,093 today. I thought I was being aggressive with $1,000 mark today. I was like, that's probably a little aggressive on my part for a still preseason charity stream, but we did great. You guys are just unbelievable out there. Unbelievable. And really thank y'all from the bottom of my heart for helping to hit that mark. Is very, 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 very cool. I'm really proud of that. Proud of you guys. Yeah, Eric Dickerson Ram uniforms, those were good to me too. Like anything in that area, I'm good with. Haven't liked the new ones, don't like these new ones necessarily. Thomas B. Basically, they said Seattle will be a top 10 draft team. I almost said you better hope that doesn't happen, especially if Jeremiah Smith, top defensive lineman or the best quarterback prospects, comes to Seattle. Yeah, I don't know what they base it upon. I really don't. I mean, it's a little bit like the Bucky Brooks thing. Bucky Brooks came out and he said he had Seattle at a 7-10 record for the season. And then 710 ESPN brought him out there and coincidentally, 710 ESPN, I brought him out there and, Brock and Saul kind of, gave him a little bit of the what for as far as like, how are you coming to this conclusion of things? And the more you heard Bucky talk, and Bucky's a very smart guy, and Bucky usually has an opinion or a take, it's going to be based on a variety of different things. This was one that felt very flippant and very just sort of, I'm going to throw this out there. I just kind of just think it. And I think a lot of these pundits that are presenting this aren't really basing it on anything. They'll overstate the loss of a Walker or overstate the loss of a Woolen. And they're not paying attention to what we actually do have, because they've already kind of started out from the conclusion at the beginning point of it didn't make any sense why that team won a Super Bowl. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I've spent more time thinking about it. Still doesn't make sense to me. Must have been fluke. Must have been luck. Must have been a one-off. It's going to completely change on its ear next year. No doubt about it. Like, we're going to get back to reality, a regression to the mean, if you were. I don't believe in that. But that's I think, the level of depth that they're thinking towards this, Thomas, when they're trying to break this stuff down. I've yet to hear any real cogent argument as to why it is this team is going to get to that place. I've heard them say it's going to be that, but they're not basing it off of anything. Not basing on how the offense performed last year, the defense performed, the special team performed. Mike McDonald and the success he's had in just his second year as an NFL coach, as one of the youngest NFL coaches in the sport. We are at $1,093 donation-wise today, which is fantastic. Can't wait for the Rams to unveil their all-piss yellow alternate uniforms. It's coming. Thomas B., I also think Seattle needs a World Series type of manager. I doubt it'll happen, but it wasn't Wilson who got Seattle to the ALCS last season. I don't think that, to your point, there's been some good with them, but I don't think that there's been a separating factor to him where you feel his in-game management is helping them win games. If this is a team that's out there a little bit, flailing in the waters, if you were to try to keep their head above water, he's not exactly throwing out the lifeline. To your point on that, Thomas. They're paying homage to the Cleveland days and the 51 championship by going with the yellow jerseys. Thomas says, Dan Viens was mad hearing about Bucky Brooks' theory, and I had to laugh when he said he couldn't find any wins. I'm like, I can't find losses compared to wins. Yeah, you get annoyed by it, as I understand where Dan could be on that word. I'd be a similar state of it when I heard Bucky say this, again, from a guy that just typically, it's not that I agree with everything he says, but whether you agree or disagree, you can tend to understand this guy's thought a lot about what he is presenting. Like, he takes that part of his job very seriously. And this was one that just felt so quickly kind of put together and not based on anything. And that's where I think where you start to get annoyed and what you start to hope is not the truth, but starts to feel like the truth is, you guys are starting out almost seemingly from a standpoint of wanting Seattle to be bad. Like, man, that wasn't as good for the NFL last year that they win a championship. Man, we really can't have that happen again. Like, it's almost a little bit of that energy coming to the forefront. I don't know it's the truth of it. I'm not trying to draw some, like, there's some conspiracy that it's blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying it's that, okay? But I am saying that, like, it feels like that a little bit when it's this incessant, when it's been this overbearing throughout the whole course of the off season. Every time we're turning around, it's one pundit after another that's like playing a pig pile game here. So, yeah, I get it. I completely get it. People say dumb things for clicks. That's where with Bucky it's hard to understand because he's never been a guy that's like that necessarily. And so I think you're right. There's a lot of them that are doing it for those reasons, but a guy like that's fairly legit, and how he goes about it. Or Titan, I can understand Cam Newton and Ryan Clark fired, but not Charles Davis. I like him. I think Charles Davis, Tom Pelissero. Why are you letting those guys go? I don't understand as well ESPN buying the NFL network and then but they're pulling back. Like you're buying stuff, but you're pulling back. You're firing people. And it just goes to show you this thing with the ESPN. It's an uncomfortable time. Yeah. I don't like what I'm seeing out there either on an overall or a Titan. And it's the approach by ESPN over the past 20 years has been broken, and they don't show any signs of fixing what's not quite working right about, and then they so many ways have kind of what they've had up until this point, a monopoly. I think folks online now in these online hemispheres, one of the reasons that folks like me can do what I do is because of the failures of ESPN. And that there is a hunger out there in the market now for people that actually can provide something that they've failed to start to provide anymore. I don't get the appeal of McAfee. Is the WWE connection? I think there gets to be the contingent of the sports world that exists still, where there's sort of the frat boy thinking of, it's like when you go to like the people that you'd have the most problems with coming into like my chat and being toxic, the few that do, I think you could backtrace those to probably being McAfee fans. And so I think that there's different contingents to different football fans, and there's just that contingent out there that exists in that. I'm not quite in that same way of it either on that, Thomas. It's just a little bit too much of that. Sure. Like it's a little bit too much of that energy for me. Yeah, meatheads like McAfee. It's kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, they like to try to go after me a lot. A lot of the people do. It's like, my thing with it is a little bit on it as I don't like ESPN's approach with this. I don't think that it's cool the way they fired Clark. I don't like you're buying this, but you're then letting people go at the same time as you're trying to expand your company. That's some cold-blooded modern capitalist stuff. Um, you know, it's I don't know. You wonder what they're guided by exactly on it. But there's also a lot of like these guys get the jobs there and they sort of start to think like, well, I should just have this job forever now. It's like, well, no, look, you're not promised tomorrow. I'm not promised tomorrow on this and doing what I do. Anything can be taken away from you at any time. It sucks, but it's also the reality of it. Make it 1100. That was me, by the way. Well done, HHG. Thank you for making 1100. Well done. Got a little bit of stuff we put forward today. I will keep popping along here in the chat, but I want to show you guys this. So long requested point here on the channel from you guys has been. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, there we go. Long requested bit has been what has been my Mount Rushmore. So I want to do two different little bit of exercises today. Got three different things we're going to do here in succession today that I wanted to kind of knock out. I wanted to give you guys my Mount Rushmore. This is always something that's a hotly requested item on this of what your Rushmore is. And I think it's actually gotten pretty clear now and undeniable now. So very easy now to determine the Mount Rushmore of Seattle Seahawks all time. And I'm going to give you guys my top 20 all-time list. Top 20 all-time list of Seattle Seahawks. My 20 best all-timers. And then we're going to do ourselves a little bit of mock draft paradise. Mock draft 1.0. 1.0. Okay, let's go over here. Where's my thing at now? Why can't I get down there? Oh, darn it. Oh my gosh. StreamYard is so. Oh, come on. Well, gosh, dude, you have something set up and then technology, I'll tell you what. The StreamYard app is just so touchy. I think they would have the broadcasting stuff kind of down by now, but it's like still just. It's not happening. All right, let's try this the long way. Why can't I see that? That's crazy. It won't let me go in and look at my assets. That is wild. Annoying. Very annoying. You get the stuff prepped in advance, and then you just can't use it. All right, let's try this. See if this actually works. Annoying. All right, that's going to drive me crazy. Okay, here we go. What is this? Need that. Oh, let's do this the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way. I know this is riveting stuff here. Sorry, folks. Thought I had this thing figured out. Is that how I can do it? There we go. Boom. Finally. Goodness. It's close enough. That's close enough. Boom. Just players. Not looking at coaches on this, just players. I think it's because this has gotten easy enough to do this. And I'm going to explain myself on the top 20 when we can get over to that too as well. Who's the best Miami Hurricane defensive tackle? Mount Rushmore, Brown, Cortez, Kennedy, Russell Maryland, Moore, and Sapp. Probably Sapp's probably the best all time. Followed by by Cortez Kennedy. Okay. B, if you look closely, week 1 last year, Bosa didn't sack Sam, but pushed our lineman into him. Confirmed that Bosa doesn't like to sack white quarterbacks. He makes somebody else do it if he has to do it. Very cool, Paul Allen giving all the money to charity, man. Very, very cool. Never had an owner, never have a team sold for NFL. Record amount sold. But yeah, very cool. So, not surprising, my list. Steve Largent, still not, in my opinion, quite revered amongst the Seahawks fan base as much as he should be. You know, one of the all-time things you can do as a wide receiver is you can win the triple crown as a wide receiver. Most receptions in a season, most yards in a season, most receiving touchdowns in a season. When Steve Largent retired, he retired as the all-time triple crown winner. Not for a season. He had all 3 of those records locked down in addition to so many others. Every major receiving record that you can think of was held by Steve Largent when he retired. Every single one. There is no player on this list, Walter Jones included, that when they retired were more cemented higher in their position, where they ranked positionally across NFL history, than Steve Largent. He was unequivocally, undeniably, inarguably the best wide receiver that had 1985, who's the best wide receiver in NFL history. Everyone out there, when Margin retired, Rice was coming on now, but they were, before Rice kind of just upended everything immediately, he was that dude. Walter Jones, similarly, it was arguable. He played in an era where very likely you could be looking at one of these 3 guys being the best all time: Orlando Pace, Jonathan Ogden, and Walter Jones. I mean, they are the industry standard. They are what people are still looking at when they talk about trying to project guys. And this guy reminds me of this, and this guy reminds me of that. He was a guy that maybe has not been as unanimous as Largent when he retired as being the best of all time, but he was up there. For the record, I think Trent Williams has probably done enough at this point to make himself the number 1 overall time, but certainly Walter is top 4 to me minimum all time at the left tackle position. Bobby Wagner has just superseded this as much as anything by how long he's been able to play at still a very high level, at still a very productive level. One of the few players in NFL history over 2,000 tackles. I think he's minimum top 4 like Walter, minimum floor top 4 all time for an off-ball middle linebacker for Mike, for where he ranks at his position all time. I think that's an easy peasy one. So he goes on there. Whoever you're going to potentially point to as you want to point to Rushmore, and if you want to point to a Russell Wilson, I don't think anybody anywhere is going to have Russell Wilson as a top 4 at his position where it stands. So that, to me, that had to carry weight. Cortez Kennedy, another no doubt about it, Hall of Famer, played during the dark era of Seahawks football, and has got to be taken into account that he played during an era where you had an owner trying to move you out of town and wasn't putting the investment into the team. But that didn't capture then, or that didn't dissuade the greatness of Cortez Kennedy. All around fantastic player. Maybe not an all-time defensive tackle into kind of the same kind of, Warren Sapp area. Maybe not quite to that level of player, an Aaron Darnold level of player, but still a no doubt about it Hall of Famer. And to me, when it came down, if you're going to consider him or Russ or a couple of these other guys, I think he ranks higher at his position defensive tackle-wise than a guy like Russ would rank in the all-time mark when it comes to quarterbacks. So I think that the Rushmore has gotten a little bit easier on this one. No Hutchinson. Hutchinson was only here for 5 years. Longevity has got to factor in when you're putting a Rushmore together. It's got to factor in. So similarly there, I would apply that to Easley and Thomas as well. I will be factoring into my top 20 list those guys. So I think when it comes to top 20 rankings, that you can include guys with more splash and dash on a short period of time. But for those guys, to me, that you're talking about Rushmore, I need the longevity with the greatness. You got to have both. JSN just might be there when this is all said and done. Very possible. Very possible. I'm debating the fourth Seahawks of the Rushmore list between Sherman, Wilson, and Wagner. Yeah, that's where even with Cortez, I think Kennedy's a higher player on the all-time mark for where he stands defensive tackle wise that versus where Sherman stands with all-time cornerback wise. I think Sherman's like 127th all-time in interceptions and one of your better tackling cornerbacks in NFL history. So, I want to include that as well. But I've got to give a little bit of the nod then to Cortez because of that. Simply Sims, my girlfriend loves the Niners. I love the Seahawks. Can we coexist? Yeah. Just don't talk to each other on Sundays. Separate room Sunday. That's what we call it. Separate room Sunday. Or you convert her. You do what a good Seahawk fan is. I've done a few. I've converted a few 49er women in my time. Convert him simply. I know it's a project. I know it's a battle. But how satisfying is it when you bring him over to the other side? I'll be getting Dan Vins on here pretty soon. He's hitting me up. That'd be cool. Get Dan on. Let me get you guys the top 20 list. So I think the Rushmore was the easy one. Let me give you the 20. Let's give you the 20 here. So I think this will be the one that has a little bit more worthy of some debate going down. So top 20 Seahawks of all time. I've got Steve Largent at 1, Walter Bobby Cortez 1 through 4, Ken Easley number 5. I do put Russell Wilson in at number 6. I will stack Jacob Green in at 7, Earl Thomas in at 8, Richard Sherman in at 9, Sean Alexander in at number 10, Tyler Lockett at number 11, Chad Brown at number 12, Marshawn Lynch at 13, Cam Chancellor at 14, 15 I would put Eugene Robinson, 16 I would put Steve Hutchinson, Downtown Dave Brown at number 17, underrated player in Seahawks history. And yeah, I'm putting Devin Witherspoon in there already. 3 Pro Bowls right out the chute, part of a mainstay factor of a Super Bowl winning team. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the outliers here on the top 20 list, being that those guys that might be missing some of the pure longevity factor. And that to me is where impact can overstate that a little bit, or impact can supersede that to me a little bit. I put Lofa Tatupu at 19 and then Brian Blades at number 20. Now, Lofa, short career, but much like Devin, very similar 2 sets in what they've done, in that they're very highly impactful right out the gate. And the impact cannot be understated. That, yeah, you've got the accolades in the Pro Bowls and Witherspoon now with an All-Pro, but it's more than that. It's what they are as a foundational piece to a team that reached the ultimate success. I think on those type of guys, you got to kind of look at that different. With Lofa, it ain't just the stats. It ain't just the early accolades on the shortened career. It's also the impact on that Super Bowl winning team. Lofa was out there prior to the snap, reading plays, anticipating correctly where the play was going, letting the players in front of him know what was happening. And that part is a big part that pushed you into that Super Bowl team, on top of the impact he brought as a tackler, as a blitzer, as a cover man from the middle linebacker position. So, yeah, and I had Jacob Green there at number 7 too, as well, by the way. So I had Jacob Green in at number 7. I couldn't quite get Kurt Warner into that spot, into fitting him here under the top 20, certainly an all-time top 50 guy. I had honorable mention, just kind of missing the cut for me, was Michael Bennett, John L. Williams, DK Metcalf, KJ Wright, Marcus Trufant, and Doug Baldwin. The what I would call hard hat crew. This would be guys that had the longevity. They didn't necessarily have the greatness per se, didn't have necessarily the real splashy points on that, but just had really good careers for a really long time in Seattle. Joe Nash, Max Strong, Dave Craig, Brandon Mabane, Jeff Bryant, Edwin Bailey. Those were kind of my hard hat crew guys, to where if you want to make an argument to me, because Joe Nash played here for 15 years and I think missed like one game during that whole time, and 55 sacks in his career. Okay. Jeff Bryant has like 77 sacks in his career, played a long time. You want to put him ahead? I'd get it. I'd go, okay. I completely understand that. But, I did feel like in the case of Alofa, of a Devin, their impact was just so good and true to what they brought to the team and really injected the team in a major way at that time. I think with Cam Chancellor, there's some similarities there as well. May not have the statistical backing. I can't give you the AV value for him as a player, but what he brought as a leader and keeping what was probably a very crazy defensive room under lock and key, keeping them in control when they need to be in control, I think is a major part of that. So I'd love to hear from you guys on what you think on it. There's a guy that you might be thinking I'm missing on this, or that you're hot to trot for. Earl Thomas. Yeah. As in Earl Thomas. I've got him at number 8. Cortez Kennedy was a monster, man. He was good. He was so good, Chad. And again, playing for a bad team, man. Great players can get lost on bad teams in football. It happens. We're either Doug Baldwin or Tyler Lockett close to making the Mount Rushmore. Not in Doug's case. Doug is on the outside looking in on top 20, in my opinion, though I did have a hard time with him on the top 20. I was definitely pulled a little bit there with that on that. Tyler, I couldn't quite get there for the Rushmore side of it. There's a really good career here. That's how I feel with it. I think what's happened here, though, too, Martin, is that you've filled up and you put together a very rich history. I think there are parts in Tyler's game that are a little bit kind of slightly bothersome for me. His I'm going to fall down after the catch thing. Tyler Lockett is a blocker. Not the best of things, that he's bringing to the table there. And that, when you're on a football field, we got to look at all of what you're bringing to the table. And when I'm looking at those Rushmore players, Martin, Bobby Wagner can cover and play the run. Steve Largent can play on the outside, can play the slot, eat up double teams, can run every route in the book, no limitations whatsoever. Cortez Kennedy can play 3 tech. You need to put him on 1 tech. He played some 1 tech, especially when Sam Adams was out there at his best as a 3 tech, but good as a pass rusher, good as a run defender, no limitations in what he brought to the table. If I'm bringing a guy up on Rushmore with a team that's got this rich of a history, you can't have something that I can look at and go, you were great, but there was this, but there was this. Joey Galloway is just a little short sample size, but his career, and remember, he played for about 5 or 6 teams. All good players, though. Yeah, Orlando Pace certainly was right there with all 3. I think you can make an argument for all 3 with Orlando, Jonathan Ogden, and Walter Jones. You look at all 3 of those guys, all of them were part of his Super Bowl rosters. So they all got their team to kind of the promised land. All of them were universally great and good run defenders, good pass blockers. That is for sure. I think it's about mock draft time, isn't it? Where's my mock draft simulator? An honorable mention for Daryl Jackson. I thought about Daryl Jackson. I think I would probably have Daryl more into the 50s range when it was all said and done for him. But I did consider him and look at him a little bit on this list. he definitely was very productive here. So he had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year career here. Got to 1,000 yards 3 times in a 7-year career. Just short in one of his other years of here. So, I think a solid player. Kind of I would say that like if you're just trying to take a baseline here of kind of okay, what's a kind of a general metric? Not that it was the end all be all metric, but a general metric would be kind of like AV, which you get on the Pro Football reference site, which will give you kind of that localized final, like, what did this guy produce to help you guys win? It's kind of like WAR in baseball. And, with Daryl, it's, probably a guy that was in, territory of like 56, 55 ish area of AV. And most of the guys on this list, absent those guys that had the shorter careers that I talked about, like the Lofa or Devin or Cam, are going to be into more of that 75 to 100 AV area of things on the full value that they place. As well, never made a Pro Bowl, I don't believe, did Daryl. Good player. Don't want to take that away from him, but I think that's a bit of it when it came into like probably more to the 36, 37, 43 range of the top 50, in my opinion, at that point. All right, let's do a little mock. I want to have some mock fun here. I've looked at some of these guys. I know some of these players. I know a few of them. Mock Draft Sunday. Doo, doo, doo. Mock Draft Sunday. All right. Like it could be a little bit bigger. Okay, we want the 29th. 29th. Oh, they only let you do one round? It's too early in the process. They're not letting you do the whole. Well, that's no fun. That's lame. I want full 7 rounds. I want the full meal deal. I don't want just half the pie. I want all the pie. Reset. 7 fast Seattle. Let's see what's up. Brian Blades. Blades was on my Blades is on my list, man. I've got him 3 guns deep. If you look right there, I've got him at number 20. So I had him just behind Devin Witherspoon, Lofa Tatupu, and Brian Blades at 20. Brian was good. Another guy that was a little bit like Cortez Kennedy, and that they both kind of came around in about the same time period, where you just at the real dark ages of the franchise. And beyond that, it was also that, I mean, who was the quarterback throwing you the rock? Dan McGuire, Rick Meyer, John Freeze, Kelly Stauffer. It was not a great crew tossing the ball. It was boring offenses a little bit with we're going to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball. But he was a really good player, and he could do it all. Run after the catch, slot, outside. He could win outside with speed. Route running was really good. Solid hands. Very good all-around player. And finally, it kind of gave Largent the true counter punch of a number 2 finally at the end of his career, once he was already like 12 years in. Brian's good though. I considered Max a little bit their daddy, but like Three Guns Deep said, he did miss a lot of time while I was here, and he's a good player. I don't know quite enough to upend guys like Loafer, Brian, and the impact he brought necessarily, but no, I can understand if you did have him over the top of that. It makes sense. Certainly would make sense. All right, let's play around a little bit here. All right, we're not trading back. We're picking. I'm sticking and picking. We'll do a couple of trade scenarios. Maybe we'll try to trade, see what the trade up would be. Get away. I want to pick. Ooh, Will Echoes. Got a first round grade on him. Lapani Lalulu. Go get a center. Got some guys to pick from here. Go for Ryan Coleman Williams, wide receiver. No, we ain't doing that. We're going with Clev Lubin, baby. Clev Lubin. Don't know some of these. Cornerback Pollock. I do have a second round, third. I think I have a third round grade on Bryce. Yeah, I got a third round grade on him. Some quarterbacks here. Some interesting quarterbacks. So we go with edge. Darian Mensah maybe makes a little bit of sense here. I like Darian. I like cornerbacks. I have a third round grade on these. Of course, we're at the end of the second round. So, Whitweeks came out in this draft. Really? Whitweeks didn't come out last year's draft? That makes sense. I don't think I have looked at it. All right. There's no real prizes here out the gate. Julian Sand, Cooper Barkay, Damian Wilson's third round guy. This is where you haven't looked at everybody quite yet. Maeva. Go get Sam Levitt and piss off Bryce. Big Bryce, man. Okay, let's see here. This is where trading up, maybe. Well, you definitely know these guys a little bit more as we get closer to the Elena things. Where do I got Isaac Brown at? I know I've looked at him. Ooh, Isaac Brown I got in the second round. I like him. We got Charbonnet's contract coming up soon. Running back rooms could still be a little bit light at that time. Let's go with that. Our running back set. All right. And we got Ooh, Earl Little. Ooh, Brennan Sorsby. The third round. Earl Little would be fun, though. Rob Stain will be happy if I take Earl. He likes himself some Earl. Let's do it. Let's go with another safety, Earl Little Jr. Go take another Jalen Milrow and Lenore Sellers. It's a little early for Christian Gray. I think I got Christian a little bit deeper. I got Christian in the 4th round, but we are at the end of the 4th. Ezra. I'm not a big Ezra guy. Can't say that I like a lot of that. Okay, well, we're kind of stuck here on this one. Not a lot of great options. We already took an edge. I don't know if we want to go with another edge here. I don't think we got the room for another edge. Dorian Thomas. Going to the tight ends. We'll just do it. Probably just go with Christian Gray. It's the one I know here. It's where you look through a lot of these guys, but you still realize you got a lot of work to go on these names. Let's go with Levitt, 4th round. He was a fun player in the 4th. This is where we're getting into the names we don't know too well. Start kind of grabbing guys at this point. Nate Frazier, we could double down on the running backs. I got a 3rd round grade on Frazier, 4th round grade on Frazier. But we're not going to do that. Montgomery will go with a guard here. And we're picking back to back. I'll go with Deuce Robinson. Go get a freak show. Wide receiver 6'6", big as hell. And one Heineke went back too. Realize that. I could have got him a tier in the 5th round. Should have waited on that. Should have waited. Request. Let's see if the chat's got any requests here. Robbie Tobag. Yeah, I just didn't have enough time. Put him on the all-time list. Couldn't quite get there myself. All right, so we got a guard. We got wide receiver help a little bit there. So where you got to trade up on some of these picks at some point. Just too many picks. Too many picks. Let's just have fun. I kind of want to do this as an exercise to kind of show you guys what happens when you look at all those. We got 3 selections right there next to each other. Most of these guys I haven't had a chance. Like I should have done just a 3-round mock. I don't know these guys. Let's just say that we're going to lose both backs. Like we got a double dip on the back front. Boy, there's some receivers in this draft. They'll be interesting. Quarterback, sorry. Another guy here that not a lot of people talk about, but I can't find him now. A lot of names of guys I thought had come out in last year's draft. They went back to school. Let's go back to Arkansas. Double dip. Jaheim Johnson. Let's go with Nick Harbor, maybe. Grabbing the receiver there. We won't do that. All right. So, cornerback. Kind of see here, you're not going to have the room on the roster for all these guys. You have all these picks. You could double dip a running back. Last pick here. It doesn't really matter. Mm-hmm. I don't know any of these guys, so it's kind of a crapshoot at this point of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're still missing 2 of the picks that Seattle has on this. But Levin, with a couple running backs, Earl Little's got first round ability. Probably currently got him graded as a second round guy. I think Levitt's a guy I'm going to be higher on than others are. Robinson, I have as a third round, late second, early third round grade on. To get him at 173 would be a pretty good coup. Terrace Carter, I've got him at the third round grade side of it. So if you could pick him up, that'd be pretty nice as well. And double dipped on the running back. I think there's a couple of talented running backs in this class. There's no guarantee that Kenny McIntosh, Charbonnet, or Hololani or Wilson are part of the long-term plan. So a real possibility, if you are going to sit on the multitude of these picks into next year's draft, that you're going to have to, you have an opportunity maybe to double dip on the running backs and find a couple of really good players. 1 second here. I'll be right back. We're signed Bradford. It's possible. You never know. Do you guys see Price equaling Ashton Genty's output of 900 yards, 3.7 average, even though your line's much better, but Genty might have more talent, or will Price have to split too much load to equal? I think he ends up about 950 yards rushing for the year. I do think that he's going to end up over the 4-yard average per carry when it's all said and done. So probably averaging 4.3 yard per carry, something like that. Especially because he's not going to ask to be doing any of the short yardage stuff. So, he'll get a run at kind of pure at that point. But I'd put him at 950. Sounds about right. 4.3 yard, 4.4 yard per carry average. Somewhere in that territory. But, to your point, Oiler Titan, to me, in my opinion, Ashton Genty was more of a talent than even Jeremiah Love coming out of last year's draft. But it's just another one of those examples as we talked about when you take a guy like that and you put him in the situation that he was in with the Raiders and all of those things working against him, he can't find really the ultimate success that can tap into that real potential that exists inside him. You can only get to that place with the running back when you've got the things on point taken care of that need to be to find success for those running backs. Last 7 games of the year last year, 80 guards that qualified. Bradford was in the top 10 by PFF. He got better as the year went along, man. He did, which kind of what you expected with him going to the new system like he did would be that takes him a little bit of some time to really acclimate and get comfortable. We'll see if they do resign. You never know. Three guns deep, but if they sign all their players back, they will need to trade and get the best players. They don't need so many picks. I think you talk about something that's, let's do this part of it. I think, because this is the part of it to me that, when you want to go back through this and thinking of that a little bit more now readily as we go through our process. Yeah. I think you end up in the spot of you don't have the ways and means. So I've been saying, like, let's say if we want to get up to like 7th in the Titans, so where's Tennessee at? So you give them 30, you want 7. And then a first, a second, a third. We'd still have 1/3 left if we did that. Would still not get the job done. A third the year after, because we have an extra 3rd round pick the year after that. According to this, would still not get the job done. Let's throw a 4th round pick into this year. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks that still don't get you up to 7. So a future 2. Let's see. No. Doesn't get it done there, up to 7 on that. So 30, 62, and a 2. What a 1, 2, 3, 4 plus a 2. Driving a hard bargain, man. So hard to get this picks going here, man. The one thing was we'd have with this is the extra 3rd. So I guess we could go like this too. And that's got to get it done. Come on. Give me a break. It's getting a little bit unrealistic here. Okay, 2nd and a 3rd. Likely accept. Accepted. Okay. So it took 1, 2, 3, 4, and a future 2nd and a future 3 just to move up in this draft to get up at number 7. And once you get to number 7, You've had Dante Moore go off the board. There'll be more quarterbacks that go at this point off the board. I mean, you'd have Arch Manning at this point in front of you, but I mean, this becomes easy. Colin Simmons all day long. You know, I think what you likely see is so what you'll likely see here is we propose the trade. This was a little bit more realistic to me. So here's the trade again. You go first, second, third, fourth, second, third. You're still left with 1/3 round pick in 28. So a first and a third still remains. This puts you up at 7. Like this is a little more realistic. To Colin Simmons will be off the board at this point, in my opinion. Cam Coleman will not. So you can kind of flip out one for the other there. Dylan Stewart will probably be off the board at this point as well. But if they're not, and then I think Leonard Moore is the guy that would more likely drop to you at 7. And that would be probably the pick. But if Simmons is here all day long. Now you're still left with 68, 73. So you still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even after you've made that trade, now keep in mind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left. I think actually 7 picks because they only had you at 10 and you're at 12 next year with the compensatories that'll kick in. So you still have a lot of picks after this point with making that trade up. It's not kind of like a Ricky Williams draft where it'd be your whole draft. I don't like the Titans trading. I also think they're in the top 10. They think they'll get 70 win. Yeah, don't get caught up on it being the Titans there, Oiler. It's more of the slot at 7 where you have to trade so much to move up if you want to go and move up in a first round, technically speaking, if you're going top 3, top 5. Once you get into more top 10, the price goes down just a tiny bit. And now we can more cobble it together between a multitude of second and third round picks, along with our first round pick from next year's draft. I'm kind of thinking of it in more of those terms. Dimitri, love the Seahawks shirt. Brando, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Dimitri. Thank you, man. Bud Carker's getting third team reps. He's got a long way to go, man. Rookie, it's a very complicated defense to learn. Yeah, I think Martin trading up is the real way that stands out. Certainly, you can trade it for a player. There's moves like you can find with the picks you have a way to get a Crosby deal done if the Raiders are really willing to move him. But there's also the potential that he sits on those picks and then just packages a bunch of them up to get up into that first round and go grab one of those blue chippers. Go grab a Colin Simmons or a Dylan Stewart or Leonard Moore. Tight end from LSU, 6'8", plays basketball. Yeah, I think that's in that Trezdes Green. He's nice. Great ball skills you'd expect from a basketball player, too. Hello, Megan. Spoke up. We'll be around in a few. Sounds good. Sounds real good. The mad respect I'm behind, but what about Ray Bull and Dave Wyman for broadcasting? In the top 20 Seahawks of all time, you mean? I was just ranking on the all-time list. I was just ranking for players, not front office or coaches, or it's top pure 20 players of all times. It gets hard to put those. It's already hard to put those lists together with just player to player comparison. It's tough if we're factoring coach, general manager, ownership, that type of thing. The whole draft's moot because Seahawks picking last again. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I'm sorry about your friend's 23 years funeral on Wednesday. I'm sorry about that, Megan. Hang in there. Martin, I prefer we trade up and get a player for the future. I think our roster is more than okay to get it done right now. That's the way I'm leaning as well. I think you can do some kind of trade deadline wise and still hold on to all of those picks for the most part and still be able to make a very major trade. But this is the year of all of John's time here, of the opportunity and the potential of him moving up in a first round. To me, this is the best potential opportunity for him to do so. This is and not only the best potential just because of the draft picks that you have to do it, but the timing is right. And the opportunity to take a team that could be a very Super Bowl ready-made roster and to add a player like that into it, that young on the rookie contract, who could also be that good right out the box. That is an addition that you can't undersell. I'm getting more and more kind of obsessed with that as a thought process, Martin, that it's a package it, get up in the first round and go get yourself a true blue chipper. See where we're at with the donations. Big shout out again to everybody in the channel today. Great support here. So we were able to cross that $1,000 mark, which was just fantastic. What am I grabbing here? What am I looking at here? See where we're at. $1,131 raised today for St. Jude's. Let's get my applause on this. Big applause to all of you guys today for all of that support to the channel. The charity stream today, all proceeds do go to the St. Jude's Medical Research Facility. They do, of course, great work out there. And big shout out to all of you guys for sponsoring the show today and everything you guys have done here for the channel here today and showing your support on that. We're going to do more of this kind of stuff in the future. I am a big believer in giving back and should have done way more of that up until this point with you guys in that manner. So thank you guys for all the support today on the channel in that way and dropping those big donuts. We had 500 from me earlier. Absolutely just fantastic. So really, really much appreciated. Trying to see if I can get to the people that donated again. I thought I had found it earlier and I can't quite find it. So I could thank you guys on that. Let me see if I had. There we go. So we just recently had Seahawks Daddy dropping a $20 dono on here. O'Dwyer putting a $10 drop as well. A bunch of anonymous donations for 75, 10, 20, 50, 7. Thank you guys for all those donos over on that side of it today. Really appreciate you guys giving back in that manner. And shout out to St. Jude's. Great charity. Thank you, Seahawks Daddy. Life is a team sport, man. It really is. We need a rally. He says one is having a hard time, builds team cohesion. That's right. That is right. Families for sure. No worries, Megan. You're all good on that. You've donated plenty here on the channel. We'll do more of these in the future too. I mean, you're all good. No worries. We're rolling. We'll probably go for a little bit longer today. I'm hoping to get maybe Dan and Bryce in here on the stream here shortly and chop it up with them for a little bit. So we'll see if we can get them on in here. We'll probably wrap up on around that note of time. Mia is such a good supporter. Yeah, Mia's been amazing. He was last year. I was doing my daily drops, and he was dropping $100 every time I'd go live on the dailies. He's been consistent in that way throughout the course of the season. Uh, uh, just awesome, awesome, awesome support on his part. And I'm so blessed in doing this channel, and that the amount that I have from you guys to be able to do this. I can't tell you guys how many times I've talked to other content creators that are at my size, even a little bigger than me, that still have to go out there and do full-time work. You know, that this thing is nowhere near a full-time job for them. It's all on the side. And I got to like 2 years ago cut out and do this full-time and just have this be nothing but what I do. And it is because you guys allowed me to do that. It was never going to be the ad revenue that got me there or anything else. It's been the support and the members, the patrons, and it's really so appreciated. And you guys are very kind in that way. Not surprised we hit that mark today with how you guys operate. Me has got to change his handle. You said I got a $500 from me, and I was like, wait, what? That does sound weird now that I think about it. I said Chump Charity to myself. To myself. I'm convinced B is using B for money laundering. By any means, man. Got to keep it off the books, the tax man. Oh, thank you, Megan. Seahawks Daddy Sick Kids getting helped, basking in the final light of a championship offseason. That's it, man. As I've been saying throughout this offseason, it doesn't get better than this. You know what I mean? Don't get better than this for those very same reasons. Let's go. Give you guys a heads up here. Trying to get a little bit set up for this month. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to get soon enough here into August. We'll be getting EJ Snyder back over on the horn here. For a little bit of a peek into the NFL season. One of the co-runners over there at Bootleg with Brett Coleman. Going to be looking at trying to get back some other guys have been on the channel before here. Rob Staten. We'll get him back hopefully on the channel here in August to talk a little bit about this upcoming draft class and some of his early views on what he has seen. I have been working Byron Murphy's agent furiously. I've been furiously working Byron Murphy's agent to hopefully get Byron Murphy on for an interview on the channel as well. So I'm going to try to be pushing on that end of it. I've just about got all of the behind enemy lines set up for the season. I'm only right now trying to figure out the New York Giants and Carolina Panthers game. Everything else has been basically handled and taken care of. So really looking forward to it. We got everything kind of really well set up for the upcoming season. Going to have 7 shows this week for you guys. 1 on Sunday, 2 Tuesday, 2 Wednesday, 2 Thursday. So strap on in. I hope you guys are ready. Yeah, would love to have Murph, man. So, and his agent says once we got him back at training camp, maybe I'll be able to pull him in. So I'm going to be reaching out to him next week to see if I can get him on here in August for a quick one, quick in and out. Yes, please do. Please do. If we can put a little bit of pressure on him, be like, hey, let's get you over here. It's hard getting these guys on. I did it again this offseason. I did a lot of reaching out, doing some research to find agents of players, reached out to the agents, didn't get any really responses from the multitude of a lot of them. Some do. But it's very hard to get these guys pulled in, man. They're a evasive bunch. Even the retired players, it's hard to get them in too. Would love to make that more of a common aspect of the channel. It's just been a evasive one. Hey, boys, Call Steve Largent. Yeah, I'd love to do that one too, man. And with him, I think you got to actually like pay, and he'll do like the say something thing. But yeah, he's another one I've reached out to and tried to find, and just not any response. I have tried with him. Yeah, I've tried with Steve. He's another evasive one on that. Zorn may be the guy that I got to give another run at too there, Megan. I know you'd like to have that one. I know that'd be on yours. But yeah, if we get some players on here, that'd be so much better. Be in chat for the Walter Payton Award. Well, the chat for sure. I haven't done any donating myself today, but the chat's been on it. They definitely deserve. Use Cameo. Yeah, that's the way I'd have to do it. I think he's on Cameo. I have like 45 seconds to get the interview in. I would even forego sleep. I bet you would. You'd be there with tails on early, huh? Martin, for me, that's why I love sport. On the days when things are tough, I can reach into the memory banks and pull out a happy thought. It makes me remember that life is to be enjoyed and not just endured. It's true enough, man. Very beautiful words, man. And that is the truth about it. Sports gives you a little bit of that getaway, aspect. Oh, we got Bryce in the house. Let's get Bryce on here. I got to do this with my little headset here, Bryce, because, yeah, it's a little bit on the new machine. How's it going, Bryce?
Good, man. How you doing, Brandon?
Hold on. Get my volume up. Go ahead and try again.
I was going to say, how's it going, man? You good?
I'm doing good. Yeah. I got a different connection because I moved to a different machine. So I got to kind of make sure everything's plugged in and working right in the way that it should be. How you doing, man?
Good, man. Super excited. Obviously, training camp's here. NFL football is back. The hiatus is over. So, yeah, man, excited. Sounds like things are going well initially in the first couple of days. But yeah, man, I'm doing well. Just finished flag tournament. So, life's good right now.
Did you win?
No, we didn't. Unfortunately, tried. Things just didn't happen to go our way in the couple of games, but it was fun. There's a lot of teams that come in from all over the place. So we had a couple teams from San Diego show up, which was fun. Teams from Portland, all over the place. So it's a lot of fun to play in these tournaments because you're around people that just love football, and the amount of different NFL fans and stuff, and people that also recognize me from the podcast world and stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's great. And folks, if you haven't, please, of course, Bryce is part of the Seahawks Syndicate, which we'll be doing every Thursday this week, the NFL season. And then, of course, the Hawks Eye here on YouTube. If you please get sub up over here to Bryce on that side of things. Well, everything's been pretty quiet here in training camp. We're anticipating the Weatherspoon extension to be coming down anytime soon. How has been have you had a chance to look into the prospects in the next year's class a little bit and get into that to a degree?
I've started to dive in. I usually start with the quarterbacks. I always find they're one of the harder evaluations initially, just because there's so much that goes into that position. So I've dove into that. I've kind of got my idea who I think the top quarterback potentially is coming out of this class. But I don't know if there's a blue chipper in this class, someone where I'm really like sold, like that's the guy that's just going to stand above the rest throughout, their career. But right now for me, I think the top guy going into at least the college season for me is probably Dante Moore out of Oregon. Like, I just like what I see, and I can see the development even in some of the stuff they're doing offensively with him to get him more ready for the pro game. There's a little bit more under center coming into that offense a little bit. As you know, Oregon's always been that spread-based team. They love their RPO action, but he's interesting to me. I'm not so in on the Arch Manning hype as much as some people are. Like, obviously the name carries some weight, but there's things in his game where I'm still not sold. Like, I think he may still need another year after this. I don't think he'll do it, but I think he may need it. There's things progression wise and again, that's always a Sarkisian offense where you're kind of like, okay, it's a one read bubble to we're reading that apex defender in that area and then making the throw off of it, which is fine. but again, it's just like, where's the 20 to 15 yard in break? Where's some of those, footwork syncs up to drop kind of things? And I'm not seeing that, but I'm interested to see what John Mateer does now that he's healthy, supposedly. And man, that dude's put on some serious weight. Like, he is just built differently. So it'll be interesting.
What's your problem with Sam Levitt, man?
I don't know if I see it all there for Sam Levitt. I think there's things for me with Sam Levitt where I'm kind of hesitant with him is I don't know if I see a consistent NFL arm that can make, like, he can make throws, but like, can he rip throws? And then again, it's the progressions. It's how does his feet sync up? And sometimes I see him where, what he wants to and what he's looking at to where his body is in position. Like, I don't know. He has to prove some things to me this year, I think, Brandon, in a lot of ways where I think, he's not someone I'm wiping clean saying I don't think he's going to be a good pro, but I'm still going to be interested to see what Lane Kiffin does with him. Now, this will be the first quarterback I think Kiffin's really had that has some talent, like above what he's had in the past, but I'm interested. What, are you a big Sam Levitt guy?
Not a big guy. I mean, I think I've got a 3rd or 4th round grade on him.
That's about where I see him. Yeah.
Where am I at? I've got him as my mid 3rd round grade. So I have him stacked between Darian Mensah and Lenoris Sellers. Lenoris being below him because I think that Lenoris is just Jalen Milrow, and what Jalen's taught us on this is that the valuation prospect on that and where he's at's the right space to be on. Like, no matter, and I think it's hard because like a lot of these guys you end up a lot of times saying, okay, he's got the big arm, but he doesn't have legs, or he's got the legs, but he doesn't have the big arm. With Lenoris, you can say, well, no, he has the big arm, has the legs. Levitt, I think, has a plus arm and has plus legs. Now accuracy, progression reading, throwing motion being completely all over the place. He's like a wild Mustang. He's the wild Mustang, the pony of this quarterback draft class is Levitt. But also a guy that too, if I'm bringing a guy in, I need a backup quarterback that's cheap, that comes in and gives me the leg stuff, that's super dynamic and kind of win me 3 or 4 games on a stretch where my starter can't play. And I'm getting that. Maybe there's a little bit of that there, with him in what he brings. Have you a chance to look at Darian Mensah at all?
So Mensah is my next one that I've really started to dive into. Obviously, he's got, the size and the frame and stuff. There's some things where I want to see again. What does he do now that he's made his, transfer? He's here. Like, there's a bit of Cade Klubnik to him, I think, a little bit. I don't know if I see the big arm, like the massive arm that some of these guys are looking at, but he does have a good completion percentage. I liked what I saw out of some games in Duke, especially the Virginia game where he won it in overtime. But like, he's another guy for me where I want to see a body of work of that level. Now, the one guy for me, Brandon, that I want to get your thoughts on is, where do you see CJ Carr in all of this?
So I've heard all the hype on CJ Carr on this a little bit. He's an extremely technically clean passer, which is, I think, why he's kind of appealing to you a little bit on this, is that everything's clean, where we're talking about a bunch of these guys that are very anti-clean mechanically, both from the lower half to the upper half. So, it's efficient, consistent delivery, tight spirals are coming out with accurate passes as it leaves his hands. Slightly above arm strength, average arm strength, above average, not even to plus side. I usually go like average plus, good, elite for me. So it's like, it's very like, he's not that far away from Riley Leonard. Now
I think that's fair.
I like how he layers throws. I think he's got good escapability and feel for the pocket. Another thing that I could see where it appeals to you, just a good sense in that pocket, unlike guys like Lenoris or some that, even Levitt can bail on clean pockets sometimes, I think. He's got some straight line speed, probably a 4.70 guy in the 40 is where I see him at, where he plays with really good tempo. I just worry about the arm strength, stares down targets a little bit, one read heavy. The progression read's not as much there. So much of the productions like the RPO, Mendoza stuff, where it's like, am I really watching quarterbacking here? Am I just watching like very manufactured type stuff going on? He's really getting elevated now. He's being talked about. Not just with you, but like a lot of people. And I don't know if I just felt like the tape was as much there because I kept coming back to Riley Leonard. When I watch the tape, I go, look, good college quarterback. I can certainly see where this is a guy with skill and ability, but how does this skill and ability translate to the NFL level? To me, you got a Carson Beck guy that got drafted as a career backup guy. Riley Leonard probably drafted as a career backup guy. CJ Carr probably, to me, is going to be drafted as a career backup guy when it's all said and done. But it gets elevated. Probably gets elevated. Like that's where he'll land up, but he'll get elevated into probably like first round territory because bop to bop.
It'll be interesting to see what he does without the run game this year that he had last year with Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love, where he could live off of the play action a little bit more. Like, I feel like if he goes to a system, very much the Kyle Shanahan tree and that, where he can successfully live off play action, he can be a starter, but he's not going to be an elevating starter where he can elevate everyone around him to a new level at the NFL. But I would say the Riley Leonard, I'd say he is the better pocketed passer version of Riley Leonard is what I would go with. I can see, to your point, a lot of the things. He's got some leg and mobility to him. I think he plays better from the pocket. The thing for me too, when I look at a lot of this, this class, and depending who comes out and who declares and so on, the one that I'm still, I don't see it. Maybe you can enlighten me, or maybe you don't see it either, is the Julian Sayin whole thing. Like, there's things about his game I don't see that will translate well. Like, you talk about locking in on targets. He does that so much, and it gets him into so much trouble. What are your thoughts on him?
It's a 5th round grade. It's a poor man's Drew Brees, basically. And he's not going to be Brees. And it's just that it's what it looks like on college tape, how he plays it. And that we come back again to what goes on in college does not transition to the pros as seamlessly as people would like to think, because it's just the level of competition, the spread, the widened hash marks, the manufactured offense. You come down to looking at quarterbacks, man, and arm strength has got to be a non-negotiable. It's got to be a non-negotiable. You cannot operate in the NFL level saying, I'm taking on a quarterback that he's going to have points. Brock Purdy's got limitation points. You've seen the numbers of Brock Purdy in the elements. You know this. You're playing up in Canada and in the elements all the time. Tell me the elements do not affect a guy with arm strength. Tell me the elements do not affect a guy who doesn't throw a clean spiral out of his hand. Thusly, the ball is wobbling, the rain's hitting it, the wind's hitting it. Now the ball's a little bit more further off, even that much more as it's in flight. You've got to have the ability, because smart defensive coordinators are just going to say, I know you can't make that throw, so I'm going to leave it open.
Yep.
I'll leave it open all day.
You're 100% right. And the one thing I look at, to your point, when we talk about these guys that maybe don't necessarily have that arm, is the one throw I always look for is the deep drive throw. Like, can you drive that ball in at 15 yards on the in break, and in the bad weather, the wind's blowing in your face, or does that ball slow down? Does it hang? And you allow that safety now that's out of position to break and drive it. Like, one of the concepts with my quarterbacks, when I'm testing that to see if they can do it, is, we'll have a bad day of training, whether it's raining, whether it's a bit windy, and I'll run a Mills concept. 2 receivers, so I got the deep 12 to 15 yard in, and I've got the deep post on the outside over top. And can you make that throw and put it on their face? If you can't, and that's without the pressure in your face, that's without the D lineman in the pocket and everything, then you're not going to have that arm to show up then when you need it in a game. So you're 100% right on that.
And I think it's been the part that's been lost in the NFL in recent history, because there's so much of the RPO spread concept game of the 2000 teens got you around to this stuff. I can just have them throw a bunch of bubble screens and little drag routes, and I can get around this. And it's like, for a while, but eventually you're going to get to the playoffs. Eventually you're in the playoffs. The elements come more to life than they ever do throughout the course of the season. And it's going to rear its ugly head at the worst of times when you need it most. And I mean, that's one of the places Sam Darnold gives you, of course, is he's got an ability to not only make every throw in the book, he can make every throw in the book while being hit. Like, there's also those guys that are then the smaller guys that when they're hit, and it's going to lose all of its velocity, it's going to lose all of its life. And that's another part of this to the arm strength game, is can you make the throw without necessarily all 4 of your cleats and, both of your cleats in the ground and be able to let it rip? Or do you have to be like Bryce Young or whatever, where it's like, not only got to have both my cleats in the ground, I got to do this like back and forth thing on my throwing motion to get the ball out with enough velocity, because I'm not big. I don't have the ability to generate the torque just on my midsection,
Well, and, that's the one thing I think with Sam now that you're seeing with him is in the wind. Even last year in the NFC Championship, some of those throws he's able to make, he can drive the ball, he can get it there. And this is where, again, to your point, quarterbacking is it's been so underdeveloped, in my opinion, for the last bit of time. You look at a lot of the quarterbacks that ran the Oregon system with Chip Kelly. You can go back to Dennis Dixon, Jeremiah Masoli, Darian Thomas, those type of guys. Really, it was bubble slant, bubble seam, bubble in. Like that was it. And it wasn't a deep in. It's like a 10-yard in. So we're bubbling. We're trying to move it back. We're trying to move a will to go to it with the RPO on it. And then we're throwing in off of that. Well, guess what? In the NFL, the hashes matter because you don't have that super wide field side anymore. It's pretty much almost even on each side, whether you're going into the boundary of the field. Oh, yeah, by the way, those will linebackers are much more athletic and smarter, so they're not just going to take the eye candy of a bubble because they'll rally to it. And so then when you're trying to make that throw inside and it's that tight window and you don't have the arm for it because you haven't been asked to do it, you falter. And that's where I think you've seen a lot of these spread quarterbacks fail coming next. It's great in college. It works in college. But then when you go to the NFL, it's something that just doesn't translate well.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think it's keep at the forefront of mind because the NFL is more than ever moving towards the under center stuff right now at the current age of things. We got our guy, another part of the syndicate in the house, Dan V. Owens. It's good to have you in here, man. How goes the day?
Not too bad, guys. It's been a minute since we've all gotten together. It's good to see you.
You too. Are you getting through the off season all right?
I'm getting through it okay. We've gotten through it. It's over.
It's over.
Training camp is officially here, so the offseason is over. It does, when you win the Super Bowl, your offseason is supposed to seem shorter and go by faster. But I don't know about you guys. This one seemed like it took forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird because it was a shorter offseason. But definitely it's always that July territory hits. And this definitely, the early July, late June, definitely stretched. For sure.
I think it's a combination. And we've all talked amongst ourselves about it a number of times, but I think it's the anticipation for the next season is so heightened when not only you're going for potentially back to back, but when you're set up the way the Seahawks are with such a young roster, that all the continuity coming back and everything, the expectations of having an opportunity to go back to back are exceedingly high. And so anytime you anticipate something, it takes longer to get here, right? It's like the Christmas effect. But it's also, as content creators, we've talked about this, like there's no angst this offseason because of all those things I just mentioned. And so the fans haven't had as many questions, not as many things to worry about or stress about, not as many moves or impending moves that need to be made. And so some of them have taken the summer off. And now we're here, man. We're ready to ratchet it up. And I think now that you open the gate and you get on with it, I think the intensity on a day in, day out basis now throughout the rest of the season is going to be really high.
We've got we think about this to your point, Dan, there's not a lot of pressing. It's all just kind of like walking into this where things feel like good and just, all right, ready for this to roll. The one pressing thing that seems to be sitting there beyond extensions of which we're all anticipating are going to come down the line, be it a Witherspoon, probably Leonard Williams as well. But beyond those things, we have this how to add on. Mm-hmm. So this is the question to me that's the big one to me in the moment. And there's a very specific, I think, point of question to really get to the heart of this with both you and Bryce on this, which is you have two territories at play that are sort of emerging here. You have territory one, which is make that move this year between now and the deadline. You have a bundle of picks, 12 picks. Let's take a bundle. First round, second round, future third round, maybe a future 2, right? You guys hear I'm going, maybe a late day 3. Throw those together. This is our package. Don't look at my package, boys. Stop staring at my package. Okay, we got our package.
Talking about your package.
Now we got two different places we can kind of go strive for this. We can do maybe the TJ Watt or a Crosby deal at deadline. So let me take you through the proverbial scenario. We're to the deadline. We're neck and neck with the Rams. It's looking like how we thought this was going to play out. Niners nipping at the heels too. Is your preference at this point, either at that point to take that package and say now for Crosby or Watt, or let it ride like they would on the game shows? Are you going to let it ride and go get that package for the draft and make this that first year draft where John goes and actually targets the blue chipper? Yeah. And if you do take the second, we'll start with you, Dan, then you, Bryce. If you do take the second option, who is that player that you're getting a little bit of a fondness for in your eyes, a little side eye fondness, if there was that guy you were trading up for?
Man, can I play this one down the middle and cheat a little
Nope.
bit?
No, you're already a fence sitter for me too much. You're going one side or the other.
Oh, you're about to get my middle finger, my friend.
Dan's at his best when Dan's hardlining it. I need Dan hardlined.
I appreciate that.
I need him stand on business. I want a flag
choices, right? Not given the third choice, which is you wait and see what happens between now and the trade deadline, and then you pull that trigger. Then my answer might be very different. And I will say this to kind of set up some context for that. When the schedule first came out, I hated everything about how they shoved the Rams and the Seahawks to the end of the schedule. I hated everything about it. Don't think it should ever happen. I think it just is a general rule when you're playing a team twice within your division. One of those times should always be in the first half of the season and one should be in the second half. It just seems like a very simple code thing you can write into the software that you plug in to create the schedule, right? But now I think it's more of an advantage for the Seahawks and the Rams. The Rams are done. Their roster is what it is. And if it now increasingly looks like that Aaron Donald is going to come back at some point and not be willing to do it on a veteran's minimum salary, they're going to eat up whatever salary cap space they do have left to get him in there. Their roster is set. It is what it is. The Seahawks have the flexibility of waiting to see how they are. We might get to the trade deadline and they don't need anything, right? And that's a perfect scenario. So just to set that aside, if given the choice between those two, making a move today with those picks,
it wasn't for today. It was for deadline. So the context would be, it was at the deadline. You're neck and neck with the Rams.
Give me the draft. Give me the draft scenario then, because again, maybe I'm cheating a little bit, because then that would mean that they then didn't need to go make a move at the deadline. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But also because I do, from the early work I've done on this draft, I like it so much that I think we just saw this with the Seattle Mariners, to use a baseball analogy. They're so good at drafting. We've seen that over the last 7 or 8 years. It might be the only thing they're good at, but they're very, very good at drafting, especially in the first round, and then manipulating the bonus pool and getting value in the second and third round too. But this year they drafted 24th, not 15th or 16th, not third like last year. And that changes everything. So we saw some of the value the Seahawks have gotten in the last 4 or 5 drafts, drafting 15th, 16th, 18th, right? 5th and 20th, going back to 2022. Well, it's different when you draft 32nd. And there's even in a great draft, man, there's going to be so many players that come off the board between 15 and 31 that we really, really like. And I can't tell you right now, as I sit here, who might be in that range. I know you and I have talked about Clev Lubin, who, the two kids at the top of the draft in Stewart and Collins, right? Simmons and Stewart, they're probably going to go, if everything kind of stays chalky like it is now, they're going to be top 5, top 10 picks. But a guy like Clev Lubin, who might be borderline end of the first round because people aren't familiar with him yet, and he's transferred a bunch of times. But if he goes out and has another season like he did last year at Louisville, then maybe he's a guy that gets into that conversation. I really like the idea of having the flexibility with all those picks for John Schneider to do something that he's never really done that much high in the draft, and that's be aggressive and move up. And he'll have the best opportunity he's ever had if we can hang on to all 12 of those picks. So to me, that's the preferred scenario there, given those two choices.
Bryce, I want to get your follow-up on this, but just really quick too, Dan, because there's a possibility to me with Colin Simmons. I think you're right about Dylan Stiller and Colin Simmons that they should go top 5. Thing is that we know about this though too, is that quarterback class being where it is, quarterbacks get elevated. Yep. Could see 3 quarterbacks taken. There's no way Jeremiah Smith is getting outside of the top 3, even with the quarterbacks next year and next year's class. So, I was running through some scenarios on PFN and that's obviously a mock site, but a first, a second, a third, future second, future 3 might get you up to 6, might get you up to 7. So if you do have your pick between a Simmons, a Stewart, a Leonard Moore, and we take the quarterbacks off the board, we take Jeremiah Smith off the board, which of those are you picking?
Of those names you just mentioned?
Mm-hmm. Or is there a guy that you pick above that, picking that spot that'd be available?
I think Leonard Moore is one of the best cornerbacks I think I've seen on film in a very long time.
Great pick, man.
And receivers, I mean, it's so easy to become enamored with them when they burst onto the scene. the Ryan Williams kid at Alabama. Remember the freshman year he had? Everybody thought he was going to be Jeremiah Smith, and then look what's happened since. We've seen what's happened with Marvin Harrison Jr. I just think you can find value later on in fits. Wide receiver a lot of time is more about fit than just like how the sort of the poster looks. Leonard Moore is just like next level, a guy that can just lock down a whole side of the field. And I know just saying that out loud, there's probably fans out there that are like, but I really like Julian Neal and we just signed Josh. Like when you have a chance to get an elite blue chip cover corner, and he's still raw, like he's not the most refined player that we've ever seen. You do that. I mean, you can really dream on a Mike McDonald defense with a Devin Witherspoon on one side and a Leonard Moore on the other, and then all those other guys filling in reps around him. To me, that would be one that would be worth moving up for.
Hell of a pick, man. Bryce, where do you stand on the first part of the question, and then to the second part if you find yourself on the second part?
Well, to be honest, I find myself on the second package. I would go with the draft. The reason I say that is if this team is neck and neck with the Rams, that means they're playing good football. That means that there's not necessarily any tinkering that needs to be done. At the end of the day, you could go out and add a Crosby, you could add a TJ Watt. That may not work, right? And same with the draft, it may not. But one thing we've seen with the Seahawks is they have a much better success rate of bringing in talented players through the draft in the higher bracketing of the rounds and developing them and turning them into impactful players. Look at Byron Murphy. You can look at Devin Witherspoon, Nicky Manwari. Like when they have the opportunity to get players at the top end, and Nicky Manwari, let's be honest, fell in our lap, and I still can't believe the NFL let that happen. But we're able to have those guys be impactful players for us. You could go get a TJ Watt or a Crosby, and questions, okay, how much money are you going to have to continue to eat with their salaries? Do you have to rework that deal? What does that all look like? And there's all these other things that then may in turn lead us to having to let go of somebody that we've developed in-house as a very good player for us down the road, potentially. I am much more in the camp now with this, if to the scenario you played out, Brandon, go get an elite player in the draft. Go package up and move up and use some of this and go get a guy like a Colin Simmons, if you can get up there somehow and get him. If you can get Dylan Stewart, if you could even get Ugalele from Oregon. Like if you go get an impactful edge in this draft, or Leonard Moore if he's there as a corner. If you can go get that player in the draft and have 4 years, 5 years with the option of club control, bring him in. He fits what you want. Because like, yes, we can say Crosby could fit, or yes, we can say TJ Watt fits. But it's a whole different thing with guys that have, that are older, that there's more injuries occurred on their body. There's, we already know that with Crosby with the knee. Like you could get Crosby and he could have an injury right away, like 2 days or 2 weeks after we get him. And it's like, okay, we gave up all this capital to be sitting in the same spot that we were prior to that trade, where we are still neck and neck, but we don't have the weapon. We just went, or you can go and wait and do it in the draft. I think this team is good enough to beat the Rams as they are currently constructed. And to Dan's point, the Rams are tapped out. We're still, I think, an ascending team. We're still getting better. Our young players are still getting to make impacts on this team. They're not at a point where it's like, okay, what do we do here, guys? Because some of these guys are aging out and we're potentially going to have a problem here. And we're going to have some monster holes in our roster as the Rams will, and they don't have the depth behind it to fill them.
So you got to make a pick, man. I can't give Dan a hard time for sitting on the fence, and you run through seven players. You actually getting a selection here.
So can I ask for some clarification on where we roughly would be sitting if
6th
we
to
package
7th.
up 6th to 7th? Okay, if we're 6th to 7th, I don't know if Colin Simmons is going to be there from Texas, because I think he's probably going to be one of those guys that goes like, you're going to have a couple quarterbacks go, and I think he'll be like 5. He might go just before you. Dylan Stewart's probably the guy from South Carolina for me. I am liking what I see on, and I think he's got a high ceiling. You can move him around. I think he's one of the guys that I would probably land on there if Colin Simmons is off the board. But if he isn't, Colin Simmons would be my number one guy.
I want to ask you guys about a Rams situation ongoing here that you guys were just hinting about. But the one extra question I'll ask you in regards to this, and this is early on, so you don't have to feel held to this. Your guys' opinion can change down the line. If I told you that package you guys keep looking at Then instead of it being the 1 second-round pick, we flip that out. We flip in an extra first-round pick for that second-round pick, and it becomes now Jeremiah Smith. Is that a yes type of place for you guys? Or Dan, to your point earlier, a second ago, the fit, the timing, how we use receivers, how much we pass, what we have as a needed team.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to make that.
All those things. I think when you take all that into account, it just would seem like an unwise allocation of resources given how our roster is constructed and how our offensive philosophy is what it's based on. You know, JSN is in the prime of his career. He's locked up for many years. We love what we're hearing now from a full off season with Rashid Shaheed getting to work with Sam Darnold. He's signed for the next 3 years. Torrey Horton, not on the PUP list, not restricted in any way. We see him fully healthy. We'll see what he can do now. And there's some other guys that's upside too. Like Jeremiah Smith is a legitimate talent. Someone's going to get an all-pro. I mean, we thought that about Marvin Harrison too, but I think Smith has a better athletic package. It just doesn't seem to make sense as a fit. Now, if we natively had the 5th pick in the draft, and let's all hope to gosh that doesn't happen, because it would mean that things went really, really wrong, then best player available, take the upside, take the talent, whatever. But to move up to get that guy doesn't make a lot of sense for me. When you know, I think it's a really good edge class. I think it's a really strong defensive tackle class. Maybe an interior, maybe another offensive lineman makes sense at that point, right? It's that's a tough one for me to wrap my head around.
You same place, Bryce?
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same place. Like, don't get me wrong. I would love Jeremiah Smith. I think he's going to be the best receiver prospect we've seen in a very, very long time. I just don't know if it's the correct allocation of resources when we know this edge group is going to take potentially a massive hit this upcoming offseason with, you know, is DeMarcus Lawrence back? Is Chenna back? You know, there's different things. And, you know, we're banking on some guys like Jared Ivey and some of these undrafted guys. And we're bringing in guys like Dante Fowler, which, again, I'm on that boat with you, Brandon, of you can kind of basically create good edge groups within the aggregate by adding veteran players on easy 1-year deals. Yeah. But I just look at it and I go, okay, you're going to add a top-end receiver like that with a top 3 receiver you've already got in JSN. We aren't a air-it-out football team. Yes, JSN put up fantastic numbers last year. We were a bottom third of the NFL pass rate team. So that's where I look at it and I go, like, that's not – if we were airing it out all the time and we were top of the NFL in passing statistics because we were throwing it 60 to 70% of the time and we were barely running it, it would make more sense. The way that it's currently constructed, it just doesn't for me.
Changing gears, good points all around, guys. Can't push back against any of it. Changing gears a little bit on, I'm trying to understand something. I don't know how the Rams are pulling certain things off here. And back to your point a little bit, Bryce, on this, that we have to think about this with these trading for these edges thing too, by the way. They want money. You don't get them on the current. We play this game. All of us have played it. We got to stop playing this game, which is we look at the over the cap and we're like, well, he's only on this cap hit and he's only on that cap hit. No, he's the greedy bastard who's going to want another new contract when he gets traded. And I don't belittle NFL players for getting everything they can, but it's just like, look, it's got to adjust our cost of doing business on these type of trades in a major way.
Yeah.
How in the name of God have the Rams pulled this off right now? They're sitting on $18 million of cap space. They have 4 contracts they should have to give off. Okay, you can tell me Puka Nacua has done a little bit too much biting, and so he's out on getting a deal right now. He's got to wait. But the other 3, good soldiers, one and all outperformed the rookie deal.
Yeah.
And I bring up the greedy player thing because here you have Aaron Donald who could come in and do the LeBron thing and take the vet minimum, right? He could come in and be like, I made my money. I've been on my retirement. I'm coming in on a 1-year deal. They're going to control my snaps. But no, he's like, well, you guys got me on the books for $30 million. I mean, how much you asking me to take a discount here? I mean, this is what's going on in the background. And yet they have also the extensions, but they don't seem impelled, Dan, at all by these extensions. They seem nonplussed by it. They seem like not an issue in the least. It's like that guy does he does this satirical thing. Not a problem in the least. He's talking about Hollywood movies and the plot devices, and he like, not an issue in the least. We'll just write it out. You know, it's like, I feel like they're in a position where they're just like, no, we'll just write it off. No problem. Yeah. Are they void yearing? Like what?
Yeah. And they just don't care. They really don't. It's the ultimate example of like, Super Bowl or bust, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some of it is just ego, and they just feel like, Les Snead will nail some mid-round picks. He'll come up with some guys. We'll just kick the can farther down the road. We'll trade more first-round picks to get guys if we need to, and we'll just keep kind of plugging the holes whenever we need to. It might be part of that, but I just also think it's they want to win this year. They want to win in their own stadium. They want to win before Stafford's done. But I also think that, man, we pissed them off. Mm-hmm. We pissed them off in such a way that it changed their approach to the offseason. I'm convinced of that. If they win in the NFC Championship game, go to the Super Bowl instead of us, or win in Week 16 to alter the timeline there, and they end up going instead of us, I don't think they trade for Myles Garrett. I could be completely wrong because they've always been aggressive, but it feels that way, doesn't it? Like we broke them. We pissed them off to the point that Les Snead had to just erase his whole offseason whiteboard and start over. That's how I feel, and you can't convince me otherwise.
And I'm probably not going to the promised land if you're having a team put you on torque to change your whole offseason plan easier. If you talk about a process being a healthy one or a process being an unhealthy one, it'd probably be the latter more than the former.
And it gave us a chance to see that that's not how John Schneider is. He didn't feel compelled to go out and have to answer the Myles Garrett move.
Yeah.
They stick to their process, and it might be frustrating for fans to hear sometimes, especially in May and June. Like, you want action, you want to see something being done. And all you see is the last move. But I don't think that was their plan. They seem to have, over the last couple of years, leaned a lot harder into draft, develop, hang on to our first round picks. But then we went and lit a fire under them.
Put them on tilt. Where do you stand on a price as far as what do you make in sense, or can you make sense of this?
I think you make sense of this as like you're sitting at a poker table, right? And you're playing against someone that, you think you've got an understanding of how they do things. And you're sitting there and the cards come down and all of a sudden they don't break the way you want them to. And you get frustrated because this person that you think you're superior than is beating you and constantly beating you. And it's going their way. So finally what you do, and this is where you can't have emotion really in those situations, you go all in. And you go, that's it. I've got this hand and I'm throwing all the chips in the table. And that's really what the Rams have done, in my opinion, here. They've gone, we think we were the better team. We deserve to be in Santa Clara and not you guys. You had a helmet pass get us, because they always want to go back to the helmet pass that, Adam Schefter and all those guys at ESPN brought up. Oh, if the helmet pass hadn't happened, Seattle wasn't winning that game and the NFC Championship was going through LA and that was going to be the difference in it. That totally swung it. That won the NFC Championship game back in Week 16. If that's how you're operating, and to be honest, I think part of the reason they're operating that way now, Brandon, is because I think it broke McVay a bit. The level of frustration, I think, for him that there is now somebody, in my opinion, that is as equally gifted thinking the game of football, but on the opposite side, is in his division, and he doesn't get to run away with it. He doesn't get to be just the lone mastermind in the NFC West. Yes, Kyle is there, and don't get me wrong, Kyle is a good coach, but McVay has advanced that offense a bit and the philosophy, and everyone wants the McVay tree, and everyone wants someone off the McVay tree. Well, now it's turning into there's someone out on the defensive side that has arisen, and it is bothering him that he has somebody in his own division he has to see twice a year. And the problem is the side of the ball he doesn't really control is costing him games, the defense. Their offense chewed us up. Let's call a spade a spade. The Rams offense was moving the ball up and down the field, but Mike McDonald has a complete football team. He has an offense that can carry the defense when they're in those type of situations and play complementary football. The Rams do not have that. The Rams have a unit on defense that is like Swiss cheese at different points. And that in turn frustrates McVay. So how do I fix that? Well, I need to go get the next big, arsenal weapon in Myles Garrett. We need to go get Trent McDuffie. We need to just rejig this whole thing. And I made a point earlier this offseason that I got a lot of heat for, where I said my top 10, my hot take was, I don't know if the Rams defense finishes in the top 10 statistically this year. And everyone came after me for it, saying I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. You have a whole bunch of hired guns. And what's the difference between Seattle's defense and the Rams defense? The Seattle defense has played together. The Seattle defense has continuity. They have understanding of what part A is going to do when part B does this. That takes time. That takes development. I don't know if they have the coach in LA to do that, in Shula. And I don't know if all these players are going to come together and gel. And so what I think you're seeing is a all-in move because the Super Bowl is there and you have a team in your division that is as equally gifted as you, but might be better because they're an actual full-fledged team in the Seattle Seahawks.
I'll take it a step further just to jump in on your Sean McVay point there that we really got under his skin. You talk about all in and the reason they want to win now. I think McVay knows now that the only way that he can beat Mike McDonald is because he has Matthew Stafford, that his ability to hang in there till the last second and make those throws, especially down the deep middle part of the field into tiny little windows that other quarterbacks in the league, even the good ones, won't even attempt to make. And the types of throws that McDonald's scheme absolutely shuts down against just about anyone else, that Matt Stafford is their kryptonite. He knows he's not competing against this roster, this team, this defense with Ty Simpson. He's not doing it with Stetson Bennett. He's not doing it with Jimmy Garoppolo. And so I think that it turns the heat up even more under him to know that, man, we've got to beat them as much as we can while I've still got Matt Stafford, because when it's over, I'm probably out of here too.
I think there are really good points in there about, what's in the process of the Rams leading him to this place. And I wouldn't, I'm total agreement with you guys on that process that's taken them there. I guess the one part for me that remains the part that the elevator's not going all the way up to. Steve Avila is on a second round contract. I think Byron Young's on a third round contract. Puka Nacua is on a day 3 contract. And then the last guy is, there's one more guy missing here. Kobe Turner's on, I believe, a second or third round contract as well.
And Avila, second rounder, I think.
Yeah. So it's one thing for the team to say, well, we're going for it. Damn tomorrow. Don't care about it. We need to do this for like the reasons you guys mentioned, because this guy's so hard. This team's so hard. I've got a finite amount of talent to this guy's going to be out. My Stafford that saves the day for me, to your point, Dan. How are you getting the players themselves, though? Like Aaron Donald comes back. Kobe Turner is going to see his snap count get eaten into in some way, shape, or form. Thus, Kobe Turner is going to see his ability to maximize out his returns a year late. A year late, should be paid now, earned it now, $23 million per year right now. That gets reduced down, say nothing of the injury factor, which then even further reduces it down by you taking that individual risk. We got players all over the place that aren't willing to take that risk. We got 2 guys that have 2 years left on their rookie contract, first round contracts that were well paid on their first round contracts that are wanting their extensions right now. A Charles Cross after his first round contract as a top 10-ish pick that wanted that contract within that 3rd year. Yet they're able to a man, wait. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think that only gets you through this year. Yeah. I really do. I think it's easy to buy in on something that's been put together that's as loud and as brash as what they've done over the last 6 or 7 months, with that carrot out there, that opportunity to go to a Super Bowl, win it, especially in your own stadium. But I think it speaks to, if this season starts to go off the rails somewhere around the midpoint, it might really go off the rails, because now all those egos are going to be unchecked a little bit. Like if they get off to a poor start, and their first 5 games, not easy. Like I thought of all the NFC West teams, they got the hardest first 5. Really, the Giants are the only team in there that you think, well, that's probably an easy win. But we've talked about this on our show before. Like the Giants with John Harbaugh and some of the talent they have there, they're going to play you hard. And it's going to be a physical game. You're going to feel that you played the Giants, whether you come out on top on the scoreboard or not. But that first 5 is not super easy. You got Niners a million miles away, then Giants, then you got Broncos, Eagles, Bills. Come on. You go 5-0 there, you can keep all those egos in check. You go 2-3, questions start to come up. Maybe Puka's not happy. Maybe Donald does come back and Kobe Turner's, playing less snaps. Everything that you talked about there, that could get rough. And we keep going back to this. Like Myles Garrett was not a revered teammate in Cleveland. There was not a lot of love for him when he left Cleveland. How happy is he going to be if this season doesn't end up being a dominant wall-to-wall division lead NFC Championship Super Bowl season. I don't know. We'll see. I just think there's a lot more questions there about how you balance all of that than there is in Seattle, where everything is symbiotic, everything's harmonious. Even the one guy that they're maybe having a little bit of difficulty getting paid on the timeline that they want to, Devin Witherspoon is out there laughing, smiling, fully participating in practice. Like, there's none of that going on in Seattle.
Yeah. Bryce, are they just selling them on their long-term dream to these collection, these four, saying, hey, we'll get you next year. We'll add extra, we'll add a 10% next year for not doing it this year.
Maybe. I think part of it too with maybe some of these guys is they also are being sold on we're trying to maximize what it's like to have an elite quarterback now with the money that they are paying Stafford, and eventually he's going to be gone. And some of that Stafford money, once it's off the books, is going to be coming to you guys. And the other thing I'll say too is to Dan's point, if they don't start well, are any of those guys, like maybe they bring Donald back? Do they trade another one of these young pieces? They jettisoned Jared Verse. Yes, they got Myles Garrett back, but do they do that and go, hey, you know what? Maybe we aren't paying some of these guys that we're thinking of paying now because you know what? We hit a rut and we're not. And to Dan's point, it's really unstable how they've built this, because I look at it kind of like a glass floor, right? That's you're walking over and you see the plummet. There's nothing underneath you except that sheet of glass. And if cracks start happening and it lets go, you're gone. And that's where I look at this Rams team. Like, there's no stability underneath. The guys that are underneath, to your point, the Pukas and all these guys that are second, third, Kobe Turner. Kobe Turner, to me, is one of the better young D tackles in the NFL. Why are you going to diminish his snap counts? And I get it's Aaron Donald, and I understand the name value there. Aaron Donald has not played football for what, 2-3 seasons now?
Yeah.
What is that toll? And I get, he's going to get into shape, and I hear all of those things. It's a very different beast when your body has not been taking the constant conditioning and hits and all of those things to throw it back into overdrive like you're 30 and not the age that he is, and try and go again at an elite level. Because the expectation is not for Aaron Donald to come in here and be a middling defensive tackle. The expectation is Aaron Donald is to come in and be an impactful Aaron Donald that they have seen before to team up with Myles Garrett. Well, what happens if you start throwing Aaron Donald out there and he's not that player? And teams can handle Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
And it's not having the effect.
And now you've paid him. Like when the story first started to develop, I thought, he's going to come back from the veteran minimum. Like he's made his money, whatever. It's a much different story now, right? Like it automatically triggers $30 million if he walks back in the building tomorrow. And now they're talking about like, he's not going to take much less than, maybe they're talking, some of the reports being thrown around are 15, 16, $17 million. Well, they only have 24 million in cap space right now. And probably about 10 of that has to be set aside for practice squad and contingencies and trade deadline and all of that. So they're probably going to have to sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal if he wants to come back. You're going to have to kick more money down the road and do more void years and tighten up your cap even more. And you have to make that decision when he wants to come back. And if he does that in the next month, and then what if he's not the same? And now you've put all your eggs in that basket and you've tightened up your cap space. It's really, really risky. Now, the one maybe saving grace, if Rams fans are worried about that scenario, I do believe Aaron Donald when he says he is not going to come back unless he feels like after putting himself through these workouts, he is close to the same player he used to be. I think he's the kind of guy that has that sort of mindset that he'll just say, okay, I tried, enough's enough. The Frank Ragnow thing, although I think there was a specific injury involved there, but that might be their saving grace, because if he comes back and he signs for money and he's 30% diminished to what he used to be, that's going to put them in a tough spot.
To Bryce's glass floor point, your point on this too is just, I come back and think about a player's mentality when you're going into a season you haven't been paid. So walk through if you're Byron Young. An injury hits you early on in the year. You roll your ankle. You got $30 million on the table right there. Like, you don't play. And you don't put that
older prospect. He was 25.
Yeah, he's an older. He's got to get this con. You're right. Good point. He's got to get paid. He's an older prospect and needs to get paid.
Yeah.
I roll my ankle. I don't play. I don't put bad tape up. I still make $25 million per year after this year based on the production I put up prior. Mm-hmm. I go out there and play on a bad rolled ankle and I play diminished, and I have to slightly worry about that affecting my payday. Does that keep me off the field? Avila, second round pick. Alaric Jackson might be suspended a couple of days. What if Avila has an injury in that stretch of games as well? He's out for a couple of games. Puka Nakua's got injury history like hell. I ain't playing past the 30 years old. Washington, injuries all the way through at UW. That guy doesn't have an injury pop up this year and go, because I guarantee you the Rams' best case scenario with Puka right now, he balls out this year and their intention is going to be to franchise and trade him. That's what they want to do. And it's clear as a bell. It's clear as a freaking bell right now that that's what they're going to do with him. And the player doesn't have a sense for that in any way, that we just operate in this, like, they're just completely morons. They just sort of, LA, I'm in LA. It's the power of being in LA. I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe in all this, and I really bring this up to you guys because it's a conundrum to me. Look through the NFL. Go find me places where you can find a multitude of players on one single team due for an extension and not being given that extension, told to pound rocks, told to wait a year, one to a man and all. Charles Cross last year had an injury at the end of the year. Part of you getting him back on the field was giving him the contractual extension to know you're set in your mind and you're good here because we got you set. Get back out there and play for the playoffs and go. I think John's aware of this type of stuff, and I just don't know if the LA Rams, I know we're hammering it to death, but I just don't know if as much the Rams are, and this could be a big part of this season as we come up and why I want to talk about as much as we kind of are.
I think it's one of the many, many layers and elements that make this rivalry so fascinating. It's not just that they're two really good teams. It's that they're doing it in completely different ways, and they have completely different philosophies about it, how to try to win a championship. And I think that's part of it. It's kind of like the dark side. I mean, I know that's our nickname, but it's like the dark side versus the light side, right? It's like,
Here's one thing I'll add to this. This also is kind of different than how John did it the first time even.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's learned a lot from the mistakes of the original
John
LOE.
did it the Les Snead way.
In a lot of ways he did, right? There was the Jimmy Graham trade. There was the Percy Harvin trade. There were like all these things of like, hey, we got to compete with the 49ers in the arms race. And John's now taking the approach of, okay, yeah, you want to do your arms race? We will take our picks and we will go draft good football players that fit what we want to do, that want to come in here and compete. And we'll continue to have this where we have these guys for 4 or 5 years and you're constantly circling through, trying to grab guys from different teams and bring them in and everything you need to do to try and keep up with us while we're using the one resource that everyone has. And as an NFL franchise, you all have access to the NFL draft. We're going to be better at it than you. And that's where I think this is the difference in our franchise. Like, I look at Seattle and I go, okay, three years out from now, yes, we know the edge group is deficient. Do you not think John Schneider is going to address that in a multitude of different ways and bring in players that are going to help with that process? Yeah, he probably is. It's what John's good at. Do I trust John to do that well? Yes, I do. Do I trust other GMs in the NFL to do that well? Not so much. And that's the proven track record. John has a proven track record of also learning from his mistakes. And I think that's the thing we're seeing now is him going, that little book he's got, that ledger that he uses, and all the things he keeps his notes in. He's probably got notes and notes of these are things I did wrong before. I'm not going to do those again this time.
Not paying everybody too. I think that was the first time you paid everybody. This was saw that selective process this offseason applied as well as just adjustments. And I love it too about what you're seeing from John. Well, I know this isn't an official syndicate episode, so I won't pull you guys on for the typical 2-hour period we got on here, but would like to hear from you guys. Is there anything that either of you guys have that you have an issue kind of like I have here a bit that's a little bit at the forefront of your guys' mind as far as you want to talk about here right now? That's just something coming to camp or something that's percolating in the back of your brain in regards to this team or this upcoming season as a whole?
I think the thing that has bothered me the most over the last couple of months is, and this is coming from outside Seattle, Seahawks fans, I think, are all on board with this, but it's this idea that, well, the one reason that I hesitate to really pick Seattle to repeat again in the division and overtake the Rams and win into the Super Bowl is because a first-time play caller. He's never called plays before. It just seems like we're being held to that standard and that question when we've seen the power rankings. The Eagles aren't being held to that standard by the national media. The Ravens aren't being held to that standard. They both have for Sean Mannion, right, in Philly and Declan Doyle in Baltimore. Like, nobody's questioning whether or not they can call plays at the NFL level. And those two teams are in the top 5 of every power ranking you see out there. But with the Seahawks, well, I don't know. I don't know if this guy that worked for 7 years under Kyle Shanahan and was involved in game day play calling decisions and play design is ready to call plays in the NFL. It just that's been a thorn in my side the whole offseason. I think it's double standard that we're being held to that other teams are getting a pass for, and it pisses me off.
Agreed. Laziness as far as its analysis on that.
Because everything we do hear from internally is how he blew away Mike McDonald on the whiteboard, how his level of football intellect as an offensive mind may be on par with Mike McDonald as a defensive mind, and how in some ways, based on what Matt Hasselbeck is seeing in practice and Brock Heward is seeing, guys that have played the game at that position in the NFL are seeing that he's going to do some things that are even going to be elevated over what we saw Clint Kubiak do. And so, yeah, you hit on it. It's lazy, and I feel like it's a standard that we're being held to that the other teams aren't.
Might be worse too, because you're going same for same, scheme to scheme. You're going outside zone to outside zone first off. So the scheme stays the same, unlike I think those other two spots you mentioned, Dan. And the second part being is that those whole staffs had to be changed over, not merely the OC, but you're changing the whole staff with the OC at the same time. So maybe it's even more egregious.
Well, and also, but maybe it's worse in Seattle because Clint Kubiak was apparently the greatest play caller of all time. is the narrative from the national media. A year ago, it was, are the Seahawks making the right move, hiring this guy that's been kicked around a little bit? It's incredible how much that narrative has changed.
Boy, is it ever.
Yeah.
Boy, is it ever. How about you, Bryce? Anything kind of kicking around for you?
So obviously Dan touched on the flurry thing, which I'm really excited to see out there. And I've got my own like camp checklist that I've built. I mentioned on my show with Mookie the other day of like things I'm looking for out of Fleury, because I think he's going to be just fine in the role he's being asked to do. I think one thing that's kind of bugging me, and it's just things I've heard, and is all this talk about how crucially important Ken Walker was to the success of the Seattle Seahawks, and how dare we let him go? And that's
he's not just Ken Walker; he's Super Bowl MVP Ken Walker.
Yeah, and it's like
people name that.
And the way that people talk about it, don't get me wrong, I love what Ken Walker did, but Ken Walker, the reason he was able to have the success in the back half of the season there, especially in the playoffs, and I'll give you two reasons. Okay. One is Rashid Shaheed and his acquisition. And the other part is he was in a 50-50 timeshare with Zach Charbonnet up until the divisional round. He had not nearly the wear and tear on his body he had every other year, where he missed 3 or 4 games every year, except for the rookie one. And Rashid Shaheed comes in, and what do teams stop doing? They stop stacking the box because they realize Seattle now has a vertical threat to go over top. So we have to get into some too high looks, because if we don't, Shaheed's going to blow it up over the top. I'm getting so tired of this narrative from everybody that because we lost Ken Walker, the running game's not going to work, the offense isn't going to work as well. And then you couple that with the Brian Fleury talk. It's like, hold on here. We got Emmanuel Wilson, and I get a lot of people have kind of forgotten him since we drafted Jadarian Price. I think Emmanuel Wilson was a guy that they went after because Brian Fleury probably looked at him and went, hey, this is a guy that I think can fit my scheme and what I want to do here. You have George Holani, who showed up. Now you've drafted Jadarian Price, which I get. First round pick. Everyone's going to have their concerns about taking a running back in the first round and so on. You've also got some other guys there. You've got continuity on that offensive line. For a second year in a row, you brought all 13 offensive linemen back and then added another one to it in Bo Stevens. That's the life force of a running game. You could have a phenomenal running back, but if you don't have 5 guys in front of him that understand the scheme and can block it, he isn't going anywhere. Look at what happened to Seattle with Sean Alexander after Steve Hutchinson left and Chris Gray retired and Robbie Toback went out. The offensive line continuity killed Sean Alexander because it wasn't working. He couldn't rely on blocks to be in the same spot and read the line and all those things. I think when you look at Seattle and you go, hey, we're going to have 5 guys with a tight end group that is all returning, that know how to block this scheme, and you're plugging in a couple running backs and saying, hey, this is the track you need to run on. This is where the hole's going to be roughly. Use your vision. We're going to be just fine. I don't think you're going to see this massive drop-off from Seattle's running game that really most of last year wasn't that great to begin with as it was until the playoffs.
Surprising thing for me has been the analytic folks have been so proven right and so thoroughly proven over the past 10 years. And yet you still do seem to find a bit of the pervasive thinking that running backs are the driver of the engine of the running game, that they are the beginning point and everything else sort of falls in line behind them. And I even got in this debate earlier in my stream today. It's like, the days of the Walter Payton, the days of the Barry Sanders, we're not in those days anymore. The game has changed and the running back position has changed, and what drives success in the running back position has changed in so many ways. And just, you still see the old thinking, the old guard. And I think that Kenneth Walker situation is a representation of that in so many ways. We've got an event coming up here with these guys. They're going to be going in person. Yours truly couldn't be making it, but these guys have made their way and are going to be getting up into the Pacific Northwest here in the next week. Dan, can you give the people a breakdown on where you guys are going to be and kind of the order of things here for the trip to Seattle?
Yeah, I want to make sure I get the numbers right because for some reason I just cannot remember them. But it's the as a group, Wednesday, August 5th through that Saturday, August 8th, which is Football Fest, the big practice that they have at Lumen Field. So we're going to all be, Bryce Mookie Alexander from Field Goals and I will be at practice together that Wednesday. And then that Friday, Thursday is not open to the public. And each night after that at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to do live podcasts from Fast Fashion Brewing down in Soto at 1723 First Avenue South. It's right across the street from Showbox Soto, about a block south of T-Mobile Park. So that's where we're going to give all of our camp observations and our reactions to what we saw that day in practice. The Wednesday show will include Corbin Smith, beat reporter and owner-operator of Emerald City Spectrum and host of Locked On Seahawks. He's going to drop by on Wednesday. And then Friday is a town hall. So it's all about the guests. We're going to have a live mic. We're going to have a camera on you. You'll be able to hear every word that people ask. We're going to give away some stuff. I'm going to give away my Dallas Cowboys preseason tickets to that game. And then we're going to do a little pregame show on Saturday. So if you're headed down to Football Fest from 2:30 to about 3:30, we might go a little long. We're going to be doing it live down there. Fast Fashion has, in my opinion, the best craft beer in Seattle. They got some great food and stuff you can snack on as well while you're down there. So we'd love for as many of you as possible to drop by and come see us. And then I'm going to be there a day in advance of these guys. So I'll be there on Tuesday the 4th. And I've got credentialed access that day. I'll be down in the field. So
let's go.
I'm going to wear a bright pink shirt and a flowered hat so I show up on Hard Knocks.
That's right.
See me in the
An
background.
open pink shirt.
That's
open.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Buttons down. You know what I mean?
Elton John sunglasses. Just so you can't miss me in the background.
It's the way to do it.
Sure.
It's going to be an awesome trip. Really looking forward to you guys' coverage. I'll be tuning in with you guys on the remote sessions when you guys do go live for the syndicate stuff, and really looking forward to the season with you guys on that front of it. I think we're going to have a great time this year. It's going to be fun following this team, and such a great team to be able to follow right now. Anything else kind of rolling in your guys' brain you guys want to talk about going on? It's been so quiet. It's part of the thing that's been so slow about this offseason is that you tend to have extensions or trades or big deals being made, and it's really just been kind of keeping things standard, getting the extensions done that need to be extended, no tumultuousness, no arrests, no coaches getting into car accidents. I don't know if you guys were getting, I was getting shades of Showtime with that. Weren't you, Dan, with the show, with what happened to the coach on that, where he takes the header and then they got to flip him out for Westhead and Riley.
Yeah, it's, that's a tough one. I'm glad you brought that up. I just want to say that, I'm glad to hear he's okay. It sounds like the concussion part of it's pretty serious. Hopefully he gets back on the sideline as soon as possible. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Kyle Shanahan. And I always say, even when it comes to my rivals, I always want to play them at their best. And I want us to be at our best. And then we'll see where the chips fall and who shows up and plays best that day, right? So hopefully Kyle will be fine and back on the sideline soon. Because I'm already still getting over the Matt Miller thing. And when I say that, I'm not trying to be funny. I can't tell you how many times I've driven down one lane roads. Been doing a lot of rural driving. My lady and I drive back and forth to Elkhart, Indiana once a month, and Columbus a couple of times a month usually. And every time a truck's coming the other direction, I'm having to get over that a little bit. So can we just keep all the football players and coaches and analysts on the road, please? And be safe out there. So yeah, glad you brought that up. But no, I'm just excited for people to be excited again. I meant what I said earlier. I do think people have just kind of taken the summer off because they're happy and everything is great in Seahawk land, and it should be. And you have every right to feel good about your team. I'll say this: out of 32 teams in the NFL right now, I think when you look at today, next year, the year after that, maybe a 5-year window, I don't think there's an organization, a roster, a franchise that's better set up for long-term, consistent Super Bowl contention than the Seattle Seahawks. And we should all feel good about that.
Yeah. It's hard to get like you said, the calmness of the offseason kind of buoyed on by that. It's sort of, it's born from that. And so, and rightfully so, not from fans not caring. It's quite the opposite, that they're just seeing things accurately as they are. And it's as good a situation as you can hope to find. You're in a first world place, living on the top of a castle with like, you're like, yeah, we're good. What do I do? I got a fountain here. I got fresh food. It's like, what do we need to discuss? The great hunt. What do you mean the great hunt? We got the food and the thing,
I remember reading a story that Bill Simmons wrote back when he was still with ESPN before he went and formed the Ringer. And he's obviously a big Boston guy, right? Big Red Sox guy. And so this would have been, what was it? 2004 when they broke the curse and they won the World Series, 2004, 2005. And he wrote about how now that that's done, it kind of takes all the pressure off as a fan. You just don't have as much anxiety. You don't have as much angst, and maybe just a little less of an edge when it comes to being a fan. Not complacency, but just maybe it's comfort is the word I'm looking for, right? Where now it's just not as stressful. And so maybe you don't seek out as much analysis about the team. You don't go to training camp practices as much. Maybe you're not as willing to spend as much money to get a couple of tickets to games this year because A, they're more expensive, and B, like, I'll just watch them on TV. I think there is something to be said about that. But I think in particular in the Seattle area and with Seattle fans, as soon as the ball goes in the air, I think it's on again.
Good point. Yeah, they'll lock in quick. I bet you with that. Dan, any kind of final thoughts from you, brother?
Honestly, for me, Brandon, the one thing I'm going to be very interested to see this year is how, if Seattle has moments where they hiccup, how much of 2014 comes back into everyone's mind. You got to remember now, this is the one thing I think that's kind of cool about this. When we won our first Super Bowl in 2013, we were at the peak of being like again, to Dan's point, that pinnacle franchise, right? We had all these young players and it was all good and all these different things. Then we went, and now the expectation off of that was we went to another Super Bowl the following year. What happens if that doesn't, knock on wood, not trying to be the pessimist here, but what happens if it doesn't? If we have rocky points this season and we're not 14-3 and we finish 12-5 and we don't finish first in division, how does the Seattle fan base handle that? And how much does that rock the boat is something I'm going to be interested in, because it's very hard to repeat. It's very hard to have the same success. Teams are gunning for you in a different way this year because you are the reigning champ. You are not saying you don't get it in the NFL. You don't get everyone's best game, but you get a little bit more of their best game when you are the reigning champ. And you have the hardest division in the NFL to try and win in the NFC West. Because as we know, yes, the 49ers may fall apart at some point. Whether they move away from the substation or not might be the deterring factor in that. But you got to kind of look at it and go, them in the first part of the year when they're fully healthy, they are a tough team. They are. They play good football. The Rams are going to be that team that we don't see till later. And then you got to sprinkle in our ugly stepbrother down there in Arizona. But it's one of those things where I look at it and I go, okay, if Seattle hits a slide point, how does that affect the fans? Do the fans rally and be like, hey, it's okay, we're good? Or does it start to cause a little bit of, panic potentially with our fan base because everyone has expectations of how good this team is going to be again?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the interesting parts you guys are touching on for me to monitor this team, because it is another interesting, unique place they find themselves in, where I thought last year a lot of the run was built upon the fact that pressure was not there. They say, what is it? How's the saying go, Dan? Pressure makes diamonds or something about that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But you didn't feel it last year. The pressure felt like it was on the Rams. The pressure kind of felt like it was on the 49ers with the window ever closing, even with their injury situation. And it doesn't feel like that has changed anymore with our Super Bowl win. The pressure feels even more on the Rams. The pressure feels even more on the 49ers. And that lack of pressure seemingly allowed us to not only flow beneath the radar, but to soar. And I wonder if this sort of weirdly, the pressure might be there. Or is it the same conditions?
More fuel.
I mean, it's closer to the same conditions than different, right, Dan?
Yeah.
I mean, it's more maybe because, like you, to your point, Bryce, you're gonna have a little gunning for you, but do some of the teams also go, yeah, but it's really the Rams? I mean, we got to pay attention too. But I mean, it's that Rams game on our schedule. We play that division, and that's the one that they're the real team. Everybody's telling us is the one we got to. I don't know if it'll be worth a lot, but stuff comes down to small measures. It's a sport of inches at times. Everything down to one game or this game, can it make a difference on that level? And that's the part that I'm kind of in wonderment with this upcoming year.
I think it's a really comfortable place to be in. And I don't want to count out the 49ers. When they're healthy and they should start the season healthy, I mean, that team can beat anybody. But the Rams just went out and had themselves such a loud, boisterous offseason. They've invited this kind of scrutiny and this kind of spotlight. And so the pressure is more on them. They've done that to themselves. I think if they had just kind of stood pat, maybe you don't make the McDuffie trade, but you sign Jalen Watson and you draft a corner high instead of Ty Simpson and you don't trade for Garrett, then I think you kind of play the underdog role a little bit. You have a supremely talented roster capable of beating us on any given day, but you don't bring that attention and that scrutiny to yourself the way they did. Now, their belief obviously is that those moves made them harder to beat, obviously. But I think we're going to see that. I suspect we'll even see that in the fan base and the interaction between rival fans over the season. I've gotten a lot of sentiment from Seahawks fans even this year that as much as we want to go back to back, they're like, okay, so maybe the Rams get one this year, but we're going to get 3 or 4 more over the next 7 or 8 years, right? Rams fans are not going to feel that way. They understand where their team has put them. And so, the intensity, I think, is just going to be ratcheted up because they know that all their eggs are in this year's basket pretty much.
You guys bring up an interesting point here, and it's something that actually was said today by one of the guys in our football tournament. He goes, alpha dogs don't need to bark. They don't need to bite. They just have a presence about them. Anything that needs to make noise or grab attention is a small dog. To you guys' point. That. Right? Anything like think of when you got the big German Shepherd that just kind of is there, or the big Husky that's there, and then you got the little Chihuahua that won't shut up.
Yeah. It fits, man. It absolutely does fit. And I just wonder on that if it carrying some weight here. Think about just to kind of take my scenario there and expand it. Like 13th pick in the draft, they took Ty Simpson, but the corners were late to come off the board, right? Who was still. Wasn't Delane still available at 13? Or had he gone? No, Delane had gone to Kansas City, but you still had Hood, you had Chris Johnson.
They could have traded down and got one of those guys. Signed Jalen Watson, kept Jared Verse instead of trading for Myles Garrett, and I still think there'd be people out there nationally that would be saying, I think the Rams are a better team. I think the Rams are going to win the division. They got a chance to knock off the Seahawks this year.
100%.
It's interesting the way that they went about it.
It just wouldn't have been as loud.
Yeah. No, they wouldn't have. I know that was one more. I had one more question on this because there's another thing I want to pick your guys' brains up to understand because I can't make sense of it and it's another rival in our division. I don't. $79.5 million for a team that's at the end of their run of their Super Bowl window. Cap space right now, today, right now, in the moment, heading into the year. No extensions on the books that are needing to be done. You ain't giving Parasol money.
Yeah.
You ain't giving DeMondre Lamar any more money. There's nobody up to be paid, but you're at the last of a window. Can you see you guys, 2 different things are going up against each other here. What are the effing 49ers doing?
I asked myself that question a few days ago. Exactly the sentiment that you're describing. And then I went and looked. And I'm on it right now. If you go to Over the Cap and you go to the Niners and you click on the cap calculator, they're for 2027, they're $33.6 million over the cap. For 2028, they're $21.6 million over the cap. They need that $71+ million to roll over and cover next year, not including any other extensions or anything else that they're going to get. Because they understand the situation they're in. They understand their lack of depth. They understand their 5 or 6 year run of terrible drafts where they haven't been able to restock the cupboard. 2-3 years ago, they had 11, 12 blue chip players. That's why they were such a dominant team at times. They have 5 or 6 now, and that's all. And so they have to continue paying those guys. They had to give Trent Williams more money this offseason to appease him because they have no depth on the offensive line. They haven't addressed it in the draft in any meaningful way in the last few years. They get Warner back. They get Bosa back. We saw what this team looked like without those guys. They just don't have anyone else coming. I don't know that they can do much. Now they can, they can use that space, but then they're going to have a mountain to move next year and the year after in order to clear some space and get creative. So I kind of think they're painted into a corner and they're stuck with what they have.
Are you agreeing with that, Bryce?
I am 100% in agreement with that. The 49ers, they charged the shit out of that credit card, guys, and now that big bill, it's coming due. And the returns on that big bill and that interest rate are not going to be pretty. And
doesn't it speak to a little bit of a lack of confidence in this year's team that you would not come back around and say, we'll face that problem when we need to face it on the back of a Super Bowl championship? Like, okay, so, like, because $22 million is a significant amount. I'm not underselling that, but like, I'm $79 million. I could take $59 million and spend it and still be able to cover that amount. And you know, like, I'm not saying it's not a valid point, completely valid, Dan. So I'm not trying to push on it, but just that I'm going, yeah, but you seem to kind of like you're doing that thing I hate, Dan, which is on them. They're sitting on the fence to me is the outlook here.
Yep.
Yeah, you're kind of trying to go for it, kind of with a look to the future.
They're kind of still acting like, I think it's almost worse. How am I trying to say this? Making a mistake is bad enough. Not recognizing you made a mistake and finding a way to correct it is worse. It's as if they're still operating like they think they can just go have a great draft next year and replenish the roster, when it's like the old definition of insanity, right? When you look back over the last 4 or 5 drafts, it's bad. I mean, if things go off the rails, if they have another couple injuries and they don't make the playoffs this year, Kyle Shanahan doesn't work his magic and they don't win 12 games in spite of all the injuries, it was still, I have a hard time grasping how remarkable that was last year. And this thing, they win 8 games. I mean, John Lynch is gone, right? He has to be. Like, he hasn't done anything to justify running those drafts any longer. And that's why they're in the situation they're in. Their veteran stars have to stay healthy for them to have a chance this year.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, and this is where I'll just say one thing with the 49ers. I remember when John Lynch was an announcer, and he talked about the importance of the meetings he got with John Schneider and Pete Carroll and picked their brains on roster construction and everything. It shifted when Pete went out and they couldn't kind of pick on us a bit in the way of, hey, we know how Seattle's going to draft, so we're going to get these good players that Seattle would probably take. Because a lot of you look at a lot of the players, the 49ers, outside of the top guys they got, like a Bosa and so on, a lot of the guys they got in those middling rounds are guys that normally Seattle would kind of take looks at, right? And the prototypical type of Seattle player that Pete liked and so on, because that's what Lynch's philosophy was kind of built on when he came in. Then Pete leaves. Now it's John's show, running it John's way, which we all know is a little bit more of the truth now, is how much of this is now the way we're seeing this team is John's identity of it compared to when it was the collaboration. And it's changed a lot of things. And I think, to your point, Brandon, they are on the fence. They remind me of someone that's sitting there going, I still want to go out and party like I'm in my 20s, but I need to actually buckle down, pay off my debt, do the things right to get further ahead. They're not willing to accept that yet because they still want to go out and hang out with their buddies and have fun. They don't want to buckle down and be the mature adult and go, yeah, I did this. I got to own this and I got to deal with it. They don't want to do that.
No, they've been sort of immune to making the hard decisions there in recent years at times. Like they only make it when, like Brandon Ayuk, the thing just goes beyond Thunderdome and then it's like obvious as to the thing that you got to do rather than being kind of visionary in their approach. They feel very reactive and like nostalgia driven almost. You know, they're like the equivalent of Hollywood right now, just making sequel after sequel after sequel and not trying to make anything original.
State why they might be a little nostalgic. Let's not forget the last time they won a Super Bowl, DVDs weren't a thing yet. It was VHS. That gives you some nostalgia. I'm just saying.
That is
really does. You know, I'm just kind of clicking through their salary cap situation again. It does give you an appreciation for how John Schneider has come to solidify his philosophy on contract structure and how Joey Lane makes that work, that they just don't wind up in these bad deals. I mean, you look at like Niners going to have to do something about that Nick Bosa contract, and they're going to have to hope like hell that he comes back the player he was and remains that way for years to come. His cap hit in 2027 is $55 million. In 2028, it's $47 million. Like, so you're going to have to do some major, restructuring there and kick some money down the road just to be able to sign players and get guys on your roster in 27 and 28, which means you're only going to be tying yourself to them longer. They've really, really painted themselves into a corner.
They might run into a post June 1st situation with him where he has trade value, but they have to post June 1st him just to alleviate the cap relief for that hit.
Agreed.
That is, that's a tough situation. And I am, your point, really glad John's got his way of doing it to where watching the last couple of years where player after player keeps wanting to re-up 1 year after being re-upped, guys like Juwan Jennings holding out, that's again, back to John Lynch and a lack of really laying down, here's the rules of how we operate. Here's the way we operate. And you're not seeing us deviate outside of that. They are a team that just kind of plays by their own set of rules when it comes to it.
The way they structured the Purdy deal is insane. I hadn't looked at this until this point. 2028, $57 million. 2029, $72 million. 2030, $64.5 million. Like, they just don't care.
Oh, they negotiated against themselves in that deal. Yeah, they negotiated against themselves. Nobody was giving him 60, whatever he got at 53 million, whatever it is he got. Nobody's paying him that after you trade like a first round pick for him. You guys are the only team willing to pay that price for this particular player. That in itself should tell you that it's probably not the right move. Like, it doesn't have to be the end all, but it's an indicator.
You start looking at those numbers and you can make a strong argument that they should have traded Purdy and gone with Mac Williams.
100%. Jones showed this last year, and it's slapping him in the face. But that's the thing. The quarterback position, it all becomes fear based.
Yeah,
we might be down the same road a little bit with Sam a year from now, and it's why when we come to this decision with Sam, we got to look at these other situations and take it into account rather than saying rubber stamp. It goes, no. Where's the draft class at? No. How many picks do we have? No. What does he want to be paid? Like, you got to take it all in when you're making these decisions and not just go, well, you just have to pay him. Because that's what everybody lazily analysis wise says. Everybody nationally says that. Watch him. This Tua comes up to be paid. Got to pay Tua. Herbert comes in. Got to pay Herbert. CJ Stroud, big questions. I love CJ Stroud. I think he'll bounce back. There's questions there, but got to pay him though. You have to pay him. Like, nobody does any sort of really thinking about it, whether or not it's really the right decision. They just auto pay and negotiate against themselves at that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, when you start clicking through the Seahawks, 2027, their highest cap hit's $45 million for Sam Darnold. They're going to redo that. 2028, their highest cap hit is $33 million for JSN, which is a pretty reasonable number at that point in his career. 2029, highest cap hit, JSN, 36.5. Charles Cross goes up to 28.6 by that point. That's it. It's crazy. And they've built such a positive culture that players are willing to sign those deals here. I really think it's genius the way they figured it out by keeping the contract shorter. Also, you're giving the player the choice to know that you can get back into free agency again if you want to, while you're still in your prime. I'm surprised more teams aren't copying the way that Schneider does his contracts.
Especially when you don't go past that fourth year point, when you do it in the third year and you don't get cute and you say, I'm going to pay you for what you've earned. Because then you're right. Then you can tell that player, we're on a 3-year extension. You'll get out at 27 years old with another contract extension. DK Metcalf got back to that 5-year contract extension with Pittsburgh in part because you had paid him so early on in his career. So it's a really good point, Dan, and where I stand with it. Bryce, any other thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think my biggest thing that I take away from that, Brandon, is what you said. Like with the Sam Darnold, I know, Dan, you said, well, they're going to redo it. Again, to Brandon's point, I know that's the thing. They don't have to. They could just be like, hey, we're going to leave it. We're going to see what the draft class looks like. We're going to play that. What does free agency look like?
Sure.
Like here, this is going to be, I think, in some respects, what'll be the interesting thing with Sam is it in Sam's character to reach again? I agree with what Brandon said earlier. I'm all for players getting their money. They deserve it. But there's a couple factors with Sam Darnold I think that will be interesting to see how they play out. Sam was a first-round pick, top 3 pick, I think, or top 5 pick in that draft class.
Third pick in the draft.
Which he made a good chunk of change on that initial contract. Then he goes to Carolina. He gets traded there. Still making good money. His only real down year was probably the 49ers and the Vikings year where they signed him basically for those 1-year deals. Then he comes to Seattle, gets the $100 million deal. He's now in an organization that he has the total trust of the head coach, the general manager. He's got a fan base that'll back him. He's won a Super Bowl. And he doesn't come across to me as a guy that goes, it's about me and I'm the guy that's driving the ship, and it's not JSN and it's not this and it's not that. But he could switch. The mentality could switch. People around him could switch his mentality potentially, and he could all of a sudden be like, no, I want $55 million or whatever it may be at that point. And I think that's where it's going to be very interesting in some respects, gentlemen, on what goes on with Jalen Milroe this offseason. If Jalen Milroe doesn't progress as a quarterback, not as an athlete that can make flash plays, but as a quarterback with his mechanics, with his progressions, with his anticipation, I think it'll be very interesting next year to see if Seattle doesn't take a swing on a guy in maybe the second or the third round of the draft. If there is somebody sitting there that has some upside that they know they can still sit for a year, if Jalen isn't a guy that they can trust and think is a potential successor, if they're worried about Sam's contract.
Yeah, I keep coming back to the 3 Super Bowl appearances you've made with this general manager, meaning this general manager and his ability to team build conceptually has seen you at 0.5%, 1%, and 4.5%. Those have been the individual cap hits of the quarterback position in the 3 Super Bowls that you have gone to. To believe that you're going to take that to 12 or 13%, to deviate from that, for a guy that's in a top 10 state as far as quarterback play, to me, that's another part of this. I just think from John's standpoint, hardline it. Hardline it and be willing to pivot off of this, because you've built this team by a team-driven status, not by a quarterback. You need a quarterback that's good, but that's not the driving force here. And you've done it once and you've done it again. Why can't you do it a third time? Why is that such an impossibility? I think the team's got to be willing to Milroe's an option too, and it's part of the development through year 2, but that's got to be, to me, an option on the table here. And it cannot be you simply just rubber stamp like the Brock deal. And well, you got to pay Sam. But you come off a Super Bowl win and maybe a Super Bowl win and he plays the same position. But what if he almost comes close to leading the league in turnovers again, but throws for 4,000 yards, but throws for 33 touchdowns, but also maybe comes close to leading the league in turnovers again? Well, that's top 10 quarterback play. I got to find the middle. I want to pay top 15 money for top 10 quarterback play. I don't want to pay top 5 quarterback money for top 10 quarterback pay. I think there's a significant difference in the cost there. And I just think that can't go over the line there. Megan asked the question here. Dan answered this earlier. He absolutely, and I agree with him on this, believes that their offseason, and Bryce has nodded his head to this as well, was completely changed by what we did to them last year. And that if they had gone out there and won and beat us, it would have been a completely different offseason from the Los Angeles Rams than the one we saw. They might not have made any of those 2 trades. They might not have signed Jalen Watkins. They might have just run it exactly the same back. So yeah, we are in their heads, and it's really affecting them and how they go through their process on that. Any other last kind of items here for you, gentlemen? I'm about 6 hours and 15 minutes in today myself. So
I'm going to go make myself some dinner. And, but I will just say to the folks watching, I've got some fun refreshments to the show in store for the start of the regular season. Just locked up a commitment today from a guy that I'm really excited about. We'll announce this soon. It's going to be on my show every single week throughout the season with me. Just unveiled a new opening video today that I think is a lot of fun. And I'm really, I know Bryce has seen it. And so ran that out there today. Hope you enjoy that, but just trying to lock some things down, just like the Seahawks are, and get ready for the season.
Absolutely. Bryce, what you got going on?
Couple things, just locking in my weekly schedule for the season, what shows that I'll be doing, kind of, partnering up with who in there, and then also going to be joining a national NFL show, looking at the league as a whole. So I'm looking forward to doing that with a buddy. So he's a Buffalo Bills fan, diehard. So he's bringing that AFC component, and I'm bringing the NFC component, and we're going to kind of do a show once a week, looking back at each week's set of games and how it impacts the season throughout. So that'll be kind of a fun thing to do. And then just gearing up, getting ready for camp here. Excited to get down there and watch some Seahawks football again.
Hey, that could be the Super Bowl matchup this year. How cool would that be if you guys start that?
I'd be good for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'd take that too. I'd definitely take that. Well, folks, if you aren't already, please do this. Seahawks Forever with Dan Viennes. Get subbed up over on his channel. Bryce here with the Hawks Eye. Please do get subbed over on his channel. We're going to be doing once a week on the Seahawks Syndicate, with hope in the future as this will go and continually grow as we continually just see, hopefully can expand more and more. But please do get subbed up to him. It's free. They're part of our core here at the Hawks Nest, and we'll be going in the future. And would really appreciate you guys doing so. As we just sign off here, gentlemen, I'm going to do this with you guys. If you guys are okay with this, let's get a last little check in on the stream here. It was for charity to date. And so our final amount that we ended up pulling through, we had $1,000 we were shooting for. We got $1,131 today on the stream. So big thank you for that. And man, huge shout out to you guys for hitting that. I thought I was being a little aggressive today shooting this. It's still kind of technically off season. So you guys are unbelievable. Me came in with a $500 donation drop. Just thank you so much, you guys, for all that support to St. Jude's. We're going to be doing more of these streams in the future with charity streams and whatnot. But you guys are the best fan base that exists in the sports, and your guys' support to this channel, support to this cause is tremendous. It's a good one at that. St. Jude's doing it right as far as charities go. With a lot of charities doing it wrong, they're doing it amazing. So get subbed up to these guys. We're going to be coming at you guys every once a week here with the Seahawks Syndicate. These guys will be in person out there at training camp. If you see them there on the berm, go over there, say what's up, give them some love, say, hey, I really thank you guys for popping on in here today and taking the time and jumping on in, as it's always good to see you guys. I'm looking forward to doing the Syndicate this year, and hopefully we get another great team to be able to cover once again, heading back to the promised land. Well, we're going to try to sync this up. We never get it right, but maybe the three of us can get it right today. So
that's our bit, though.
That's our bit. It is our bit. Even when we get it wrong, it's still our bit. So if we got it right, then it'd be wrong probably at this point. We will be doing the Syndicate during year. Question: have you gentlemen thought of doing the Syndicate on your channel? We're going to be doing the Syndicate on collectively through the forest. We don't want to do it as a separate channel because that's just too tough to build on a separate thing. And you want to keep this as on the core place. But we're going to be doing once a week. And again, this is with the thought process. The more you guys watch, the more you guys check in and tune into this stuff, the more we expand it into the future. So I'm doing a roundtable show right now twice a week this week. Started out as once a week last year. And that's the way this stuff expands. The more you watch, the more it grows, the more there is to be seen. So please do check it out this year. Tune on in. We got a lot planned for you guys, and we're really looking forward to this upcoming season on that side of it. $10 if you guys do. We'll be going for sure. We'll be going for sure hard there once a week, Thursdays. What time are we doing on Thursday, guys? We said 5.
Usually 5:30 time somewhere.
I think we're shooting for 5:30 on Thursdays is when you can catch up on PST, Pacific Standard Time, of course. All right, we'll be back here soon with that stuff. These guys will be soon with you guys from Fast Fashion Brewery. We'll be doing remote sessions here out at training camp. Very short order. I thank you to everybody for watching today. Hit that like button if you get a chance, please. Sub on up if you get a chance, please. And again, thank you so very much for donating here to the cause. And St. Jude's, you guys are incredibly kind in all of that support today. And I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. We'll all be back very soon. Until next time, please don't forget, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and we'll go on 4. We'll do the Go Hawks there, gentlemen. So you guys have a good one. 1, 2, 3.
Go
Hawks.
Oh, God.
Close.